round number 3 at the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. We start out with a beautiful skyline view of the city of Douglas, capital of the Isle of Man, British dependency, which for the past 2 days and the next week and a half will play host to the most prestigious and the most important open tournament of the year, because the top 2 spots allow the players to punch their tickets into the next candidates tournament. It is a pleasure to be commentating for you once again. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky alongside Grandmaster Peter Leko. Round 3, Peter. We're already 2 rounds in. The time is flying by.
Exactly. Hello, Daniel. Hello, everyone. Wow. I mean, what we have seen so far in the tournament is great. We see tremendous fights. And yeah, let's check the results from yesterday.
Let's check the results indeed. We'll start with the women's section where we saw a bloodbath on the top boards. It was a smooth effort in a Dutch defense by Zhang Yitan to defeat Divya Deshmuch. Anna Muzichuk took care of business against the Greek player Talakidu. We had a couple of draws and an incredible game, Peter, on board 7 between Sandu and Bulmaga. I had no idea what was going on. All I know is that Black won this game. That's all I can say.
Yes, we have seen some segments of that game. It was completely wild, completely out of control. We thought like White was calling the shots, but it was way too complicated. By the way, I owe a big apology because I yesterday said that Anna Muzichuk won convincingly. I checked the game out. No, it was a dramatic affair. Finally, she capitalized on a blunder. I just wanted to make it straight because yes, that's how it's fair. She did win that dramatic game, but it was not convincing. It was just a very big fight.
Yeah, very few easy games all around, despite the rating disparities. Let's take a look at the women's section standings after 2 rounds. Obviously, there's still a big, well, I was going to say a big group with 2 out of 2, but no, I mean, this is not a big group with 2 out of 2. Only 5 players, Peter, and this is a product of this tournament being so strong. Almost everybody is going to give up at least a draw by round 3.
Yes, okay, 5 players. Yeah, Irina is the 5th with that stunning victory in that crazy game. Ellen Robert.
Okay, looks like Peter is having a brief technical issue. He will be back momentarily. But yeah, we can see the standings here. Aline Rubers failed to capitalize on a decisive advantage yesterday against Praggnanandhaa's sister Vachier-Lagrave. She did everything right, but it was an incredible resistance by Vachier-Lagrave. Okay, these are the standings, the top page of the standings. Let's take a look at the round 3 matchups. We have Tan Zhongyi against Antonetta Stefanova on board 1. That's a matchup of the veterans. Both of these players have so much experience operating at the highest level. On board 2, we have Bulmaga, who won that crazy game yesterday. She faces Anna Muzichuk. Tough test for her. Elizabeth Potts against Kamali Denova, who scored an upset yesterday against Valentina Glina. And close behind is that big peloton with players with 1.5 out of 2, which includes Vachier-Lagrave and Alexander Kosteniuk, who now faces Aline Rubers. That board 7 matchup is one that we are going to keep our eyes peeled for, because it's the young player against the veteran, and Aline Rubers has to be feeling hungry for a victory after letting it slip yesterday. Okay, let's transition from these women's section matchups to the open section. These were the results yesterday. Fabiano Caruana on board 1, continuing to display some incredible form, and the ease with which he's winning his games is really what's jumping out to everybody. Completely outplays Hans Niemann, wire to wire. He was one of the first people at the top to finish. It was a decisive result. 2 draws on boards 2 and 3. Alexander Pragg scoring arguably the upset of the round, crushing Jan-Christoph Duda in a fine attacking fashion. Great opening preparation, and showing us what makes this tournament so special. It's the fact that these 2650 to 2700 rated players can essentially take anybody down when you give them the right type of position and the right type of preparation. Arjun Aragaisi, he played a really nice game to take down David Anton with Black. Let's see if we can get page 2 of the results from yesterday. Yeah, there we go. There's page 2. A lot of draws here. In fact, almost all of these boards ended in a draw, with the exception of one huge result. And that was Erwin Lamy, who wins his second game in a row, second upset in a row, this time against Vladimir Fedoseev. And he won it in exactly the same way that he took down Vidit in round one. He was losing. He was getting attacked. He found the right time to turn it around. He turned the game around. It was a rocky road in a winning endgame. Apparently, Vladimir Fedoseev fought back all the way to a theoretical draw. But having played 7 hours, he was unable to put the finishing touches, and Lamy takes this game. His reward will be facing somebody named Fabiano Caruana. But before we get to the pairings, let's display the standings. In the open section, there is a bigger group with 2 out of 2 than in the women's section. Obviously, there are more players, but that group is still not all that vast. What names jump out to you from this standings list? Obviously, Erwin Lamy with 2 out of 2. Incredible start. Alexander Pragg, who defeated Duda, but Ramzan Jalmahanov, it's a hard name to say, but you're going to have to practice saying it because he is bursting onto the scene. He is a young international master from Kazakhstan. He wins round 1 against Alain Pichot, and in round 2 took down the Super GM Bassem Amin from Egypt in very smooth positional fashion. So his reward is to face Alireza Firouzja with the black pieces. So let's go from here to the pairings. These are the matchups for round 3 that we will be tackling today. The game should be beginning in about 3 minutes. We see Erwin Lamy has the white pieces against Caruana. This is obviously not a walkover victory for Fabi. Erwin Lamy is one of the most solid GMs out there with the white pieces. So that's going to be a tall order for Fabiano if he wants to go 3 out of 3. Erigaisi versus Serrana, really interesting matchup there. Esimpenko faces off against his countryman, Alexander Pragg. And board 4, that is going to be one to keep an eye on. On the one hand, it's a great pairing for Firouzja. He faces Jalmahanov, the lowest rated by a country mile out of anybody with 2 out of 2. But that guy is in really good form, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of an upset like that. Giri versus Bakro, super interesting matchup there. And board 7, also something that we're going to keep an eye on. As Sindarov faces off against Levon Aronian, who has shown better form in the start of this tournament than he did in his previous result at the U.S. Championship, where he struggled tremendously and finished on -1. Okay, so we've got right about 2 minutes before the games begin. Obviously, we'd like to welcome the chat and everybody from all corners of the world, no matter your time zone, for joining us for this marathon round. These rounds are long. The time control is long, but the quality of the chess that has been played thus far in the first 2 rounds, very high. Obviously, there have been blunders. There's a lot of time pressure. But overall, we've had a lot of incredible moments, some great endgames. And Peter has been saying repeatedly that one of the aspects of the time control that makes this possible is the time addition at move 60, where the players get 15 minutes. We're looking at the round 3 matchups. This is page 2, Cheparina versus Yu Yanggi. Board 13 is interesting. Samuel Sevian and Sam Shankland. Boards 13 and 14, the Americans doing pretty well. Here is the time control. It is not the traditional 90 plus 30 that we are used to. It is far more extensive, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves. And then 50 minutes added after move 40. But the big difference, the big thing to keep in mind is that 15-minute addition after move 60. So even once you reach move 40, you have to apportion your time well with the knowledge that you're going to get another 15 minutes after move 60. And of course, we have a 30-second increment starting from move 1. Back to page 2 of the matchups page, board 14. Another one to keep an eye on. Sam Shankland is making moves. He defeated Murali Karthikyan yesterday. And and now he faces Evgeny Nair, who's a very experienced Russian grandmaster. Okay, this is page 3. We have Martirosyan against Aryan Tari. Niels Grandelius versus Niklas Huschenbeth, who drew yesterday after a sparkling first-round victory against David Navarra, and other interesting matchups, including Hikaru versus Aryan Chopra on board 20. Yes, Hikaru is on board 20. He drew his first 2 games, so he's going to have to start racking up those victories if he wants to challenge the top players, and if he doesn't want the top couple of spots to pull away from him too much. Okay, on that note, I think the games have just about begun. So let's see if we can set up the bird's eye view, which we'll start with this time, just to kind of get a good understanding of where all of the games are going, and then of course we can choose a particular game to go to, and we will have Peter back as soon as possible. He is trying his best. Unfortunately, when you commentate, there are sometimes things that are outside of your control, like the weather and your internet service provider. Okay, so top board, top left, we have Lamy versus Caruana in a Queen's Gambit. Declined. Fabi has just played the move e6. Nothing unexpected there. Fabi is going to play solidly today. I'm not expecting him to burn all of his bridges in the opening. I think he's going to go with the flow. If you think strategically, a draw in round 3, not a bad result for Fabi. He's going to be on 2.5 out of 3. With that said, of all the people that he could be facing now, he's facing Erwin Lamy. That's a beatable player for Fabi. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to manage all of the expectations and all of the pressure. His form is amazing, but obviously you take too many risks and you lose a game, and all of that tumbles down. Okay, looks like we might have Peter back.
Yes, hi Danya. I hope so.
Hi Peter. Awesome.
Hello everyone. Yes.
Hello, welcome back. How are you?
Yeah, fine. I'm still alive. I hope that I will be in time for the start, but I see already that the first 2 moves had been played in Fabiano's game.
Indeed. You missed the most exciting part of the action. D4, D5, C4, E6.
Okay,
I don't know if there's any way back from this, honestly.
Yes, well, it was a big question. Was it C4, E6 or D4, D5, C4, E6? Now everything is clear. Yeah, there was some incredible storm and a big internet outage in Szeged, but now it seems to have stabilized.
Yeah, Peter, how dare you not control the weather? This is entirely your fault. Yeah, you angered the weather gods with your commentary yesterday. It reminds me...
Yeah, that's how I feel as well.
There was one time about a year ago where I was streaming, and there was a huge storm, so power got shut down at my house. I decided to go to the chess center where I live in order to keep streaming, and all of the street lights were out. It was a terrible idea to drive. Terrible idea. I drive up to the chess center, and there's a tree blocking the entrance to the parking lot. So I'm like, no, let's go back home. Staying alive is more important than commentating. So I hope everybody's safe and all of the houses are still standing.
Exactly, yeah, that's the most important. But okay, what else could be more important than a classical Queen's Gambit, or will we see a Ragozin?
Or a Catalan?
Yes, because Erwin, yeah, we should also talk speak a little bit about Erwin, yeah, that he's an incredible theoretician. Yeah, that's very important to acknowledge. He has such a big knowledge. He has been with Giri for, or I think already a decade, and for sure he has been preparing for Fabiano Caruana, not for himself. And wow, Fabi plays a6, the move that he played against me in the Bundesliga, the game that you referred to yesterday. So wow, Fabi is really trying to spice things up, also willing to take some risks.
And I just looked at that game before the broadcast today. I think you played c takes d5 and bishop g5, correct? And there was some h6 g5?
Yes, yeah, we played some main variation. I think it was cd, ed, bishop g5, bishop e6. Something like this. And was it e3, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, something like this. Some very sharp stuff, but maybe no, it was not yet g5. I think it was knight bd7, and then that's something. Right. Yes, bishop d3, g5, bishop g3. It was yeah, because the
knight bd7 was played.
Exactly, because there was this very important psychological trick that after bishop e5, Fabi played knight f6. And after bishop g3, I fall back, he played knight h5. And now it was the big question that, okay, what to do? Draw against Fabi is good. On the other hand, I have the white pieces. And I said already that I played millions of draws in my life. But I always felt like if I'm playing from the white side, I have to play. Yeah, there is no such thing as repetition. And I did play something. I didn't get an advantage at all. It was a very messy game. But yes, finally, I managed to win. So... nice memories, and we have already some updates. Live moves coming in. C takes d5, e5, bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop e5. This has to be preparation.
Yeah, this kind of rings a distant bell. I don't remember where I saw this, but bishop e5 is, that's a big move. Usually, I mean, we see a knight on e5 in these lines. Everybody's going to be used to seeing knight e5, but bishop on e5 though has its perks. Right now, white is threatening to take on f6 and play knight takes d5. So c6 is kind of begging to be played, or bishop e6. You need to defend the d5 pawn, and you can't really play bishop takes e5 because white recaptures with the pawn, kicks away the knight, and then the d5 pawn is lost.
Exactly. Yes, so there are many finesses. However, yes, the move c6 is kind of a stabilizing move, but then black is not able to play knight b7. So black will have to lose one more tempo with queen e7, or will we see a trade on e5 next? Those are the big questions. In any case, I'm loving it that actually Erwin probably anticipated, that he has seen Fabi's approach to this tournament. Yeah, also in the first round, he was already willing to take this by playing the Najdorf against Sadic. So probably Erwin during preparation was considering that every normal classical opening I will just play and let me get ready for any kind of strange surprises.
And yeah, nobody could have expected this exact position. It's an interesting one. It's relatively unbalanced. It's a Carlsbad structure, especially if black plays c6. So I don't know what that tells us about the subsequent plans. Is white going to go e3 and bishop d3 next? Is white going to go ultimately for the minority attack? So it's kind of a weird souped up Carlsbad. But Fabi, just like in his game against you, he likes to put the bishop on e6, and he does that here.
Yes. On the other hand, knight d7 is still not really a move, because we can damage the pawn structure. We can force a double pawn there for black. We are expecting the move e3, and I'm still not sure, but okay, we are no experts here, but I feel like after bishop takes e5, d takes e5 could be an issue, because where does this knight go from f6? Knight fd7 clearly runs into knight takes d5, and knight e4 can be met by capture and queen a4 check, maybe winning a pawn. That's also an idea. Maybe even just trading queens and going knight g5 is also very tempting, but queen a4 seems to win a pawn.
Yeah, and that's just a healthy pawn on e4. e3 is on the board, so bishop takes e5 might explode in black's face. If you're not taking on e5, then you've got some developing moves you can make. Castle's kingside kind of kicks the can down the road. You can still play c6, although it seems a little bit redundant to play bishop e6 and then to follow up with c6. Is there any chance he's trying to put a knight on c6?
No, somehow I'm ruling that out. Because after knight c6, then probably white will take on d6. Yeah, let's just put it on the board. Why we are not that sure about this? Bishop d6, queen takes d6. Yes, it's kind of possible, but white should be slightly better. This knight from c6 has to move. On the other hand, the classical wisdom is that never place a knight in front of a pawn in such structures, but we know it from the Job of London. We have seen it in the Ragozins, that actually these rules are having a lot of exceptions. And basically this knight can also be rerouted via e7 to g6. Black can then still play for this typical b6 c5 ideas as well. It's I wouldn't be ruling out. It's not exactly my taste, but it's possible.
And he's just played it.
Wow. Okay.
Now bishop takes f6 doesn't seem right, because then you give away the bishop pair and black gets the perfect setup, queen f6 and then knight e7 and c6.
Yes, bishop f6, queen f6 is like a turbocharged Ragozin for black.
Yeah.
Because now you also managed to get this setup, what I'm talking about, just very quickly, just to show the similarities, that knight f6, knight c3, bishop b4. The line which we are talking about is something like takes, bishop g5, h6, bishop f6, queen f6, queen a4 check, knight c6. So here white has given up the bishop, but he is winning some time. Black plays castles, and after rook c1, bishop e6, it's kind of considered that if white plays a slow move like bishop e2, that's not so precise because then black gets the chance to play a6 and after castles falls back with the bishop to d6 and you are unable to harass the bishop with knight b5. And look at this, how many moves white has in this position, and it's still considered to be absolutely fine for black. And compare that with the current position on the board. That's why we immediately get the answer that bishop takes f6, queen takes f6 is just a no-go.
Yeah, that's a great explanation. It's so clear how inferior of a version this is to mainstream Ragozin. Okay, so the third option for white is to leave the bishop on e5, but that doesn't seem as appealing because now bishop takes e5, and if pawn takes e5, then knight f6 to g4 is a serious matter of concern for white, because in that situation, you're going to lose the e5 pawn. So a move like bishop e2 or bishop d3 should be accompanied with sharp calculation. I don't like the look of either of those moves.
Yes, let's just have it on board that it's clear
so
what
bad.
we are talking about. Well, if we find a good move here.
Or knight takes e5 instead of de.
Okay, so yes, knight takes d5 is more solid. But okay, so what is, yeah, takes, knight d7, and f4. Yeah, something like this.
F4, yeah.
Yeah,
Protecting
this
the
could
pawn.
be, yeah, this could be dangerous. Of course, if black has time to play c6 and then break with f6, then it's fine. However, with short castles, white is already setting f4, f5, so it's like a move per move play. You cannot just generalize that black can break this construction later on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This version looks really appetizing for white. F5 is coming. Okay, so then bishop b2 is definitely a candidate move. Bishop d3 I don't like because after bishop takes e5, in the same line, black has access to the g4 square. So this is an important subtle difference. Like here, trade, and knight g4, very nasty move. Queen a4 check does not win the knight because it's protected by the bishop. And if you play f4 here, then knight takes e3 chops off a very important pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, it's when the active move bishop d3 backfires. Yeah, that's why in the other line with bishop e2 it was still possible to play like this.
So Lamy is taking his time here. Does that tell you that he's likely out of preparation after knight c6? Maybe that move was unexpected?
Yeah, kind of, but it also gives me much more the feeling like you just can't surprise Fabi. Yeah, no matter what he does, he seems to know what he's doing.
He knows everything. It's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, because, okay, with a6, you are kind of inviting things. There are probably many things to take care of in the main lines. White should be posing some questions. And then to be ready for all these bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop e5, we had this wow factor immediately after bishop e5, like, yes, we are very happy that Erwin shows that he's ready for everything. And then it turns out that Fabiano is the one who is ready for any circumstance.
Yeah, this is a unique quality of Fabiano Caruana, just his insane opening knowledge across the board. Pretty quiet struggle this is going to be. If white plays bishop takes d6 and bishop e2 and castles, we're going to get a kind of, pretty much vanilla Carlsbad structure game. It doesn't mean the game's going to be boring. It just means there's going to be no checkmating attacks, in the near future. This is going to be, longer, drawn-out positional battle.
Exactly. Yeah, then we're gonna see the typical minority attack with h3 b4.
Mm-hmm.
Black will shuffle his pieces. Well, the big question is what Erwin is wanting from this game. Yeah, that is safety first the main approach, or is he thinking like, okay, if Fabi is doing something provocative, then let me try to punish him. Yeah, that's kind of the big question. And I feel like during this hesitation, this is the moment when Erwin also has to kind of clarify it in his mind that which direction he wants to take this game.
Yeah, it's definitely tempting after 2 wins and you're playing Fabi and you've got the option to play solidly. I think Erwin would be totally fine with the draw, but Fabi has gone for the type of position where even though it might be ultra solid for white, there's no way to force a draw. This is not like a Berlin, with Rookie 1 where all the pieces are coming off the board. I think it's a good measured opening choice by both players. And we'll see how this game progresses as we get closer to the middle game and get some clarity. Let's go back to the bird's eye view for a hot second and see how the other games are developing. Okay, Regaisi and Sarana in a sharp Petrov. We have a Rosalimo with knight c6 and Esipenko Pragg. A pretty risky line chosen by Alexander Pragg. And anything else that catches your eye?
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, Firouzja playing a very quiet kind of Catalan. Okay, interesting. Giri playing King's Indian attack. I have to check out, did this come from a pause and did this come from a French? How did they reach there? It will be interesting. The Rapport Volokitin is a very special move order in the English. Yeah, it's kind of some anti-Grunfeld kind of setup from white. With the knight on d7 in a Maroczy structure, you don't really see that too often. Sindar Varonyan, a d3, bishop c5 Spanish. That's a slow affair. Chepalinov, Yuanjits, some kind of a Petrov. But pawn is already on h4, so there is some action there. Shirov against Abdusattorov, advanced French with full-fledged fight. And
classic Shirov.
And Narayanan Vityugov. Okay, that's a solid kind of Meran construction there. What is your take? Where you want to go? It's your choice.
I wanted to stop quickly at a game that's not on the bird's eye view because it's not one of the top boards. It's the game Pichot against Gukesh. But I think this choice will be justified once we see the position that's on the board. And maybe we can help the chat make sense of it. And then we can go back up and look at Aragaisi, Sarana, and the other top boards. So, of course, there's also Hikaru on board 20. It's very easy to forget that some of the top players are a little bit further down this round. What in the world is going on here?
Wow, I understand your choice. And look at the clock situation. Gukesh is still blitzing everything out. All right, let's take it from the very start. Oh, no, already I made a mistake. I wanted to ask you that any guesses from where this could have come?
Yeah, I would not have been able to tell you. I thought maybe some sort of I had no idea, honestly, because there's no clues in the current game position. This came from a Sveshnikov.
Yes, I'm actually completely shocked that I was playing the Sveshnikov all my life till like 2005-6, but I have never ever seen this position. Yeah, so it's the knight d5 line. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, you have to change the character of the game. ed5, knight b8, c4, a6. And this line, yes, exactly. This is some modern development with computers. Queen a4, knight d7, c5, going for some very quick punishment. But my feeling was always that if black plays like this, it means that he should be ready for it. Yeah, and this is what we are seeing. Gukesh blitzes out d takes e5, d6, a takes b5, so the exchange sacrifice is of course forced. Queen a8, bishop takes d6, bishop takes b5, castles, and e4, the key move. This is the key move, clearly, because black has sacrificed an exchange and he needs to develop a kingside attack against white's king and use the fact that white's queen is still far away from action.
This lets the position breathe, the move e4. Everything suddenly, bishop on d6, aiming at the king. I would be terrified, Peter, and I hate this feeling when your opponent continues to blitz out the moves, and you make a move and you start praying, please think, and then again, a move is blitzed out, and you get this impending feeling of hopelessness. It's like every time I go to a new city for a tournament, and you're like blindly walking the streets looking for a grocery store. That's kind of a land Pichot right now. Like, what did I get myself into, dude?
Yes, well, the question is that after all, it was he who started all this action, yeah? So c4, a6, queen a4, forcing kind of knight d7 and then going for c5. If you ask for it, you have to be ready for it.
Who started it? Who played c5? I think it was Pichot.
Yes, and after e4, okay, my blitz feeling is just to capture on d7, make sure that that knight won't be jumping to e5. However, then long terms black will have this lovely pair of bishops. The bishop from c1, if that bishop could jump to g3, then it would be perfect. Then we would be not talking about any serious compensation. In fact, maybe zero compensation. But with that bishop on c1 and that colleague on d6, yeah, for example, just to highlight, bishop d7, queen takes d7, And I'm already liking black. Also, white's queen has trouble finding a good square retreating.
I checked the database for this position and I see 2 games. One of them was a correspondence game from 2016. Both games continued queen a4. There's actually 3. There's a game from 2007. Queen a4, knight f6 seems to be the move. And then rook d1, queen e7. And black's idea is to obviously to play knight g4 and to start attacking directly. And if you play h3, then I think it might run into queen e5, very unpleasant. So white played bishop e2 in one of the games to try to take the sting out of knight g4, but black played it anyway to grab the bishop pair. And the game ended in a draw. Looks like black has sufficient compensation in the form of a pawn and a long-term initiative against white's rather exposed king.
Well, these are the type of positions that if it's a correspondence game and you have access to engine, then you can more or less handle it quietly with white. Over the board, if you are not prepared, I don't know. You first need to breathe. Yeah, it's not so easy to get enough oxygen in a situation like this when your opponent is coming so quickly after you. Your head is turning that, oh my God, how do I get some stability? And I'm not liking the fact that Pichot is not blitzing his moves. Yeah, it's if you go for this line, you have to show computer preparation to get safety. Okay, queen a4 on the board.
Yep, the show goes on. And yeah, knight f6 is a very natural response. I think we're going to see it quickly from Gukesh. Queen a4 is by far the most human move, just withdrawing the queen from the trap on a8 and involving it directly in some sort of active activity. You're attacking e4, knight f6 already on the board. And bishop g5 here, it's important to point out, I don't know, but maybe it runs into bishop takes h2.
Yes, I have...
Not the end of the story, though.
I have similar feelings. I also felt like this is the first thing we have to clarify, that basically we would love to play bishop g5, but because of bishop takes h2 check, we are not happy. King h2, knight g4 check.
Yeah.
Seems to be very dangerous. On the other hand, at least we got rid of the dark square bishop, but queen h6 is coming. Okay, so after queen takes e4, because queen h4 we would have queen f4, but there is queen h6.
Subtle and powerful.
Yes. That's basically the end of the game.
Wow. Very important line.
Yeah. So, okay. But we know that the players are still in book. Okay. Pichot has not expected it. Otherwise, he would be blitzing. But certainly, he knows some computer lines. They are in his head. And he's trying to recollect them, trying to understand. Yes. Because we do see the evaluation bar saying that white can maybe fight for advantage if you are a computer, but over the board you also have to be realistic. Yeah, that which position gives you certain stability, where you feel like you can just play chess without the engine running. Because if the best way, no, okay, this definitely was not played. Yeah, bishop e2. It's a human move. I was actually thinking, like, I did not like rook d1 so much. It was a little bit computerish, showing nerves of steel. Bishop e2 is more of a human trying to control the g4 square right from the beginning.
And it was played after rook d1, queen e7. So I wonder if... But now knight g4 already blunders the e4 pawn. So maybe there is a specific tactical reason why the move rook d1 was thrown in by the correspondence guys. But yeah, I agree. Like, not covering the g4 square is very, very hard for a human to do.
Yes. Now the most natural move is queen e7, no? Because
yeah.
it indirectly stops bishop g5 because of queen e5. That would be a lovely double attack on the bishop and checkmate idea on h2. And please make a good move with white. Yeah, after queen e7.
Yeah, that's not rook d1 transposing into the correspondence line. Actually, rook d1 does look... Okay, I'm falling into the classic illusion where I see what the correspondence player played, and now I think it's the most natural thing in the world. But okay, rook d1 is pretty natural, I think, because bishop g5 fails to queen e5. You don't want to go g3, so what do you do other than rook d1?
But actually, to me, g3 is somehow sympathetic. I would love to play the move g3 and try to get the rook to e1, and somehow I'm hoping for bishop g5. This one, I feel like I get some kind of a solid stuff, and queen e7 on the board, okay? All right.
Okay, so yeah, we might see g3. I was overly dismissive because of the light squares, but bishop h3 is not the end of the world. But white just moves the rook.
Yeah, yeah, because okay, usually what is the drawback of some moves like g3, that black might be able to start attacking it with h5, h4, but that feels a bit slow. It will give me time to stabilize with rook e1, and then okay, maybe this is exactly the reason why Pichot is not that well prepared, that he knew that this line is a little bit like a gambling stuff from black, and he did not expect this to happen.
Yeah, the engine move at a high depth, by the way, is actually queen to c7 instead of queen to e7. And then
really?
the point is, it's actually quite clever. Queen to c7. Now, you would probably go g3, but the point is if white plays h3, then now you go queen e7. And having induced h3, queen e5 has become a much more serious threat. It is harder for white to play g3. These subtleties can be very hard to spot unless you're super well prepared. But after queen c7, yeah, g3. And then the engine recommends h5.
Yes, okay, it's all logical. And against bishop g5, he just plays bishop e5.
Bishop e5, yeah.
Yes.
With compensation, equal position.
Yes, yeah. For computers, everything is so clear.
Everything
is, yeah, everything is 0-0, nothing to worry about. But humanly, yeah, you just don't know what's going on.
Yeah, for the engine, we're always chilling. It doesn't matter where our king is. Chess really is a draw. If you analyze any amount of time with modern computers, you kind of understand that that's a foregone conclusion. Okay, so it looks like the position has stabilized somewhat. I think it's probably a good call for us to go back to the bird's eye view and maybe look at one more game before we take our first break of the day. Let's take a look at the top page. A couple updates on some of the boards. Yasipenko-Pragg looks like a pretty dynamic position. There's a pawn on h5 in Cheparina View Yengi. Otherwise, the position looks pretty normal. Erigaisi-Serrano might be an interesting game to explore because Alexei is clearly the one under the gun, given the time situation.
Wow. Look at the clock situation. Is it real? Could it be? Am I seeing
think it
right?
could.
Yes.
140. Is that 148 or 140?
Yeah, that's a big question. I'm also shocked, yeah, because I don't see it correctly. Because if it would be 48, I don't believe you just have no physical possibility of
it's got to be 140.
Yes, yeah, then it makes sense. Okay, let's.
It is.
It is. All right, so it's Petrov, one of the most topical lines on the highest level. Jan Nepomniachtchi has been playing it with tremendous success in the Madrid Candidates 2022. Yep. And I think people are catching up. Yeah, because the idea of playing the Petrov is to be solid, but actually I think Jan has won so many games with the Petrov like in nothing else. He's just winning game after game, and then people might get attracted that, okay, come on, let me be solid, and if my opponent overextends himself or is too aggressive, then I can strike back.
Petrov is a really interesting opening in general. You just kind of don't think about it on the same level as, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and mainline Ruy Lopez's, but it's always had a very good reputation ever since Boris Gelfand introduced a lot of new theoretical findings in I want to say 2008, 2009. What was the time that Gelfand was really involved in the Petrov?
Well, but don't forget Vladimir Kramnik, yeah, who killed my 1e4 in our match, in our World Championship match, and I was forced to go to 1d4, basically almost without any preparation. And I always felt like, okay, against Kramnik, you just can't play the Petrov with white because he knows everything. But since then, of course, theory has developed tremendously. Then Gelfand was also picking up the Petrov. It's of course always very dangerous when all these big theoreticians are getting very deep into an opening.
Yeah, I remember the game Anand Gelfand. It was all the rage. Then it kind of died down, and then Jan picked it up, and now, just like fashion in clothing, it comes back and it returns, and you never know when, a 16th century outfit is going to get popular again. So here we see a very sharp line with knight c3 and white castles queenside, so opposite side castling. which is very normal for this variation. Castles, castles. The knight is routed to f6, which is a nice spot, lending some security to the king side. White brings the bishop out to d3. So this is theory, but the moves are all very logical. And now d5, I would say another quite logical move. But clearly Alexei is less familiar with this than Arjun.
Yeah, Arjun has a very clear idea. The point is that if you play this system from the black side, you just can't cover every single move, yeah, because white has millions of possibilities. White can play at some point with king b1, white can play with h4, white can play with h3, white can play everything the same without king b1, with bishop d3. There are hundreds of different setups here, and every single move order has its own rules. Yeah, and because of this, then of course with black, it's much harder to be prepared specifically against every single move order.
Yeah, it's just like the Italian, I think, where white has 1,000 ways to play and 1,000 move orders. This is similar. White has so many different modes of development. Okay, we see c6, opening up the potential pathway for black's queen to get to a5, which is pretty common in this line. Although the immediate queen a5 is not dangerous because of king b1. Okay, it's just a one-move threat. Instead, the knight is centralized on e4, inviting a bunch of trades. Argaisi obviously declines them, threatening bishop takes e4. And the knight jumps back to c5. So the knight has had a very busy life.
Yes, on the other hand, it targets the bishop on d3. And the big question is, and we still see that Arjun is blitzing, which means that his preparation is very deep. It's maybe the starting position of his analysis. This is kind of the scary part. g4, it's a completely new concept. He is ready to give up the light squared bishop for central control. Look at the rooks. They are ready to get activated along the central files, and black still needs to finish development on the queen side. And basically with g4, white is also hinting at some ideas like knight d4, knight f5, restricting the bishop on c8. It's a very interesting idea.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what is white's next move? Like, let's say black plays bishop e6, for instance. Is it knight d4? Is it something more aggressive? Probably it is knight d4. So g4 is not a move like I'm trying to mate you in the next 2 seconds, but you are creating the preconditions for a potential attack, and you're covering the f5 square. So in a sense, the idea is quite positional. It's related to square control.
Yes, and also restricting. Maybe in the future it will be useful for an attack, but for the moment, the big question is really, how does black develop the bishop? Is bishop d7 a safer choice? One of the typical moves that actually black wants to play in this type of position is rook e8. Yeah, but it's impossible here because of bishop takes e5. That's one of the main ideas from white, that he's already so well ready for action on the e file. Mm-hmm. And this is a very deep idea. And let's just go back a couple of moves, and now we already can somehow better understand why things have happened. Yeah, so bishop d3, making sure that the rook can join the game. Black played the move d5, grabbing space, and also very typical knight f6, e4 hits the queen with a tempo. White plays the move h3, making sure that black's bishop is not able to be developed to g4. That's also very interesting. Then black follows it up with c6. Now rook he1 happened, and after knight e4, queen e2, knight c5, and g4. It all makes perfect sense.
No games in the database, from what I see, which makes it even scarier for Alexei to face this if Arjun is blitzing out his moves. So Rana's biggest challenge of the tournament is going to be to navigate these complexities against Arjun Erigaisi. But it's time for us to take our first break of the day. Hour number 1 of round 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss is underway. A lot of interesting openings, a lot to dive into as usual. We will be back with more coverage of FIDE Grand Swiss and Grand Swiss in just a couple minutes.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn, and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on chess.com.
Lots of action in round 3 of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. We are about an hour into round 3, where a lot of the top guys are facing each other, and the tournament standings are starting to be more defined. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see how a lot of the games are proceeding. We wanted to check in on Hikaru Nakamura, who's on one of the lower boards. He has 1 point out of 2 after making 2 draws. But this is page 1 of the matchups. A lot of interesting positions. Alireza Firouzja choosing to play a very quiet Catalan. Peter against the upstart Jalmahanov. Anish Giri, he seems to have a pretty nice position against Vachier-Lagrave. What else jumps to mind?
Well, a lot. Everywhere action, everywhere fight. Yes, I'm a little bit surprised that Pragg is playing a slightly dubious opening, because he had shown brilliant preparation. And look at this, he's also blitzing his moves. He might have find some very interesting new ideas in a so-called dubious line. That's always great, because that definitely comes as a big surprise and shock for your opponent. Interesting to keep an eye on later. But also Shilov against Abdusatolov, Nakamura game, Firouzja's game. Yeah, we should have a look around.
And this is page 2 of the bird's eye view, boards 11 through 20. Hikaru Nakamura on the bottom right in a semi-Slav or a Slav, a very quiet position. We'll take us a deeper dive into Hikaru's position soon. Martirosyan against Tari is kind of an interesting endgame. Probably came from a semi-Tarash that's been really popular recently. And a Dragon, not a common guest at this level in Kuivakarov versus Abbasov on also the lower right.
Wow, yes, that's kind of surprising. And many, for example, Grandilus Hushembet is a very interesting kind of open Spanish theoretical debate. Well, action everywhere.
Action everywhere. Let's go to Hikaru first. Let's take a slightly deeper look. We don't have to stay there long. It's, I think, a pretty balanced position, which started out without question as a Slav.
Yes, it's a classical Meran after e6. Well, if you would have asked me, I would have said that Hikaru would go for Russia bishop g5 instead of e3, but he opted for e3. Knight b7, bishop e2. Yeah, this is some kind of a new fashion. Bishop d6, castles, castles, b3, b6. Everything very classical. Bishop d3, the bishop moves now. It might surprise people, but this is a kind of natural way of things, because now if black captures dc4, white can recapture with the pawn. That's the whole idea. Black is not provoked. Black just continues normally, queen e7, rook c1. And somehow I'm surprised what I'm seeing, that Hikaru slowed down. Yeah, he played rook e1. Because yes, black has played the move bishop d6 to b4. It's also a typical way of pin white and making sure that white is not able to break in the center with e3, e4. Everything was ready for that break. And now Hikaru played the move knight d2, which kind of looks a bit timid, but at the same time, if white gets e4 in, then things are getting to heat up very easily.
Yeah, definitely. If white can play e4 and favorably trade in the center, then Hikaru's strategy will be justified, which leads me to the question, can black strike first with a move like c5? At least my instinct is for black to play c5 and create that pawn cube, which we see very often in the Slav, and I'm wondering what Hikaru has in mind against this.
Yeah, it's the big question. Normally, when you play the move c5, then the bishop on b4 is vulnerable. But at the same time, all of black's pieces are very harmoniously placed. I feel like black can even give up the bishop. Yeah, for example, after a3, we might just take on c3, and we are just too active.
Yeah, even bishop a5 is possible, kind of like that line in the Nimzo, where the
Yes.
b4 square is well secured. Yeah, I mean, okay, Hikaru can... What is his next move going to be? That's what I'm curious about. Like c5, how does white improve? Because the knight on d2 is kind of at a dead end. It's restricted by the pawn on d5. And Chopra has gone from the other side. He's gone e5 instead. Also very sensible, I think.
Yes, it was hanging in the air, but since c5 looked good enough, I felt like maybe there is no need for any of this fancy business, because e5 is a bit shaky, and it's understandable that he did spend a lot of time before making this committal move.
It definitely feels shakier than c5. It feels like there's more that could go wrong here for black, but I don't know exactly what. First question is, yeah, bishop f5. That feels like an annoying little prick.
Yes.
And it pins the knight. It causes a little bit of discomfort. Does Arjun want to play e4 and lock up the center, or is that in white's favor?
I think that's in white's favor, because normally you play this e4 in order to attack white's king, but white's king is perfectly safe. The bishop on b7 is out of the game. Black has already committed weaknesses on the queen side, so it will be very easy for white to create play there. No, I don't think that e4 is a possibility, and the reason I was a little bit skeptical and not liking the look of e5 was this bishop f5 move.
Yeah, I mean, you're simply exploiting the square that was weakened by the moves e5. E takes d4, e takes d4, white's rook is perfectly positioned in case the e file opens, and black can play queen d6 here. Maybe this is okay, but it starts already to get quite uncomfortable. Knight f3 and knight e5 comes to mind. I mean, black is cramped here. The question again is, why do this to yourself when you had a great alternative in the form of c5? So I'm also on the skeptical side about the move e5.
Yeah, it's for example, here also we already see computer saying some nice possibilities for white. Maybe in a move like c takes d5 is interesting, because after cd there is a nasty knight b5, and this queen on d6 will not really find the safe spot. Okay, no, you have queen f4. Okay, no, that's very important. Yeah, you still have queen f4, but okay, all of this is a bit mysterious.
And even a3 might be an idea here. a3 with bishop takes a3, c5.
Yes, that's actually a lovely spot. Yeah, bishop takes a3, c5 wins a piece or wins material. In any case, it's just like you can't play like this. This is somehow not right. I don't believe that this is what Chopra wants. But what is the reaction after bishop f5?
It could be rook c to d8, just unpinning the knight.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was also the thought I have. That on the other hand, black has just played rook ac8 1-2 moves ago. It's psychologically not so easy to move, and bishop f5 on the board.
Yeah, good call. The only way to create any kind of pressure against black's position, and Hikaru doesn't hesitate.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm a little bit skeptical of e5 that, yes, we all know how dangerous Hikaru is. And if you give him the slightest chance of being able to show his mastery, his creativity, then he will do it. Yeah, so making sure that you have everything under control, I think, is one of the main priorities playing Hikaru.
Yeah, the ball is in Black's court here. I'm really curious what Chopra has in mind. And the next few moves, I think, are going to be very important. Black will have to keep control of the game, not allow the center to collapse in White's favor. I mean, potentially, if you get a trade on d5 and then on e5, you get the isolated queen pawn on d5. And if White can grab control of the square in front of it, then the situation becomes rather nasty.
Yeah, it's also not so easy that how do you provoke White doing that? Yeah, because White is also happy just keeping the tension at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I think Hikaru is not quite happy that with knight d2, bishop f5, he got a game. And this gives us a chance to continue our tour. There is so
Indeed.
much to see. There is so much to see. And just for example, next to this game, there is also Praggnanandhaa Sadhvani, the two prodigies facing each other.
Yeah, great matchup of two juniors. Pragg is 27-38. That is a crazy rating.
And wow, Catalan, I feel like actually what we are seeing from Pragg is something very interesting. He has already qualified for the candidates, and he's using this tournament, first of all, to practice the classical time control, which definitely he doesn't have much experience, and also completely new openings, which is a very interesting strategy, because if he would just be playing his main openings, first of all, in order to make them work, then you always have to show some specific move per move idea. And you are also not learning so much. So I think he's already investing in his future. And look at this. We see the Catalan. Bishop b4 check. The orthodox classical Catalan. c6 and b3. A relatively rare move. D takes c4. B takes c4, c5.
Ooh.
What a transformation of pawn structure.
I don't think I've ever seen this idea with Black in a Catalan. I just kind of always assumed that the status quo is maintained in the center.
Yeah, well, it's a very special kind of reaction. Yeah, White wants to keep the center. Yes, e3, very important. Make sure that you don't release the tension. Black is putting the pressure with queen c7, probably followed by rook d8. However, yeah, this is the setup with knight b2. White is beautifully coordinated. The pawn on d4 is protected. The d2 knight protects the c4 pawn. So these hanging pawns, which might become hanging after cd-ed, White has everything under control. And then finally, White will also have some typical ideas somewhere with pawn sacrifice with d5. It's a very, very fighting position.
It is indeed. And okay, Black, I would definitely take White. I also think Black is very solid here. b6 comes to mind with Black, just trying to get the bishop to b7. And I'm curious what Pragg's next move is going to be. Is he just going to go like rook c1 and queen e2? Is he going to make the standard moves, or is he going to try to do something more special in the center, such as knight d2 to b3, even in some cases pushing d5, but that looks very unrealistic.
Yes, I think one very important point that we have to highlight in this position, that usually Black should keep the tension as long as he can, because releasing the tension with cd-ed helps White. Suddenly, White gets the e-file. Yeah, there are suddenly all those tactical possibilities. And that's why if Black can play b6, bishop b7, rook fd8, and nothing really happens, then Black will be super happy. No problems, and just an easy play.
Yeah, rook d8, rook c8. Black is kind of an abundance of helpful moves that he can make to improve his position. So I think White maybe has a very modest pull here. More comfortable position for sure. b6 already on the board. But I don't think Sadhvani is sitting there with his head in his hands just saying that this opening was a failure.
Yeah, absolutely not. If there is no trick with d4, d5, yeah, that's kind of always the big question. But for the moment, it looks like it shouldn't be working yet. All right, so we continue our tour. What do we have? I also see immediately next to this game, MVL is there. Yeah, it's also very difficult not to look at Ponomario against Maxim
That's a
Vachier-Lagrave.
great matchup. Pono has been having a hard time of his pairings at the start of this tournament. He's playing a super tournament.
A very super one, yeah, with 2750 average after third round. A very interesting challenge. And look at this. Yeah, he goes for knight f3. All right, knight f3 professional, because he knows that Maxim likes to play the Grunfeld. This is the anti-Grunfeld strategy. However, we have talked about it that MVR has expanded his opening repertoire. He plays many different things, among them the Queen's Gambit Accepted, which he also played against Magnus Carlsen in the AI Cup, in the Champions Chess Tour. So yes, we see a big debate here. Castles a6 and rook e1, a fashionable little move. How much do you know about this?
Very little. I knew that knight bd2 was fashionable ever since Sam Shanklin's chessable course, but rook e1, I almost want to say I've never seen this move before this early.
Yeah, it also exists. Basically, every single move started to exist. That
a3, a4, knight c3, knight d2, queen c2, queen e2. Like, name a move, it's been played.
Yes, and especially for the reason that in every single line, White is struggling to find advantage. Yeah, and that's why people are trying to invent new methods. And yeah, bishop e7, e4. So now we see the idea behind rook e1. White is trying to be very aggressive in the center. Actually, and another, I think, very important point, we have to highlight that it would be thematic. Why didn't Black push the pawn to b5 if that's anyway the so-called idea, and White has played this very little move rook e1? I think the idea is that White falls back with the bishop to f1 and immediately undermines the queen side with a to a4, and it will be very unpleasant for Black to react. B takes a4 you don't want to do. You don't really want to push b5, b4, then you weaken the squares. The White knight immediately starts jumping to all these squares. So that's the justification behind rook e1, and after bishop e7 we see e4. Very interesting, and only once White committed e4, then MVR goes for b5, because he knows that White has already also committed something in the center. Very interesting.
And this is almost starting to look more like a Moran than a Queen's Gambit Accepted.
Exactly. And okay, this knight d5, a4, this is the moment when I would not be worried of a4 at all, because already we have this monster knight on d5. The strategical small finesses on the queen side don't mean anything. The only danger usually that Black is faced with, when White expands with the pawn to e5 and gives the d5 square, that Black's king will be checkmated. That's the real danger. But here we still see that that knight is still far away. It's not on e4 and it's not yet on g5, because those are the dangers we are talking about against Black's king.
Yeah, White's essentially going to work around this knight on d5. So it may seem all hunky-dory once you get that monster piece in the center. And it's a big accomplishment for Black. But right now, the pawn on b5 is hanging, and you have many ways that you can go about defending it. You can play b4. That move has its positional drawbacks. It weakens the c4 square. But that seems to be the most clear-cut, the least, headachy variation, because you know that you're not losing any pawns with Black. You can also play c4, but then you run the risk of that pawn structure on the queen side collapsing if White plays b3 at some point. Has to be calculated. And finally, you can play a move like queen b6 and just try to add a defender to the b5 pawn.
Yes, well, my actually take is that since I'm already happy with what I see from the Black side, I would even consider just giving the pawn. I just castle and tell you that please take, because I just don't believe that you can just take the... Of course, you can take it, but you will never get advantage. Let me just highlight what I mean. I will have lovely pieces. You are losing way too much time. I'm going to follow it up with something like queen b6. And I have brilliant compensation. Rook is coming to d8. I'm loving Black's position. I can take this any single moment without any preparation, but with White, never.
Yeah, honestly, this is such a good, fundamentally sound position. The bishop on e7 doing a great job defensively of stopping knight to g5. So White's got nothing going on the king side. All of Black's pieces are potentially joining in the fight. Rook d8, knight c6 is coming. Very good insight. I mean, somehow sacking the pawn didn't occur to me, but I think this would be very in line with MVL's treatment of most positions. He likes the more dynamic solutions. He's a Grunfeld player. If you're a Grunfeld player, then you're emphasizing piece activity over everything.
Exactly. So that was the reason when I saw a4 here, I thought like, no, I'm not liking this. And the whole point is that maybe, I don't know if after rook e1, bishop e7 was a super smart move, but is white really playing e4, or rook e1 was just a small little finesse and you should continue like if nothing happened? Because these last couple of moves are heavily in black's favor in my opinion. Yeah, this is e5, knight d5, unless you have here some move pair move preparation and you know exactly that computer tells you that yes, I give the d5 square, but you have something in return, that knight bd2 and knight e4, and then you can go for initiative, then it makes sense, but never with a4.
Yeah, it's a huge positional concession, huge. So you have to make something up for it. Ponomarev is trying to do that by exerting pressure on the queen side, but the most that this can amount to is only a pawn. And that is not an encouraging sign. I agree. I think, it was a clever idea to play rook e1. He plays edgy, but then maybe getting a little bit overzealous in the center, giving up the d5 square, and looks like a very comfortable position for Maxime out of the opening.
Yes, and it already gives me the feeling to move on. Let's check out what happened in Giri against Vachier-Lagrave. We did talk about this, that how did this happen? What was it? Was it e4, e6, e4, c5? From where did this come from? Yes, okay, here's the answer. We have the game. We have the moves. Anish played e4, c5, knight f3, e6, d3. That's the surprise. Knight c6, g3, d5, and queen e2.
Interesting move.
And how many games have you played? Because you play King's Indian. Do you play also King's Indian attack?
Sometimes, a good amount of time. But I've never played queen e2. I've always played knight b to d2. I think queen e2 is a more flexible, modern treatment of this line. And queen e2 is a very problematic move because e takes d5 is now a positional threat. Why? Because black cannot recapture with the pawn. Black will have to recapture with the queen, and then white can bring the knight out with tempo to c3, and you can just get a favorable structure. But Vachier, he plays knight f6, so now he takes d5. There is knight takes d5, and you're not losing as many tempi. But Giri decides to keep the King's Indian attack structure. He just develops bishop g2, bishop b7, a4. Kind of an interesting move. Early a4 to stop b5, which is a typical plan of queenside expansion we see in this line. And Vachier decides to be the one to change the pawn structure. He grabs on e4 and plays e5. And in the King's Indian, typically this is a positional victory for white, because after white plays c3, then the d4 square is super well defended, but d5 is a potential huge outpost if white can get his knight there, and that's often very, very difficult.
Yeah, actually, I'm a little bit surprised that Etienne willingly went for this position. And castles, queen c7, knight a3, knight a5. Yeah, that's the justification, I believe, from black side, that he's fighting for the c4 square. But Anish continues the fight for the c4 square. Knight d2. Usually these are the type of positions also that white often gives up the dark square bishop for the knight on f6. Because if we eliminate that knight on f6, then the whole on d5 will be very critical. White is probably hoping also for some knight dc4, bishop g5, knight e3 regrouping, and then getting access to that d5 square.
Yeah, if black just neglects all of white's ideas, the situation becomes very nasty if white gains control of d5. Now, bishop e6 is, I think, the most natural move. Vachier is thinking here now for almost 9 minutes. Maybe he can start with bishop g4 and provoke f3. He had a situation like this yesterday against Report where he could have played bishop h5 check. So kind of a similar type of thing. Like f3, does that favor white? Does that favor black? Maybe that's one of the things he's thinking about.
Yes, and probably he feels like, why do I have this question all the time? Why don't I only have one natural move and then I can play it immediately? I don't have to think about it, because such a high-classy player like Etienne, of course, is very interested about all these finesses, and it makes so much sense, that to try to understand it. But you can just burn 10-15 minutes on your clock, finally not come to any final conclusion, and you anyway still decide on one of the moves without any final decision.
It just produces more questions than answers, especially an open-ended decision like this where you have no idea if a pawn on f3 is going to favor white or black in the long run. So at some point, you just have to take the plunge and make an intuitive decision. But yeah, pretty comfortable position for Anish. Just kind of a low-key game so far.
Yes, we can continue our tour. Any game that comes to your mind you want to check out?
Well, this game you just hovered on Narayanan Vitugov. Was that equal material or was I? Oh yeah, it's equal material. Okay, for some reason I thought white was an exchange, so we don't have to dwell on this one.
Yes,
Also wanted to look at Levon Aronian at some point.
Yes, okay, let's do it. Because also he's playing against Sindarov, a very interesting, very aggressive Uzbek player who also had a wonderful Kata Masters.
Mm-hmm.
And well, and we see that it's a razor sharp Arhangelsk Rui Lopez. Well, to be honest, it started from Berlin, but this is how modern chess goes. Yeah, that all these transpositions. Yes, knight f6, d3, bishop c5. Already we
bishop
are
a4.
Yes, bishop a4. I remember that it was Magnus Carlsen shocked me. I was doing one of my first commentaries during the World Rapid and Blitz in St. Petersburg 2018, when I believe it was against Andreikin that Magnus played the move bishop a4 and went on to win a very nice long squeeze. And I said, wow, I didn't know that move.
Wow, bishop a4. I've seen this in the Rosalimo. It's funny that we see the moves a6 and bishop a4, and I would bet a silver dollar that black played a6 and then white played bishop a4. But no, in fact, it's the other way around. First, white drops the bishop back, then black plays a6. Welcome to 2023 chess, ladies and gentlemen. And then this transposes into an entirely different line, the Archangel. So if we keep going, Peter, this is like head spinning in the opening stage of this game.
Yes, I just wanted to make a little sense to what we are seeing here with bishop a4. The point of bishop a4 is it's a prophylactical move, because if white plays short castles, black has this very solid line with knight d4, hitting the bishop, trading the knight on f3, and it has a very solid reputation. If you play the move c3, black has all these very direct lines with d5s, leading to forced lines. Black is doing well. So basically with bishop a4, you are saying that I don't want to commit yet to c3, but I want to get out of knight d4. And the point is that if black plays short castle, now white castle short, you can't play knight d4 because the pawn on e5 is hanging. And already now you can't play the move a6, because then white takes on c6 and collects the pawn on e5. And white has already castled, so there are no problems on the f2 square. Yeah, so exactly. A lot of finesses. Yeah, those are the main ideas behind. We don't have more time to talk about any other things, and that's why exactly Levon has started the move with the move a6, so that when white castles, he can play b5 and solve the problem of his e5 pawn.
And now we've fully transposed into the Archangel, c3, h6. Okay, the next set of moves I think are totally normal, as both sides get their knights to g3 and g6 respectively. Black completes his development. And I confused this for an Italian at first, because you can get actually this type of structure also in an Italian. So we're mentioning like every single opening through the course of this game. But then things get really sharp in the center. So a5, okay, that's a pretty significant move, but we'll put it to the side for now, because the real action starts in the center. White with the opening salvo, but then black says, I want some of that too. And these types of positions are very difficult to calculate, because there are so many captures, and you have to figure out, what is the order of operations in which you do things. White's already played knight e5. Knight e5, de, and knight takes e4 is the current position. And presumably, the trades are going to continue, right, with knight takes e4?
Well, it's kind of very strange, because usually this always works out in black's favor, in a sense that black just liquidates and equalizes, and because, okay, black is black, draw is kind of a good result. But here we do see the evaluation bar saying that white has an advantage, and I'm trying to understand that, is there some hidden move? Because sometimes there is this bishop e3 idea that you can sacrifice the e5 pawn, because actually black can't really take it due to the pin, but I'm not sure if it's exactly here, or do we just take, but if we take on e4, then Do we take with the knight? Do we take with the bishop and then try to go for some queen g4 attack?
Ooh, I like that. I was thinking knight takes c4 and queen g4, but maybe bishop takes and queen g4 is more consistent.
Yeah, okay, let's check one by one. Yeah, so knight takes e4, d takes e4. If we trade queens, that's basically nothing.
Yep.
Queen,
queen
g4.
g4.
But usually black takes on e5 and has queen f6 next. Yeah, this is a typical kind of reaction. You can't play like this because I have queen f6. I might even have bishop f2, queen
Bishop
f6.
f2,
I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, I have too many options. In any case, it's good for black. It's nothing to worry about, and this is clearly what also Levon is expecting. But there is apparently some special catch in this position, and that's why I'm trying to think out of the box. That what could it be? For example, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, queen g4. I still think that you can take on e5 because bishop h6, queen f6 doesn't seem to worry me that much.
I agree. Rook takes c5, and then white's got some alternatives here. I guess there's knight. No, knight h5, g6 is just a one-trick pony, and the knight has literally a one-trick pony. That was unintentional. And bishop h6. Bishop h6 probably, yeah. Bishop f2 does not work, so queen f6 is forced. Well, semi-forced.
And we can maybe even try to play some positions like with bishop e3 and rely on our jumpy knight. But okay, it's very difficult to evaluate this type of position. It can also be perfectly fine for black.
Yeah, if it's difficult to evaluate, we know it's equal.
Yes. Yeah, for example, okay, takes. Black plays some rook b8. I don't... Okay, if there are some concrete problems, it's one thing, but it looks like black has active enough pieces to control the situation.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like in this particular instance black is struggling. I agree. Rook e8, and if you don't lose the e4 pawn, okay, why are you worse?
Yes.
So it's not that. I mean, the engine is giving a sizable edge to white. Bishop e3, is definitely a move, and it might even work out tactically. But it doesn't seem like after even bishop e3, bishop takes e3, rook takes e3. Actually,
yes,
wait a
you
second.
Can take on e5. You can
F3,
take on e5. f3, queen g5.
Queen e1?
Yes, queen e1. Let's show this, yeah, because it was...
That's cool.
Yeah, it was the line that I started also. I mentioned this bishop e3 because...
You called it immediately.
Yeah, because somewhere deep in my mind, I do recall this motif that I have analyzed it. But it was probably 2012. That was the moment when I was very much into these structures. And yeah, let's just highlight this, that it's all about this rook takes e5, f3, who is winning what? There is a pin, but apparently there is a counter strike with queen g5 hitting the rook and the knight, and then this queen e1 move is the key.
I love moves like that. Love moves like queen e1. I mean, you're defending the knight and you're increasing the pressure along the e file. That's the other point. Knight takes g3. There's still rook takes e5. And if black can't play queen g5, then black has to give away the exchange for insufficient compensation, I think, unless there are any other shenanigans here. Maybe f5 instead of queen g5.
Okay, let me go back. f5 here.
I want to play f takes e4, f4.
It's a bit shaky. I don't know yet how to punish, but...
Knight e2 is a move.
Just like this, yeah?
Well, queen g5, there's then f4, which is kind of funny.
Wow.
Queen h4, g3. It's not a terrible move according to the eval bar, but it's not the move.
Yes, because also some crazy things might happen. Okay, let's just show this, yeah, that queen g5 runs into f4. That was the main idea of 92. But yeah, it's a little bit getting out of control. Maybe black can also just sacrifice the piece already because he has very big activity. Different things are coming to mind. One thing that I wanted to highlight right from the beginning, that after bishop e3, there might be also this absolute legitimate question that what happens if after bishop takes e3, rook takes e3, black simply takes on g3, because we are probably unable to take with the rook, then pawn on e5 is hanging. But often ideas like f take g3 are extremely strong. And then you get queen dc, rook f1 in, and look at black's king. It gets under heavy fire.
Yeah, because then rook takes f7 is going to be a huge threat. I mean, if you look at just the FG and H files, black has nothing protecting the king, and white's essentially got all of the pieces either directly aimed at the king's side or they're about to be. And bishop e3 has been played. Look at that timing. Just as we finish analyzing it, it is played. And for newer players, Peter, just really quickly, knight takes g3 first. Why doesn't that work? Because there's bishop takes a7 intermezzo. You don't take the knight back, you take the bishop, and black plays rook a8. And even the very simple bishop retreat is just going to yield a position where white's got all of the trump cards. You could even play b4, very positional, and black is never going c5. You know, this is a disaster.
Exactly, yeah. So bishop e3, very well played by Sindaro, and I have the feeling, because look at the clock situation, that Levo might have been fooled by his knowledge that he kind of knows from experience that this d5 break always works for black, yeah? But this is a very special position that you not very often see this a5 bishop a7 construction. Yeah, it's usually a pawn on a4 and the bishop on b6, and then bishop e3 would never ever appear as a motive at all. So despite seemingly Levo knowing much more about the position, he might have gotten into some trouble.
Might have confused himself and not incorporated that seemingly insignificant nuance into his calculations. Okay, it's time for our second break of the day. If you're a Twitch subscriber, stay tuned at the break to watch Gotham Chess and Fabiano go head-to-head in a game of push-up chess, and we will be back with more FIDE Grand Swiss after the break.
Do you do shitty push-ups?
No, I'll be fine.
So I could like drop down and do 10 on move 1?
Well, that's yeah, right. We start the clock and then you just decide when you want to do that.
All right.
Where are we?
Look at the form!
Look
at the
How many
shoes!
did you do?
We got a clown with the shoes!
How many did you do?
20. Get the shoes!
Wait, what does that mean?
Go! Levy! What's up? What's up? I'm fit as bro! We should got this one! Oh, he's got game too! Oh man, I gotta take off my shirt. I gotta take off my shirt.
Make that clock count. We need an arbiter for the count.
Yeah, oh, there we go.
Okay, we should have brought
Okay, there you go. Okay, good. Actually, it's actually not. 5-3 is a big format, I feel like.
Okay, now we're tied. We're tied, okay? Oh, he's trying to get a lead. He's at 31?
In that late night
Yo, these pieces are crazy, man. That's okay. I'm not trying to do
All right,
that.
so that was a really good lesson for me. That little pattern.
This is how you learn.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, we made 3 move the push-ups.
Right?
I can't imagine
Queen
just
d5
boxing.
check was fine, but taking the rook
Yeah.
was stupid. But if I took the knight and
tough.
blocked the check,
Right.
Our bishops are taking
More push-ups, less time.
I take queen d6.
it's a pretty even position. So I'm gonna like go here and here.
Oh damn, the sneak attack. Taking the lead on the push-ups? Going to 60?
Am I off?
60!
He's strong. Yeah.
Oh, I have to play faster.
3 minute is 1.
Yeah, he could just do that though. It was a cool move. But it was a bad move. No.
All right, I got it for 3 minutes.
At least I did my push-ups. Oh, what a tragic way to end the game.
So we've got the
Long enough break.
Yeah.
We're back with a view of Douglas, the capital of Isle of Man. In the midst of round 3 of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss, GM Daniel Narditsky, GM Peter Lecko, commentating once again for you today these marathon rounds, but very, very interesting rounds. Peter, we've been following the open section action very closely. Let's have a look at the ladies section. There we go. And there's the bird's eye view. What jumps out at you? Tons of different positions. I almost feel nauseous just looking at this because these are a completely different set of positions.
Exactly, yeah. That's why I was also silent, because I wanted to treasure the moment, yeah, that what kind of structures do we see, which openings. Wow. Okay. I have already picked up so many games today. I want to give you the chance to.
Let's start with Castaño-Grubers. I appreciate it. And I also wanted to look at Vachier-Lagrave, but maybe we can start with another French that Eline Rubers played against Helena Shabalova successfully, and now she plays it again against Castaño, who tries to punish her much more directly. Okay,
Yes,
so here we go.
Let's take a look right from the start. Already we know that it had to be a Winawer. It certainly is a Winawer French. Always, I'm very happy to see this when white is principled. Yeah, a3, takes. Another big question was that which setup does Eline have in mind? And there is the answer, the new setup, knight c6, rapport. This is Rapport's specialty. And usually for ages, for centuries, people were playing knight e7 automatically or queen c7. Yeah, it's knight e7, queen g4, the very big main line with queen c7, the absolute starting position of all this craziness that we see after queen takes g7 and so on. But knight c6 leads to completely different play. And after knight c6, Castaño opts for a4. The bet moment for Castaño was that she didn't got an information from that first round game between Shuvalova and Rubers that what Eline had in mind, because that featured bishop d2. Yeah, that's kind of very unfortunate. So I'm not sure that she could really anticipate knight c6. Okay, a4 played, knight g7, bishop b5, queen a5, bishop d2, bishop d7, finally queen g4, the most natural move, yeah, appeared on the board. Castles, knight f6, and look at the clock situation. It's only move 11, and the players really have burned the clock.
Yeah, it's a super complex position. It doesn't look like a theoretical French, something that would be well studied. Often you see the light squared bishop for white sitting on d3, which I think here would be a preferable spot because you would be aimed at the h7 pawn. On b5, it's doing something, it's exerting some pressure, but it's not, it's not as actively participating in the game. I guess the big question for Castaño, does she play e takes f6? Or is there something like castle short, just keep the tension and allow potentially an unfavorable transformation of the pawn structure?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what you say. The most thematic reaction is kind of almost always e takes f6, but this is such a special position, and you did mention this bishop on b5 not being placed usual, the normal standard way. Also, there is this special extra finesse with Queen A5 against Bishop on D2. Also, something to pay attention to after EF. Black plays Rook F6, and I'm kind of feeling that Black gets active too quickly. Like Rook AF8, then some Rook takes F3 ideas are threatened. The Queen pins the Bishop also on D2. Yeah, if White castles. I believe this is the reason why Alexandra is taking her time, because it's not clear at all that you can play along the general rules, or this is such a special position that you have to make sure that you are very specific.
Yeah, very, very well explained. What are the other candidate moves for her? I mean, is castles kingside the other main candidate move, or is there something more creative that she could do? I mean, c4 is an impulse reaction, but that just seems to make everything worse because your center will collapse after queen c7.
Yes,
that's an empty threat.
It feels like, but yeah, what are the options? Otherwise, short castle would be the other move. And then you already mentioned that usually f takes e5 is a great transformation for Black. What changed here? Why is this, for example, now interesting for White? It's a big question. Like FIDE, and it's so difficult to make sense to all of this.
Yeah, this looks good on the one hand, but Black can't get the rook to f6. Rook f5 comes to mind. Knight g6. It's a very hard position to evaluate. In knight g6, I guess rook fe1, and White keeps the pawn safely protected. And rook f5, there is potentially some sort of bishop d3 problems.
Yeah, the reason why I'm silent, that I'm trying to make sense to all of this, and looking at the evil bar, I was trying to think about, if I would be playing this position over the board and I would know absolutely nothing, then would I be believing that this fe5 d5 is really an option for White? Yeah, because it's not the usual way. But okay, White was the one who played a4 and bishop b5, so probably she already has some kind of motives in her mind, but it's not obvious at all.
The fact that she's thinking is a clear signal that she's taking this option seriously, but she's not sure, which is the lesser evil. I mean, after castle's short, White actually may be the one fighting for an advantage, but that's not clear at all. So very undefined, interesting position.
Yes, which gives us the chance to continue our tour. There was one more game that you said you definitely want to check out.
It was Vachier-Lagrave against Caruana.
Wow, okay, what is this?
And the last move was crazy too.
Yes, knight b7, knight e4, fire on board, but it's not Alexei Shirov.
Yeah, very good reference.
Wow.
Shirov.
Yes. All right, let's quickly check out how did this happen, because this was something special. And I see some Grand Prix attack, or bishop g7, bishop b5 check.
Yeah,
when I first saw this, I couldn't believe my eyes. What is this? Bishop b5 check, bishop d7, and then bishop c5. I think it was Magnus in Monaco in the Amber tournament, and I thought like, yeah, okay, Magnus young, and he's probably doing it only because this is a rapid blindfold event. Yeah, he wants to be fancy, and then it turns out that it's a very serious idea. Knight c6, d3, knight e5, and he did it against Vichy. Yeah, I remember that. Wow, no respect. And after it turned out that no, he plays it because he has too much respect. Yeah, it's
even Magnus's rapid, openings are pretty incredible and offer some cool ideas. Actually, what Magnus plays in rapid can, often inspires my opening repertoire. Even in blitz, he can play some really interesting stuff.
Yeah, all what he's doing has a soul. Yeah, that's very important. Yeah, that it might look strange, it might look like out of the ordinary, but exactly that's why he was interested to trying it.
Okay, so back to this game, we had castles queenside. In the Grand Prix attack, White almost never castles queenside. This is a huge rarity. This might be the first game in history where White castles queenside in a Grand Prix attack. So Black immediately prepares the typical Sicilian expansion with b5, and then things get crazy. This is, Peter, like the move that you always play. This is what the Grand Prix attack hinges on. You try to break apart Black's center so that your bishop can operate and your pieces can dive in. But look at this.
Exactly.
I mean, what happens next is crazy.
This is definitely something that basically never happens in the Grand Prix attack, f6. Just, but I'm loving it. It's a shocking move. It's extremely creative. Bishop
Take my
takes
pawn.
f6 and e5. That's the idea. And bishop g7, knight e4. So white's bishop on c4 is left unpre for the last 3 moves. But this is the whole idea. The knight is threatening to give a devastating check. Black has not yet castled. And honestly, knight b7 is a very natural human way of dealing with this. Yeah, that okay, I understand you want to checkmate me. You are very aggressive. Let me calm you down with a little quiet knight b7.
We can show, I think, to people in the chat what exactly happens if black plays bc. So after knight takes d6, king f8, I think off the top of my head, knight g5 looks very enticing. And you're hitting f7, so let's say bishop e8. Black tries to hold everything together. It's actually not clear that white is not winning here. I think it's actually quite double-edged, but understandably very scary for black and not pleasant at all to play.
Yeah, well, there are also ideas like white can maybe take on a5. And for example, queen takes a5, queen f3 with attacking on f7, on e6, on a8. Try to understand what's going on here.
Yeah, bishop takes e5, knight d takes f7. Bishop takes b2.
Hang on, no mate yet.
Yeah, knight e6 looks like mate. Wait, knight e6 and queen a8 maybe? Bishop b2, but there's no perpetual because the king runs away through c1 and d2.
Also, you can just play king b1. Yeah, it's just one check.
That's a lovely move. King b1.
After all, yes, just
using the bishop as a shield.
Yes, it's not clear. Probably our line is not perfect or not flawless, but it highlights the dangers and why we were saying that. Yes, okay, b takes c4, allowing knight takes d6 check, king f8. The feeling is that it can only end badly for black. It's just too dangerous. The big question, we see that the computer does not believe in this attack. Apparently, there is some move. Is knight f5 a move? Because knight b7 was criticized, but knight b7 makes sense. I wouldn't dare to criticize knight b7.
Totally, because the knight on f5 looks a lot more vulnerable. White can go g4 at some point, and the knight from b7 does a better job of just keeping d6 pawn under control. But the computer frowns. And why does it frown? I have honestly not an iota of a clue.
Yeah, I understand, because it's not easy at all. One feels that there is something because, okay, this f6 square, everything, but remove the evaluation bar and ask me what do I think about the position. I will tell you, yes, it's crazy. That's my only evaluation.
So e takes d6. How is black going to continue? Is black going to take the bishop, or is black going to go knight f5?
It's a good question. Okay, I also feel like eliminating this bishop.
This is d. Oh wait, do I have bishop g5? No, there's queen b6. But then knight f6.
Yeah, also bishop g5. Yeah,
Let's say bishop g5. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, you really go for it, yeah?
And queen
no
b6,
mercy.
There's knight f6. No mercy. Straight for the kill.
Yeah, queen b6, knight f6 just wins. That's unfortunate. Wow. Okay, but this is beautiful. Yeah, that knight b7. You take e d6. Yeah, seemingly you are going after my e7 knight. The reason why I preferred bc over knight f5, that after knight f5, I was sure that you're gonna play bishop g5. And f6,
and
knight
e6.
f6, bishop e6, all these things I'm too worried of.
Yeah, one after the other. f6, bishop takes c6 looks delicious for white.
Yes. So
knight f6, beautiful.
And king f7, knight e5 check, yeah?
Yeah, the symphony of minor pieces. Knight e5, king f8, and even knight d7 as a worst case scenario should get a favorable queen versus 3 pieces. Also, knight takes g6.
Yeah, there are so many options. Also, knight takes h7, you can win the queen like this, you can win the queen like that.
Yeah.
It's just too crazy. I don't see the benefit for black. All right, but this brings us that then knight b7 is maybe even humanly questionable, yeah, because e takes d6, and then all these tricks with bishop g5. If Vachier has already found f6, e5, knight e4, then I would think it's kind of the logical follow-up for her.
Yeah, because if you play bishop b3 and you just try to keep the tension, that does not look appealing at all. Black can play d5, black can play d takes e5. You're giving black too big of a choice, and you're giving black essentially a tempo. So e takes d6 keeps the fire burning.
Yes. Wow, okay. Unbelievable. This f6 motive and then e5, knight e4 shocked black completely. It shocked us.
Sure.
Certainly it shocked us. Shocked probably all our audience as well. And after knight b7, it might work to perfection.
Yeah, Vachier is also showing some incredible form recently. Very dangerous player. And I mean, her save yesterday against Aline Rubers was truly unbelievable.
Yeah, that's also a big question, what kind of effect it will have on Aline, because it's clear that Vachier gets all the adrenaline, all the extra boost and energy of surviving that. It's much more that Aline was the one who had to fight with her demons, not converting that advantage.
Exactly. Well put. Okay, so
Yeah.
we can maybe go back to one more game and then back to the Open. How does
Yeah,
that
let's check.
plan
Let's
sound?
check board number 1, because we are seeing two former women's world champions between Tanzonji and Antonetta Stefanova. It's a big clash. Both very established, very solid, great players. What do you
Yeah,
make of this
truly.
opening?
Well, if bishop takes c6, bc happens, the structure kind of reminds me a little bit of the Aragaisi-Sadwani game.
The Praggnanandhaa Sadwani.
Sorry, Praggnanandhaa Sadwani.
Yes. Yes.
Who is Aragaisi?
But
Okay, anyways.
Aragaisi plays with Sarana, that Petrov.
Correct.
Yes. So the point is that a6, b6 pawn structure is vulnerable. Yeah, that's what we are not liking so much. Yeah, that now we are not really talking about the weak hanging pawns. We are talking much more about the weak b6 pawn in this construction. I think that's the strategic danger for black.
Yeah, and white has easy ways to improve her position. Queen b3 and rook fd1, and d5 starts to become a problem. So white's development is more harmonious, more space, and weak pawns on the queen side that black is going to suffer with for the rest of the game. If you shifted the a6 pawn back to a7, it would be a much different story. The position would be maybe still a tiny bit preferable for white, but much closer to equal.
Yes, then black would have the usual natural construction. No immediate worries like this with the pawn on b6, and that's the reason why Antonetta is not taking her time. After knight e5, she captured on c4, and then on this knight takes c6, which also received the big exclamation mark by the computer, highlighting that, yes, this is a very important moment, because let's just step back one move. The idea of d takes c4 was clearly that if white plays the premature b takes c4, then black gets a strategically wonderful position after knight takes e5, d takes e5, knight d7, and the question is only how much is black better? Is black almost winning or not because of white's horrible pawn structure? And then b6 is not a weakness at all. So d takes c4, knight takes c6 was super important. And is there some argument to be made for rook takes e6, b takes c4, and then maybe try to play fancy with queen a8, try to get rook d18 and create some kind of a counterplay, not allowing white just to systematically get the upper hand?
Yeah, that's really interesting, because bishop takes c6 is the automatic recapture, because rook takes c6 looks awkward. You're blocking the diagonal for the bishop. So its minuses are clear, but its pluses are less obvious, but no less significant, because you're protecting the b6 pawn. Queen a8 is a really nice move, I think, to make room for the other rook. And maybe you're walking into d5, but d5 doesn't appear that dangerous here. Black can play ed, cd, rook d6, and the d pawn is kind of surrounded, so computer hates it. for good reason. This is just a dead end for white. So I almost like rook takes c6 more than bishop takes c6, and clearly Stefanova is taking this option very seriously.
Yes, and I believe that practically speaking, you always have to cause problems to your opponent. Yeah, because if bishop takes c6, b takes c4 is just too much of a pleasant advantage for white. And if rook takes c6 is not bad outright, then practically speaking, after bc4, queen a8, we have a completely different feeling. White cannot just chill. Yeah, white understands that rook d8, the rook moves, there will be a pressure on the g2 pawn. You will have to answer, do you play f3, do you play then rook e1, bishop f1 prophylaxis? Those are already some kind of thoughts that black is happy to create. And then maybe black will have some, for example, bishop b4 is an option that maybe eliminating that knight will give us some tactical possibilities with some knight d5. We also have the spin along the c file. So yeah, lot of tension all of a sudden.
Very true. This is going to be one to watch. It's going to be an interesting game. A lot of time being spent across the board by these players. Okay, so this was the top board in the women's section. There's a lot of other interesting games, and we'll take a gander at them the next time we look at the women's section. Let's transition back and check out the positions in the open. We have a lot of developments in the Lamy Caruana game. We have a draw in the Esipenko-Pragg already, so Alexander Predke's avant-garde opening choice has paid dividends. That's a good result. Firouzja and Jalmahanov seem to have a simplified position. I feel like these games, Peter, are going by more quickly than in previous rounds.
Well, we have tons of action. Yeah, Pragg is just amazing. Yeah, that what I like about him is that he is completely open-minded. Yeah, he's willing to take a look at lines which other people would just say, no, but it has a bad reputation. Why do you look there? But he comes up with nice ideas, and that's why he's also able to use them, because he's kind of forcing his opponents into his own territory. That's also very interesting. But it's up to you to decide which game we should check out first.
Well, let's take a look at maybe a brief look at the endgame in Lamy Caruana. It feels like a very equal position. Okay, we're going to take a look at page 2 really, really quickly here. We'll get to those games as well. Hikaru on the lower right. Yeah, definitely Hikaru's position has transformed quite a bit. Aravin Tabatabai looks pretty lifeless, and Sargisi and Maurizi, they have an interesting position. Let's start from the top guys, though, and then we can trickle down and check out some of the lower boards. So let's pull up Lamy Caruana.
Yes.
This one also interesting, of course, but the queens are off. We've got a very quiet ending. Who's playing for a win here?
Yeah, it's kind of balanced. I believe that black has wonderful outpost on d3 and d5, but white's knight on e2 is perfectly placed in order to neutralize any of these jumps. The last couple of moves had been what? Wow. Okay, so in this position, black played knight d3, white played knight c1, black went back to b4, and then Erwin played the move knight e2, which isn't. I wanted to mention immediately that no, it's not because Erwin wants to avoid the repetition of moves. I just think that he feels that the knight on e2 is more secure, and he is not sure at all that Fabi would have repeated after knight b3. And if black would be jumping back to d3, believe me, he will play knight c1.
Yeah, he's not going to decline a draw against Fabi from an equal position. That's a great insight, because maybe Fabi missed knight c1. That's entirely possible, because knight takes b2, there was rook b1. That's actually a very nice move. It's okay, Fabi should see this, but who knows? Everyone's human. So knight c4, rook b7, and black's pawn structure is ruined. So trading the knights is really bad. You have to go back to b4. And after knight e2, I think it's a little bit likelier that Fabi plays knight d3. But something tells me he might play like c6, or just a move to keep the tension.
Yeah, but on the other hand, now so white's next moves are very natural. Yeah, white has rook fc1 idea. I don't really believe that you can think about playing for advantage. On the other hand, Fabi is a fighter. He might say like, yes, I know I have no advantage, but I want to continue.
He really is. That would fit his profile. Okay, so it's an equal endgame. If this game ends in a draw, we'll update you. If it continues, we'll keep checking in on the endgame. What else is interesting?
Shirov against Abdusatov. I want to check that out because this is clash of generations. The legendary Alexei Shirov against the young prodigy Abdusatov. He's already not only a prodigy but a superstar. He already reached, I think, 27.45 in life rating during Tata Steel when he was leading with +4, and he almost won the tournament. He's a very dangerous player. He has also shared first place in the Qatar Masters, then losing the tiebreak to Yakuboev, the tiebreak of the Nodirbacks. And Alexei Shirov, he has played a phenomenal Grand Swiss the last time he played in Riga. I think he shared third place, and it was the tournament when his rating jumped back to 2700 plus, and it was so nice to see. And we see again he's burning with fire, with desire to show his best.
Yeah, he's still incredibly dangerous opponent. Yeah, he's a little less consistent. He's older, but he's still Alexei Shirov. So everybody, including Noterbeck, takes him very seriously. This was a French advance variation. And yeah, the way that we got to the position is kind of interesting. So Noterbeck played Bishop d7. Of course, the most popular move is Queen b6, but he plays a slightly different variation. Knight g7, knight g6. What do you make of this?
Well, it's a little slow. I'm also not really remembering seeing Noterbeck playing a lot of French, so I'm not sure how big expert he is. And I'm also not sure if did he expect from Alexei the advanced French, because Alexei was also the third knight c3 guy. Yeah, the very principled. But the advanced French became very popular in the last couple of years. So Alexei is definitely following the fashion and working still very hard on chess. He might have noticed that, all right, this is very much like the advanced Caro-Kann type of structure, which suited me so well, which I was so successful with, then why don't I try this?
And then Noterbeck started expanding on the queen side, a5, rook e1, a4. You see this pretty often in the French. This is nothing super atypical. And then Shirov starts to build up on the king side, g3, thematic move. Noterbeck closes the queen side, sends the bishop back. Computer didn't love it. f6. Okay, that's the logical follow-up, just like in the Caro-Kann. And you could almost think that this came from a Caro-Kann, if not for, the bishop on d7.
Yes, but so far what I'm seeing is something that shows me that White is playing a wonderful game. I would be very happy from the white side. Yes, okay. On one hand, the evaluation bar confirms, but those who are following our broadcast, they know that I'm not always agreeing with engine. Even if the evaluation bar says that it's clear advantage, I might pick the other side. But here, this is very much my style. I'm just loving it. I feel like with the rook on e1, with this knight transferred very nicely to c2, black not being able to break with e5, because then the center structure will be falling apart. White always having this h4, h5 ideas. The bishop is ready to get activated. The knight on f3 beautifully putting pressure on the e5 square. Do you share my enthusiasm, or you have a completely different approach?
I like White's position. I think White is better. I think there's clear good squares for the pieces. The bishop on h3, you could play king g2. Lots of ways for White to improve. At the same time, if Black can play queen f7 and maybe throw in e5 at the right moment, there's a lot of tactics that White has to be careful about. The knight on f3 is a little loose, on an f2. So Alexei has to maintain his vigilance here, and I'm a little bit worried about his clock.
Yeah, actually, Abdusatov is famous for putting pressure on the clock. He likes to play fast. And I'm always surprised by this kind of approach, that to me, I'm a conservative old guy. I feel like you can play fast if you know the position, if that's your opening, you are familiar with the structure. But Abdusatov is actually coming up with new openings for every single game. It's kind of like Ivanchuk, Magnus Carlsen-ish kind of strategy. And then I feel like he's still way too young to be able to handle everything to perfection. and nevertheless he plays very quickly, trying to put pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, incredible understanding of the game for his age. He's just a beast, and he's also done really well in online events. He won the Champions Chess Tour over Hikaru, Nakamura, and Alireza Firouzja one time. So he's a beast. Okay, what else do we have?
Yeah, let's take a look. We haven't checked out on Alireza's game. It was a slow affair, but we should, because okay, Alireza is Alireza. Yes. All right, so it's kind of a very strange construction. Yeah, it's I think one of those positions that are so difficult to evaluate. Now you see these double pawns. You see that White has this horrible bishop on f4, which, believe me, is actually the soul of White's position. But at the moment, it looks like a big pawn. Don't be fooled by that. It's all about restricting Black's knight, Black's activity. And clearly White is the one who will try to utilize on the D and C files.
Yeah, it's very easy first impression to think, oh, the knight's much better than the bishop. But White's pawns are doing a really good job of keeping the knight from accessing important squares. Like any 6, so I can play e4. And the a4 and e4 pawns are essentially pinning the knight in place. And White has a lot of prospective chances on the C file and on the D file and on the D6 square. So I like Alireza's position. I think he's definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yes, also just to highlight what you just mentioned with a couple of moves like knight b6, e4. Let's say Black plays a move like rook fd8. White can fall back with the bishop to e3, and this bishop can be transferred to c5. And also White can try to put pressure on the c7 pawn. And if that pawn ever moves to c6, now forget about the knight hanging, then White will also get access not only to bishop c5, but eventually also to the d6 square. So be careful pushing that pawn from c7 to c6, then all the dark squares will be very weak.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Jean Mohanov is even in this situation is pretty crazy. I am with 2 out of 2. Do you remember anything like that from a tournament that you played, Peter? Anytime that a much lower rated player suddenly did amazing?
Well, it happens sometimes, but for example, the Grand Swiss has the rule that the top 100 players are invited, and then if someone drops out because he does not want to play or he can't play, then someone else behind the rating list takes his spot. So my first question is that how did he get into the tournament? Yeah, that's kind of the first very big question. Not that he won the first 2 games, it's absolutely justified. It shows that he's a great talent, and I'm very happy that the organizers are supporting talents. But you know him. You already told me that in online events he had been incredibly dangerous. I haven't been following his games yet. Now certainly I will.
Yeah, I mean, every time I play him on my stream, and I don't play him as much anymore, but every time I played him, I always say, why is he not a GM? I think he was even FM at some point. But he's one of those players that you can just tell by his instincts that he's going to be a GM, and he's super dangerous. So I have the same question, not from a negative perspective. I'm just curious how some of the IMs got into the tournament. But yeah, unpleasant position here. I have a crazy piece of news for you, Peter.
Wow.
Matthias Bluebaum beat Vahapsanal in 18 moves.
Wow, okay, we have to check that out. Okay, because actually we missed out on an incredible game yesterday. Maurizi, who just won the Under-20 World Championship, has beaten Matthias Bluebaum in a fantastic attacking game. So anyone who missed out just as we did, please go and check that out. And here is the game of Bluebaum against Sanar Wahab, a very solid player. How did this happen?
The final position is brutal. You're losing on the spot because queen takes d7, queen takes f6, and that bazooka on the long diagonal is unstoppable. Queen h8, queen g7 mate, knight takes d7, queen g7, or queen h8. Otherwise, you're losing everything. This never happens, with 22600. So let's rewind.
Yes, because everything happened like a very natural kind of call Queen's Indian structure. Yeah, it was a typical transformation afterwards. Everything natural. CD, ED. Yeah, we get this structure D4, bishop B7. Yeah.
8 more moves
And-
from this point.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Okay, we know that the natural plan is knight e2, knight g3. This is what we are seeing here. Also, yes, bishop d6, knight g3, g6. Absolutely correct. But this little detail that black has played bishop e7 and then bishop d6 give white the chance to jump to e5. That's the first problem, because if it would be black to move, then clearly black would play the move queen e7, making sure knight e5 is out of question, and then white is struggling to find the plan. Yeah, that's the reason why it has a very good reputation for black. But now that it's white move and white is able to play knight e5, now he develops a very dangerous initiative. He's probably also threatening to cement that knight with f4. So black got nervous. Black got nervous and wanted to jump in with the knight to e4 before white gets f4 in. And then suddenly this bishop e4, d4, queen c2, knight f6, d5. Wow, criticized by computer, but it's a beautiful idea. That's what set up everything what happened afterwards.
Yeah, this opens up the long diagonal, which is really bad news for black because the pawn is on g6, and there's going to be problems on that diagonal very soon, and there were. Bishop takes d5. My instinct would be knight takes d5 just because queen c3 looks so scary. And Sanal completely missed the idea of knight d7. He saw that queen c3 threatens knight g4. And that's why he played h5, and he thought he has the knight where he wants it. Nope. The knight goes the other way.
Wow. Yeah, this is shocking because this almost feels like a bullet game, that it can happen in bullet,
Yeah.
but it should never ever happen even in a blitz game, not to speak about classical chess. Wow. That's shocking. And especially by Sanal Wahab, who had been playing a wonderful World Cup, and he has been in a great shape recently. And then suddenly this. Wow.
Yeah, Sanal, I think, knocked out Ivanchuk.
No, Ivanchuk
Or-
knocked him out finally, but it was already
Oh.
round 4. Yes, it was round 4.
Okay, so Sanal beat some... See, Sanal had a crazy round 1 against Zdenko Kozhel, but he got through that one. Very impressive player. This is a one-of-a-kind game. You just don't see this.
Yeah. I feel like we even have to move on because
Yeah.
we don't do justice to Sanal Wahab to sitting in this position. He just had an off day. He has to get over it and forget it as quickly as possible. On the other hand, for Matthias Blubam, after getting checkmated yesterday, I think this is exactly what he needed to get the confidence level back and look forward to the tournament.
Very well put. We can go back up top and look at some of the interesting games.
Well,
through the
Sam
first 20
Shankland,
boards.
let us quickly check out on Sam. Yesterday we have seen his brilliant victory with the black pieces, provoking the queen sacrifice and then making sure that queen is a queen. What do we get out of this position? What is your feeling?
This was a London system, which is not immediately obvious. Well, it's a very weird pawn structure. That bishop on e5, queen on d4, bishop on f4 makes a very strange impression. There's also the potential for tension on the queen side if black plays a5, but that doesn't strike me as very scary. I think Sam can just go b5. There's also f6, but looks very risky. Opens up the dark squared bishop and gives it the d6 square, as you're indicating. I don't know. Feels like it's about balanced.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why rook c3 received the question mark. Yeah, because let's just go back not till the very beginning. We already talked about that. It was okay. We should start from here because here we can still understand that this was a London, but a couple of moves later things escalated and we would not be able to guess where did this come from. So this is how white got the pair of bishops. On the other hand, black got a very solid construction, c5 grabbing more space. Black has also kind of provoked this c5 move. Rook c1, c6, b4, castles, queen d4, queen e7. All right, okay, now it's clear. The reason why computer is harsh with Sam's rook c3, that apparently computer believes that white has an advantage here, and maybe he should have been more precise. On the other hand, if you ask me, rook c3 is such a natural move, making sure that you open up the opportunity of going rook fc1. You're also getting ready for the break with b5 because you might be able after rook fc1 to play rook b3. You're getting out of the range of the g6 bishop, which controls the b1 square. Humanly, it makes so much sense.
Makes total sense. And I wonder what was so interesting. What was it that gave white that big advantage? But anyway, that ship has sailed. Nair's just played rook f to c8. So he is also making preparations for the possibility of white playing b5. I think both sides believe that the conflict right now lies on the queen side.
Yes, so we are expecting rook fc1. Sam is also famous of playing quite quickly. And then white will be looking for the b4, b5 break. All right, I think that white is slightly better. Yeah, rook fc1 already played. On the other hand, not so much to talk about. It will be a long maneuvering game, so we can move on. Please, this was my choice. Now it's up to you to decide where we go.
Can we check out board 2, Aragaisi Sarana?
Yes, definitely. Because
not much
one
has
thing
happened.
Yeah, not much, but one thing I wanted to say that the reason we have been seeing that Sarana was playing the opening a little bit slowly, that actually he is a known great Najdorf player, but probably he felt like, yes, Najdorf is a great weapon, but if you only play it exclusively, you might run always into some very dangerous preparation by some of the top guys. And then being a professional player, he wants to expand. He also wants to have a more solid option with the Petrov, but it's probably one of his very first Petrov games. At least I don't recall him playing it before.
Yeah, I was a lifelong Najdorf player until about 25-50. But at some point, just everybody would prepare a different line, and you have to remember so much in the Najdorf. Like, you have to be able to react, especially in the Bishop G5 F4 lines. You need to keep a ton of material in your head, and you never know what your opponent is going to prep. I mean, MVL faced the same problem. If you're an exclusive Najdorf player, you're opening yourself up to really nasty preparation.
Exactly. So he moved, and the big question was after G4, yeah, that everything was blitzed out by Arjun up till this moment. Everything makes perfect sense. We kind of left it the big question, how does black develop the bishop from C8? We felt like bishop E6 runs into knight D4, so bishop D7 is the more natural one. And look at this. All of a sudden, Arjun also slowed down. And the reason why I'm loving the move bishop D7, because it also prepares the little touch rook E8, which is so important. If black can play rook E8 and then fall back with the bishop to F8, for example, then automatically we get access to the E file. Then the queen on E2 will feel uncomfortable. And this is what we are seeing. King B1, rook E8, and knight E5 on the board, jumping in there before black is able to move the bishop away.
Okay, so the question is, does black move the other bishop? Bishop E6. I'm having a hard time even understanding what's going on. Like, bishop F8 is possible, I guess. And I assume that white wants to take the bishop and grab the bishop pair and maybe play bishop F5 then.
Yeah, this is now a very interesting question because also black will have the chance of grabbing the bishop on D3. Yeah? So now you really have to be super precise, making sure that all these boom, boom, boom takes will work out in your favor. In black's case, normally the favor means that you neutralize white's pressure. If it works out in white's favor, then white gets a chance to play for advantage. So you have to be super precise here.
Which is why we're expecting both players to be spending so much time in the next couple of moves.
And it's absolutely justified because this type of Petrov positions have the tendency that if you are very precise in this move between move 15 and 20, move 15, 22, then things clarify. So if you make the right decision, and we already see here the tendency, if black, for example, is able to, let's just make a move like knight takes d3, white captures that knight with the queen, for example, black is able to target that knight with bishop f6, white, no, this pardon me, because here I'm stepping into some c4 business, probably. So I should not put the bishop on f6. I just wanted to highlight that, yes, this takes, and then somehow provoke. But this is the problem, yeah, that suddenly once we take, then we are running into some kind of pressure. We might have to move the bishop to e6. but it wasn't what I wanted to illustrate. Yeah, I just wanted to illustrate the trade of all pieces, but it's not so easy to get there. All right.
Yeah, C4 is a very important idea for white. Here, white might play F4, and it's a hard position to evaluate. White's got a lot going for him in the center, but we'll see. We'll see what decision Alexis Sarona makes, but likely he's already taken 18 minutes on this move. So very clearly, he thinks this is a critical moment.
Yes, because there is also this idea that the very first kind of intuition was that if I manage to move the bishop, I don't know, I don't want to run into any tactics like bishop takes h7. Hopefully they don't work. I just wanted to say that after knight takes d7, I might be tempted to have this knight d3, but it runs again into the same problem. Like we traded everything, but white has c4 and white wins the game. Yeah, so just trading everything doesn't mean you have to be super precise and watch out for this d file.
Great illustration, and definitely ball is in black's court right now. So we can continue moving on, kind of circling around the top boards. There's already a draw in Chaparina of Yu Yanggi. That was never anything special.
What about Rapport versus Volokitian? That could be a very interesting game which we haven't checked yet.
Let's go there. Richard Rapport has the white pieces in English. 20 minutes on Andrei Volokitin's clock.
Yes. Richie is playing fast. Richie plays natural good moves. But on the other hand, also, black has rerouted his knight to e6. It looks like more or less balanced. But, okay, the knight on c4 is gorgeous. And this pawn structure, I think this is the reason why white is kind of happy that you never have to worry about the knight being kicked away from c4.
It's such an ugly structure for black. Yeah, it's the pawn structure is entirely ossified, so white can operate on the other side of the board without having to worry about the knight getting chased back. Just a quick comment about Andrei Volokitin. He might be a less familiar name to people in the chat, but at his peak, I think he was 27-30. And he is a very dangerous player. I've heard him referred to as a serious opening theoretician, and I'm pretty sure that's still true. What do you know about Volokitin?
Yes, exactly. He's an opening monster. He likes principal chess. I think he is also working as a national coach in Ukraine. Yeah, he's helping to prepare the national team. He's also playing in the national team. He's a multitasking person who has tremendous respect among the Ukrainian players, because you know that no matter how strong you are, you can always learn from Volokitin. That's, I think, very important.
And we're learning from him in this game. He's played bishop f6, just cementing black's control over the key dark squares in the center. Very cagey kind of position. I think Rapport's going to maybe follow up with bishop c3. And yeah, h4 expansion on the king side. That's a great idea, knight h2 to g4. And eventually f4. Yes. That is the dream.
Yes, and I feel like these kind of thoughts are coming naturally to Richie, and also it would come naturally to Volokitin. The only problem of Andrei is that he's now sitting from the black side, and it seems like he might have been out-prepared because he played a line which is a little bit dubious, but if it's a surprise weapon, I think it's very good. But clearly Richie showed that he knows the finesses. For example, not committing the knight from g1 too early to f3, so that black has trouble getting the knight to c6, then white is ready to capture it on c6 and play against the weak pawn on c5. So that's one big finesse. And whenever we talked about this, when we saw the bird's eye view, I mentioned that the Marozzi with the knight on d7, it's always a bit awkward. Knight f3, castles, rook b8, yeah, trying to grab space with b5. And a4 was a very nice strategic move. b6, knight b5. I'm loving this. This is how black was somehow provoked to push his pawn from a7 even to a5, which looks shocking. But probably he felt like there is nothing else. And then Richie just reshuffled the pieces, and that's how we got to this current position.
Honestly, great maneuvering play by Rapport. People think of him as a tactical player, but in many ways, he's a positional genius.
Absolutely, yes. He has this very nice feeling for finesses, for the groupings, where the pieces belong, and yeah, it's a nice position to play. And also, he's way up on the clock. It's already clear that Volokitin will be in for a very, very big trouble.
You will indeed, and we'll keep track of this game. But it is time for another break. We wanted to remind you that if you've been playing in the community club, Danny versus the World game, stay with us during the break to find out Danny's move, which will be revealed during the break. And we will reveal more commentary of the FIDE Grand Swiss in just a couple of minutes.
What's up, everybody? Danny here with Chess.com. We are live at TwitchCon in Las Vegas, and we've been playing a game versus the world. For those of you who haven't been playing, what is wrong with you? And I'm going to make my next move right here on the giant chess set, as we're going to be doing awesome content and having a blast here for the next few days. So I'm going to remind you of how we got here. I played E4 because best by test. The world played the Sicilian, first mistake, LOL. Okay? I played Knight F3 because that's what I normally do. But little did you know, I had no intention to go into the main lines. You played knight to c6, and I wasn't going to go into the main lines against the world. You guys got opening books you can use. Let's hope that none of you are using any other resources, because despite what you might read on the interwebs, we catch every cheater, and we will catch you. But instead of playing d4, open Sicilian, I played b3 with every intention to get into something sort of offbeat. Because often when you're playing a bunch of people who are voting, the earlier you can make it a little more confusing in regards to what the most popular move is. Typically, that's actually a better strategy for the person who's playing the world. And I know I don't have a great record versus the world, but that is not a bad practical idea. So I played b3, you guys played d6. And then I thought about this for a while, because I could have played a number of moves, but I decided to transpose back into something that's kind of like a Rossalimo with bishop to b5. And the idea, obviously, is that if this knight disappears and my bishop comes to the dark square diagonal, I'm going to have a lot more control over the center. And so we're just kind of getting you off beat. And then you guys played bishop d7. I am already so excited about my position here. It's my move. I'm going to complete the plan I had, which is to play bishop to b2. At some point, I'll deal with the knight over there, but not yet. We're going to play bishop to b2 here. Oh, wait a second. It's not touch move. Let me think about it. I might actually want to castle. I'm going to castle instead. LOL, debated. Okay? I was just kidding. I actually want to castle. I don't have my sort of plans in front of me in regards to what I was doing. All legal analysis, of course, but I'm going to castle. It's your move. If you're watching this and didn't know we were playing a game versus the world, this is a good call to action. You can join the Discord, you can join the club and play. And anybody who's checking this out on the media that is anything but social, sign up. And keep playing the game with us. Until then, we'll see you in Danny versus the World in our next video.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. GM Daniel Narditsky and GM Peter Lecko commentating for you today. We've got so many games to get to. All of them are still very exciting. We're only 2.5 hours into the round. But first, we wanted to paint a little bit of context, particularly for new viewers. Why is this tournament so prestigious? Why is it so important? And what does it decide? Well, the top 2 finishers earn a ticket into the candidates tournament. And here we see the path to the candidates if Magnus Carlsen accepts Peter. And that is a very big if.
Yes, he has already revealed, I think, in our interview after the World Cup that he won't play, but he hasn't. As long as it's not official, there is the deadline has not yet passed. He might decide to sign, so there is a chance. Still, there is some chances that Magnus Carlsen plays. And look at that lineup if Magnus plays. Unbelievable.
Incredible. And obviously, Praggnanandhaa is going to be one of the stars of the show. But what if Magnus Carlsen doesn't accept? Well, then obviously Nijat Abbasov, who most people assume is already in the candidates. But again, this is contingent on Magnus declining. Then Abbasov, as the lower finisher in the World Cup, would punch his ticket into the candidates. And as you can see, 2 more spots are yet to be determined by FIDE Grand Swiss. First finisher, second finisher, top rating, and then the FIDE circuit, which is a complex calculation people shouldn't worry about right now.
Yes, basically I think Abbasov believes that he's in. Yeah, he has played this tournament of his life in Baku in the World Cup. And I think the chessboard kind of assumes, but you never know. And this is still an open question.
It is very much an open question, so we will keep track of the news. And obviously, we are way too early to even talk about the top 2 finishers. The standings of this tournament are far from defined. We've got more games to get to. I know that there is a very exciting position in the game between Maksudlu and Korobov that you wanted to get to.
Yes, I definitely want to. First of all, when I saw that these 2 gentlemen are paired against each other, I already had the feeling that we're going to be treated to some crazy chess. And if you look at the position, and especially if someone just ignores the evil bar, just forget about the evil bar, look at the position, then you understand that this is a crazy big fight.
Yeah, white is 1 step away from getting mated. I mean, Queen H5 is a possibility. It might not be a big threat because of Bishop takes F3 and Knight F4. But if you allow Black to play E5 and restrict White's knight, then Queen H5 becomes a very serious problem. So Maksudlu has to find a way to kind of untangle the Gordian's knot on the king side while maintaining his advantages.
Yeah, the reason why the evaluation bar gives advantage for White is that after all, White has the pair of bishops. The bishop on G2 right now is kind of blocked, but there are also some very quiet moves like Knight G1, just trying to get rid of that monster knight on F3. And if that knight moves back or gets traded off, then immediately we're gonna be so much more happy from the white side. Yeah, then the bishop on G2 will be a monster. So yeah, many finesses. Just also 2 words to Maksudlu. Parham has been in stellar form lately. He was the brilliant performer. Of course, the whole Iran team performed brilliantly by winning the Asian Games ahead of India and China. But I do remember that Parham beat Gukesh and also beat Vachier, which tells it all. In Qatar Masters, he also played brilliant chess, and he has gained 30 rating points in the last 1 month. And he's 27, 30 something. I think it's clear that what we are talking about.
Wow, what a player. I still remember when he burst onto the scene with, some incredible performances, and he might have been untitled, I want to say back then. And this seemed to be very recent, but he's already, in the Super Grandmaster Club for quite a while, and he's played the move E4. So he's actually encouraging Black to play Queen H5. I think he's just going to go after the pawn. If Queen H5, you play Bishop F3, GF, Knight F4, Queen G4. And actually, it's a question. H3, Queen D7, and then E5.
Well, you can take on F6. You can take Bishop F6 and then you win, no?
Bishop F6 first. Very good point.
Yes.
There was a funny idea I came up with, but this is simpler. No, this is much better.
But okay, show us your funny idea.
It's stupid. I was thinking instead of h3, I was just having fun thinking, what if we play bishop f6, king g1, and then knight g2, knight e1.
Ah, wow. Okay, but that's why you are the bullet king. Then just in 1 second you see all these ideas, yeah? Okay.
But it's too slow, and black has ways to fight it. So the eval bar obviously hates it.
Yeah, but okay, it was nice to mention, yeah, because it's not a typical idea. Wow. Okay, so in fact then with e4, Parham might just destroy black's coordination, and then the move that I mentioned, knight g1, is not necessary at all. Parham wants to make sure that the knight on e2 is already active enough. It has this fantastic outpost on f4, which might be just a temporary square because the knight might be continuing the journey. Is Korobov in trouble then?
I think I was going to ask the same question. I think he's in some trouble.
Yeah, where do we put the queen then? Queen g5? Is that a...
What about queen d7?
But where did this queen came from? I think it came from c8 because, yes, this was the moment when... Look at this. Look at this. After b3, black played g5. Wow. After knight e2, he played g4. It would be so easy to get scared, but not an informed Parham. He doesn't see ghosts. He's inviting, yes, okay, please, that's only one check. That's only one piece who is attacking me. I will be able to handle it. King h1. Another decision of giving up the light square bishop like this, bishop takes b5, was based on the fact that Anton wanted to be very aggressive with queen f5. But if after queen f5 you are forced to go back, then things are changing.
Yeah, he might have either underestimated e4 or maybe not realized how big of a threat bishop takes f3 is. But that's why I wanted to play queen d7, to buy some time and hit the b5 pawn. But even if white plays a4, it's still not obvious how to extract oneself from black's situation. Maybe just knight f3 back to e5. So maybe white should play, no, bishop f3, gf, and now just knight f4 going for the positional advantage.
But then you have e5. This is the problem.
E5 immediately.
Yes, that's why I was so happy that in that other position I had bishop takes f6 first and then knight f4, because this is exactly the problem. So your queen d7 move makes a lot of sense.
Somehow, again, the eval bar just hates everything.
Wow, but look at this. What if we just play very systematic? Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f3, gf and knight f4. I just want to go for the same stuff. Queen takes f3, get clarity. I have this knight d5 jump. Very annoying, so I don't really believe that you can nicely capture the b5 pawn, and I might have a solid nice advantage.
Yeah, there's no question that this, positionally, this is really nasty for black. This is good knight versus bad bishop with a pretty wide open king for black. So even the simpler approach, which I think is really pretty, is quite effective. Yeah, knight d5 is a good little intermezzo because black can't move the bishop. And I don't even know what black does. Point 2 is so misleading. This looks a lot more unpleasant than that.
Yes, if it's bad, it might be just very bad. The big question for my eyes was that can black somehow play the move e6 and give the pawn and then try to sit with the bishop, but then it's a pawn. Then it's a pawn for nothing.
Indeed.
On the board, queen d7 on the board. All right.
Logical move. And we'll keep an eye on Maksudlu. We're also getting word that Wojciech has some crazy position. Everybody in the chat is screaming for Wojciech.
Okay, let's go there.
35, I think. No, that's Niemann.
34. Yes, Lazovic, Radek. Wow, queen a1. What a move.
Did he take something on a1?
No.
Oh, because white was forking the rook and the knight.
Wow, let's just treasure this moment. White plays the move bishop h6.
Oh my gosh, but the idea behind queen a1 is insane.
Double attack. Seemingly white is the one calling the shots, and then the stunning, brilliant queen a1. Missed by Lazovic.
Takes on a1, bishop f1. you might wonder, well, what's black's idea? Because if you go rook c1, white can take the knight. But I think it might be e5. What a move.
Exactly.
Queen c5, bishop h3. We should show just how incredible this position is. Every square is controlled, and it's checkmate, or you lose a piece with queen c8. That is just incredible.
Wow, it's fantastic resource, a brilliant counter-strike. On the other hand, and we do see the evaluation bar saying that actually it simply does not work for white because the queen is overloaded on d4. It has to keep an eye on the d1 rook. The rook on b2 is pinned, so the rook from b2 cannot go to d2. And black might just end up being piece up. He's also threatening to go rook c1. And then it turns out that this brilliant looking sacrifice bishop takes h6 was a losing move. And in fact, computer was saying that Lazovic had a clear advantage. Okay, clear advantage, it's maybe too much, but a pleasant advantage with a pair of bishops. And he wanted to be super smart with bishop h6. And that's how he got caught by queen a1.
What a sinking feeling that's got to be. He's got plenty of time on his clock, too. And the lines are quite easy to calculate. There's not much white can do here. I think you might have to take the queen, play bishop f1, e5, and then go queen h4. But then rook c1.
Yeah, and it's some incredible domination, and I don't see how you gonna
King g2?
Get out of checkmate.
King g7.
No, you can just play. You can also take or not.
Queen f6?
And then I have some e4 ideas. Bishop g4. Why isn't it checkmate? Bishop g4.
It's gotta be. Or e4, yeah.
Or e4. Okay,
F4.
Luckily you still have f something. Yes, look at this. e4 loses because then you get out.
And white turns the tables after f4. So I guess it is bishop g4, but then f3.
Then f3. So wow.
f3, d4.
Ooh, brilliant. Okay.
No, but queen d8 check and fg.
Hang on, so apparently it's all correct.
f3.
f3.
Where's the win? Rook g1 check and d4. Or no?
Yeah. Yes. No. Of course. I was just I already thought like the king is in mating net, and then you hit me with this queen d8. I didn't know what changed, but because before the queen was hanging. Yeah. Yes.
But what about e4 here? Okay, there's mate in 6.
But also it's pretty hopeless. Yeah, this one feels pretty hopeless.
I wonder what the forced mate is. Maybe it's bishop h3.
And then rook g2 is a big mating threat.
That's some hot tactics.
But okay, the problem for white is that it feels bad. And you know exactly that if you have to go along these lines, then there is no way it's not going to be checkmate. Yeah, so I'm not sure that Radek has already calculated everything till the very end. Or he knows that, yeah, queen a1 was great. This looks, I have draw as minimum, yeah, because many times people think like this, that, okay, I'm not risking anything. Anyway, I don't have anything else. It's beautiful. And it looks also very promising.
That's a good point. Yeah, these lines are not always calculated to the extreme until the end. But Lazovic, because of the threat of rook c1, there is nothing he can do. I think he just loses the game. Just like that.
Yeah. And basically, if someone asks him afterwards why, then the answer is, I got overambitious. Yeah, this is how you can tell people who don't know anything about chess that the cause of me losing the game, that I was too ambitious. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Yeah.
But it's a fact. It leads you to get too smart.
Yes.
For your own good.
Basically, yeah, back to this position. Yes, if Lazovic just wanted to be super safe, he could have played bishop e5 and enjoy a nice little pressure with the pair of bishops, and not an easy position for black at all. And the big question is, did Radek spotted all these bishop takes h6, gh, queen d4, queen a1 already by playing his last move, queen a6? Did he set up this trap that please fall for the trap. It's also very interesting. I will be checking out his interview afterwards tonight.
But he also had no other square. He also had no other
Yes.
square because queen a7, there was bishop e3. So, but maybe he was
Yes.
setting it up even earlier, like when he went
Exactly.
queen takes a2. Who knows? But he's definitely going to get interviewed if he wins this game, because this might be the most brilliant, combination of the round. But I'm sure it won't be the only one. But truly mesmerizing sequence.
Yeah,
Thank
wow.
you, Chad, for alerting us to this game.
Yes. A very big thank you. And this is exactly what we are hoping for. We need help, because we are covering so many games.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We don't have access to, we are always in one specific position. So it's more than welcome if we get some input.
Yeah, we have some draws. Naryanan Vitugov. I wanted to check out the game between, and I already forgot. There's so many games that I already forgot which one I had in mind.
Also, Hikaru,
Nakamura.
we need.
It was
yes,
Hikaru's game.
Exactly. Let's get an update.
Ooh.
Because.
Uh-oh.
Okay, looking very promising.
Yeah.
Look at this coordination.
Clearly, e5 did not work out for Chopra.
Yeah, no. Look at this bishop on b7, and that's why we were so surprised not seeing c65. That would have opened up that bishop. And also, just the feeling was that even if e5 objective is a good move, it's not the right move against Hikaru. You just cannot get into this messy type of positions, giving Hikaru target. He will jump on you. He will be super sharp. No. It's you can't do this. And
that's exactly what happened, by the way.
Yeah, and Arjan Chopra is getting his lesson.
Yeah, c5. I mean, that's his typical Hikaru. He never misses these types of resources, and suddenly, I don't even know what he does against BC, but I trust him. The bishop
he opens up. Exactly.
So he didn't take g3. Very calm.
And there you go. Just positional. Yes, no, okay, Hikaru. And I think he was also saying that, there is just no reason to go crazy because every player is strong. And, well, if he wins this game, then his match strategy, and look at, wow, 94, beautiful, using
Incredible.
the pin. That instead of going crazy with the black pieces yesterday, he was quiet, he was patient, waited for his chance, and then he jumped on it. And if he wins this, he will be +1. And it will be a completely different Hikaru Nakamura. He will be enjoying himself.
Yeah, once you get that first win under your belt, you feel different. I didn't even realize that he was down a pawn. Such is the effect of White's pieces, but it doesn't matter because he's got the pawns entirely blockaded.
Absolutely, and one has the feeling that Black would be very happily giving... First of all, Black could dramatically improve his position if he could just remove the c6 and d5 pawns. Please take it. And then the bishop would be breathing. Exactly because of this c6, d5 pawn structure, we are so skeptical about Black's position.
Yeah, it's
a4.
because bishop a8 probably.
Yeah, but very sad.
Hikaru wins these games most of the time. His technique is phenomenal in these types of advantages.
Yeah, also now interesting that Black is taking his time. So is there some problem to bishop a8? Because it's so natural. If White even just collects the pawn for free, then the bishop is getting trapped as well. What happens after this move?
Yeah, that's the question. Lots of ways that White can go about improving his position. But I wonder what he's got in mind here exactly.
Exactly. I don't see a killer punch. And already if there is no killer punch, that's at least step 1 for Black. Yeah, that you can stay a little longer. But the problem is that this structure is horrible and you can't solve it in the long run. And also with f6, g6 pawn structure, the bishop on b2 is a monster forever. Let's just imagine Black pawn from g6 moving back to g7. It would give so much stability. Then we would be saying that, yes, White has beautiful compensation. White should be slightly better, but at least we know that Black's king is safe. Here in long run, this king, I'm really worried for this king.
I was thinking about rook e2, trying to use the open file, but then Black plays rook f e8. And the problem is if rook e1, rook takes e2, rook takes e2, rook e8, and white is running out of gunpowder. And if the rooks come off, I think black's got... No, but the eval bar disagrees with me pretty strongly. I guess takes knight e8 and the bishop is just too bad.
And then somehow the queen might enter to b8.
Exactly.
Is that a problem?
Queen f4.
But I still have queen c7. Yes, exactly. Okay, it looks horrible, but queen f4, queen c7. Look at this bishop.
Yeah, this tells you. I mean, even takes and takes on f6 looks like fun, but black goes king f7 and knight e6.
Yes. No, let's keep the queens on the board. Queen e3 or
here. Queen e3 came to mind. I have to go queen f7. And then maybe some positional move like g4, I don't know, or h4.
Yeah, nothing. This bishop doesn't move. g4 is lovely. g4 is lovely.
g5
and
is
then
a huge threat.
Just in the long run, yeah, we are threatening to open up the long diagonal, and then if that opens up, there won't be any power saving that king on g8. All right, it's a very nice illustration that seemingly even after the trade of all rooks, the dangers are still there for black. That's when you have this horrible structure. That's the price you pay.
So far, a masterclass by Hikaru Nakamura, but clearly he's got everything under control. Great chance to win his first game of the tournament, but he's going to have to do quite a bit more work for that to happen.
On the board, rook e2.
Yep. He's already spotted it. Wow, he played instantly.
Yeah, instantly. Yeah, he feels that. Please go on and trade all rooks. Seemingly it helps, but then also black's pieces will be overloaded. Yeah, that one queen is trying to take care of all the problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Nasty.
so we have seen that Hikaru is in a wonderful spot. What else do we have with these guys who need to do some catch-ups? For example, Vachier-Lagrave, what did he do against Ponomarev there? Did he sacrifice the pawn?
He doesn't look like it.
He didn't. Wow.
And his position seems to have gotten a little bit worse as a result.
Exactly, because like this, everything worked out to perfection for white. Everything made sense. And it happened that after a4, he did not sacrifice it. He played queen b6. I did not like this move, queen b6 at all. It's just too slow. Also opens the g5 square just in case. I always love this queen on d8 covering the g5 square. And things are escalating. Takes, king takes. Okay, fancy, but this is long-term pressure. Knight bd2, cd, knight b3. And Pono is also so good at this strategical situation. If things clarify and he has a clear vision what to do, he won't be hesitating.
Look at that queen just picking off some of those weak squares. First provoking g6 and getting the dark square weaknesses, and then dropping back to c1. And it's getting ready to access those weaknesses on g5 or h6. There goes the pawn to h4. So there are some storm clouds around black's king. It doesn't feel like black is getting mated, but it feels a little bit uncomfortable. Somehow black's position just seems flimsy.
Yeah, on the other hand, maybe he can stabilize. After all, the knight on b6 is a little far from action, and the bishop on f1 is not joining the attack, so it shouldn't be checkmate. Also, MVL needs to survive this game. He came to the tournament as one of the favorites. He's in super shape. He got well rested. He did some great training camp before, so everything looked like it might be MVL's event. It might still be, but if he ends up losing this game, that would be a very big blow to him. He needs to save this.
And it would be a huge result for Ponomarev, who would move to 2 out of 3 against an average of 27.50. We called it out at the very beginning. He's a dangerous player. He can, show some sparks of the old Ponomarev. He's the former FIDE world champion. So nobody in this field is taking players like him and Alexei Shirov lightly, and they're performing really well.
Absolutely, yeah. So, okay, another good news for black is that king g8 is probably forced, so it will be blitzed out. And then the question, how does white continue the pressure? Maybe then queen g5. Maybe then queen g5. Actually, this queen h6 check might be super smart because luring the king to g8, and then I might fall back with the queen to g5. And where is this knight going?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, knight back to d5 looks wrong. It just closes everything up and it allows h5.
Yes.
Knight f5, you're going to have to take with the e-pawn, and then white maybe even
Yeah.
has e6.
Exactly.
So
Winning on the spot, actually, just to highlight, yeah, that what we are dealing with, if ever this structure is broken, then white just crushes through.
yeah, and then queen takes d8.
And this guy is hanging also. Everything falls apart. No, this queen h6 check is fantastic because one would have felt like the king on f8 is shaky. Black has just played the move king f8, so white to help to reach the g8 square. But in fact, the king on g8, yeah, king g8, okay, had to be played, and now queen g5. Very unpleasant. Black might have to play rook e8. Rook e8 runs into some bishop b5 as well.
Oh, bishop coming out of dormancy to challenge the knight on d7. Suddenly, it feels like the d5 square is inconsequential. Like it used to be very important, black had a knight on d5. Now there's nothing on d5, and even if black puts a knight there, it doesn't produce the same effect. And Ponomarev has managed to develop kingside play, which is huge. He plays queen g5. Great awareness of, great use of the queen. Four out of his last 5 moves have been with the queen.
Yes, queen c2, queen c1, queen h6, queen g5. Wow, yes. Okay, MVL needs now all his skills. He's fantastic in defense. But it's not exactly his type of position. I don't know how many times he had a structure like this. Yeah, and usually it helps when you have a bad position, but you at least are familiar or it suits your style. This isn't his cup of tea.
No, definitely not, and can't really blame him. Okay, we can keep moving on.
Yes.
We can check into... Okay, the Gukesh game is interesting. Obviously, we could look at Caruana's game.
What happens in Caruana? Yeah, is it going towards the draw? Yes, it does.
Looks like
White
a
is...
very dry rook endgame.
Yeah, this is like a reverse kind of French. Also from Caro-Kann, you get this kind of structure. Yeah, white makes sure with h4 to hinder black's typical idea of going g5, f4. Yes, you can ask that, why can't black do g6, h6, and then g5? Well, the point is that it's a little slow, and it also it opens the h file. So, for example, white plays like this, and if black prematurely opens, then actually this h file might open up for white. And you don't want to let this white rook really enter. So that's why normally when someone sets up a defense like this with h4, then you just show respect for it, and you don't touch. You might put the pawn to g6, white starts coming closer with his king, and it's some kind of a status quo.
Yeah, it would be too risky for either side to try to open up the position. So we are expecting quite likely a peaceful result in this game. Feels like Caruana is just sort of marginally more comfortable here. The rook on d5 looks nice. Maybe some like rook b5 and king d5 related ideas could be considered. But if Lamy defends carefully, I think the draw should not really be in question.
Yeah, well, and it's also not so easy to get this, because if you play rook b5, let me just play, for example, rook c1. So I'm ready for any king d5 with rook c5 check. And potentially, yeah, if we just forget about everything, we trade one pair of rooks, and I get an active rook on c5. I also have this king g2, g4, king g3 kind of typical break. So I think that it's not in black's interest to try some action. It would be great for black if he could open up the a file, but I believe that a4 can always be met by b4 if white wants. Besides, also b takes a4, and then getting access to the b7 pawn with rook b1 is also a headache. I would go as to say that black should just sit and make a draw.
Yeah, it's not as one-sided of a position as it may seem. You can always overpress. That is always a possible reality. Okay, so not too much to discuss in this game. We've got other top games that we haven't checked in on in a while. I'll give you the next choice. Shirab Abdusatorov is a possibility. Giri Bakro.
Okay, Giri Bakro, yeah, because that one we have only checked right at the beginning. And looking at the structure, I think that we have seen Bishop G4. I have the feeling that Bishop G4 was played, not immediately, but after Knight D2, Rook D8, Knight AC4, Bishop G4. That's how we reach this. But wow,
Bishop H5.
No. This is wrong. This cannot be right. The bishop belongs to E6. There had to be some specific reason why a high-class player like Etienne felt the need. Was he worried of some F4? Maybe he was worried of F4. All right, but look at this. Now Anish is just switching to positional play. The bishop on H5 is out of the game. The light squares in the center on the queen side will become crucial. Bishop F1, lovely.
Wow, that's the Rubinstein idea from Rubinstein Salve.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, lovely construction.
The way that his pieces just fall into place. It's typical 2700 chess.
Yeah, Black is trying to correct the situation with Bishop F7, but it seems like he's just one tempo too short. Knight
A5 is a threat.
Exactly. So Black had to play the move A5. Now C4, another high-class move that now already you are transforming a different kind of advantage. Bishop F8, Knight D5, Knight takes D5, and okay, CD5 is the most natural one. Do we worry about C4?
I don't think so. C4, Bishop E3.
Yeah, and
maybe Black should play C4, but it feels.
But also you can
take
also Bishop takes C4 because you have this D6 check intermezzo, so you can also just win the pawn. So we are kind of expecting CD, and then this bishop will land on C4. This bishop will be developed to E3, and White will have the potential break with F4. Black will try to cement, but this is not the cement that I'm believing in. This is not a long-lasting cement.
That's exactly right. And F4 is a possibility, G4 and H4 in some situations. So that's what made us believe maybe Bakro is relying on the move C4 to open up some prospects for his dark squared bishop, but it doesn't look, it almost looks as unappetizing as essentially keeping the pawn and allowing bishop C4. Giri just outplayed Bakro, and a lot of it was due to that bishop H5 move.
Yes, but maybe already before, because usually whenever a player like Bakro makes a strategical mistake or a decision which is dubious, it probably means that he's a little bit uncomfortable. So he might not have felt nice already. And this bishop H5 was like a move out of desperation that he knew that it's bad, because there is no way that if you ask Etienne, he will not tell you that, yes, no, never put bishop on H5 in this structure. But there was a certain reasoning behind. In any case, it's clear that Anish was very happy about this. He did not ask twice. He played rook F2, bishop F1. This is kind of the chess I'm always very happy to see.
Yeah, this was pretty awesome. And Anish is investing actually quite a bit of time. So he's clearly taking E takes D5 seriously. The benefit of that move is that you open up a prospect for your light squared bishop on D3. But C takes D5 has the same benefit. There you're preparing bishop C4 and cementing, as you artfully put it, the situation in the center. I would not personally be able to resist how nice C takes D5 looks, but that's why Giri is Giri.
Yeah, I have the same feeling that CD5 is the natural move. ED5 is when you want too much from the position. Now the big question is, maybe the position actually gives you the chance to ask for more than just a clear advantage. And I have the feeling like after ED5, for example, let's just illustrate some thoughts. Bishop G6, Bishop D3, Bishop takes D3, Queen takes D3. We are expecting the black bishop to get back to D6. So White will slowly play Bishop D2, Rook E1, and eventually break with F4, probably after doubling on the E file. And it will be very unpleasant for Black, because if you ever take E takes F4, then the E file will open up with devastating effect. this is probably the reason why Anish is kind of also very tempted to ED5, but it's such a difficult choice. Both moves have their real ideas.
Yeah, this just doesn't feel like going in the right direction. And he's played he takes d5.
Wow. Okay.
I'm shocked. Now, he's obviously still better here. There's no question White is in the driver's seat, yes, but I feel like this move is going to come as a relief to Bakro because bishop g6 is more obvious. He's got 60 minutes. After c takes d5, it was less obvious to me how Black should put his pieces here. The structure that you illustrated with bishop d6 and bishop g6, that seems like it's sort of sine qua non of Black's defensive setup.
Yes. On the other hand, Anish has taken his time. He might have been worried that, yes, cd5 looks beautiful, but I don't have a knight. Yeah, normally, of course, you would prefer to have a knight to jump to b5 or to c4. And he might have felt that it will be difficult to break after bishop d6. Black will probably put the pawn to b6 as well, and it's beautiful, it's fantastic, but not so easy. And in the game continuation, we see the update, ed5, bishop g6, bishop d3 already on the board. He wants to open that e-file. I think that's the key.
Yeah, and it is a solid plan. It's a clear plan. And Bakro will have to continue to find ways to keep his e5 pawn well protected, but that's not going to be easy to do. He's also in very acute time pressure.
Yeah, but hang on. This is a great point. Yes, Black, in any case, White will try to open up the e-file. So then what does it mean? Let's try to get ready for it. Yeah, White prepares, we also prepare. White prepares, we also prepare. And then we want to play b6, and it's ugly, it's bad, but is White really breaking through? That's a big question.
Yeah, you're holding. You're holding.
At least pretending to be holding. Yes, I don't know. It's
pretending to be holding. Yeah.
Yes, it's still very, very unpleasant. But okay, yeah. Etienne is.
There's an interesting game that we haven't looked at yet, where something crazy is happening. Maybe we could look at that one before the break, and that is the game Kuibakarov against Abbasov.
Wow. Okay.
And I think you'll see what attracted me to this position.
Ah, the dragon opening. All right. And f4 played. Well, first of all, Kuibakarov is in some kind of a time pressure. On the other hand, I'm loving his position.
While you were talking, I was guilty of digging through some computer lines here.
Wow,
These lines are some of the craziest I've ever seen.
Okay.
Black has an insane tactic here. It's almost impossible to see, I think. And that is the move. Knight takes b3.
Wow. Okay. Okay,
So
nice.
First of all, it's a queen sack. Now, it doesn't solve all of Black's problems, but the idea is if c takes b3, you have queen takes a4.
Yes.
And it's a forced draw. White has to play b4.
Wow.
White has to play b4. And
You take on c5 or?
You take on f4.
Wow.
Knight
Really?
Knight f yeah.
Really? Queen g7, bishop d4 is not a mate, yeah?
No, the king runs out through f8 and e7.
Yes, wow. Okay, knight
So
f6.
white has to play knight f6, bishop f6, queen f6.
Okay.
And queen b3 check, obvious line. I mean, everybody probably in the chat saw this in 5 seconds. King c1, queen c4 check. And of course, it's perpetual. Because if king b2... Oh, sorry. No, Black is winning. King c1, there is rook takes c5 check. So White has to play king to a1.
a1, yes. If I'm playing... And let's just show that if White plays queen b2, then due to the pin, you are collecting the bishop.
Just ridiculous. And this is just one branch of the tactics. White's best move is to take the queen. And it appears that Black does not have sufficient compensation.
Really? Yes, because intuitively I thought like after knight b3, no way I'm going to take on d7.
Yeah,
I had
it looks
too much
terrible.
respect. Check.
Check. King c1. By the way, king to a1 loses to knight takes e4. And Black plays ef4. So king c1, knight takes d7. And queen takes a5. I mean, try evaluating this if you're a human.
And this is so important, taking this pawn?
And now he takes f4, and there's a very easy move here. Rook h3, the obvious, natural move. It's the only move to keep a big advantage. And the game goes on. Rook c4. I mean, it's a mess, but apparently white is clearly better. I ran this at a higher depth than the chess.com eval bar.
Wow. All right. It's a fascinating stuff. One thing I wanted to add was the line that you showed first. So after knight b3, cb, queen a4, just to highlight this queen sacrifice. So how was it? Queen a4, b4, e takes f4, just to show our audience that why we are so thrilled with all this. Takes bishop d4 check. It looks like black will be checkmated, but then suddenly after king f8 check, king e7,
Walking.
bishop f6, king e6, rook d6 check, and with the pawn on g4 it will be checkmate, but like this black runs away and it's game over.
Walking the trapeze on the light squares. I mean, Jesus. And then the king escapes to g4, Nigel Shore, and king, rook d5, oh, king takes c4, the knight is also hanging, and the pawn on f4, so well situated to, you know, it's like covering yourself with a blanket in the morning. Feels good.
Yes.
So,
wow.
What insane complications. But will knight takes b3 be found? He's got 49 minutes to 5 minutes. And if he finds knight b3, it has the extra benefit, Peter, of creating massive complications. So if he sees the move, I think he's going to play it.
Probably he has to, because the position looks otherwise hopeless. Yeah, the reason why white has also played f4, that you are undermining this powerful knight on d4, objectively are pawn up, plus this is the typical grip with pawn on g5, knight on e4 against this bishop on g7. You always have knight f6 check. It looks like black's king is in a mating net. You have to play knight b3 no matter what. You have to close your eyes and
close. I was just gonna say.
Yes, and shock your opponent.
Yeah, you gotta, don't bang the clock, of course, but for full effect. Or as Sam Shanklin used to do when we were kids, he would do this thing where I didn't like it. He would, if in this position, he would play knight d4 and move it to f3, and then without letting go, he would move it back to d4 and then take on b3. He would fake a blunder and then make the correct move with the piece. Anyways, it's time for another break, so we'll keep tabs on this game. Tons of other interesting games. We're over 3 hours into the round, so we're moving into the first set of time scrambles. We'll start covering them when we are back. So we'll be back with more FIDE Grand Swiss in just a few minutes.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess again? No, this is spell chess.
Do I dare read the instructions, or should I go in without reading them?
I didn't read the rules. This man is just blundering. What?
Basically, it's normal chess, but...
There are two spells, jump and freeze. The freeze is applied to a 3x3 area. Man, this game is hard. What?
Freeze, here, knight, check. Boom! That's mate. Oh, that's incredible stuff. Oh.
Freeze. Wait.
A jump spell, which allows you to jump over a piece, and I'm setting up a win. Oh!
Then black would just freeze me.
Then I make a double threat. You don't have any freezes left. So if here, This is too hard. Wait, once I get the hang of this, we're gonna be winning so many games, though.
I can't block with any of those pieces, but I can use this, and then this.
Freeze this, and then go here. Yay, I won! Let's go!
He cannot take my bishop. He cannot take my bishop. It's a nice feeling when you start understanding the game and you win.
Oh, they resign! I'm not even lying. I think I'm one of the greatest spell chess players to ever play spell chess.
That was fun. I'm enjoying this.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. GM Daniel Narditsky, GM Peter Lecko. Covering this round, it's been 3 hours and change since the games began, and there's lots of action across both sections to keep track of. Let's go to the women's section, because we've got a couple of big updates there. A lot of the games, because of the shorter time control, already starting to move toward their conclusion. And we can start with a bird's eye view and then jump into some of the most interesting games, including Vachier-Lagrave against Garifulina. So what do we have here? We have a lot of positions already kind of in the end game or in a decisive phase of the game. Looks like a really nice position for Tan Zhongyi, Peter, in the top left against Stefanova.
Absolutely, yes.
And Goryachkina about to win her game, I think, as well.
Yeah. Well, that's a horrible position for Stefanova. That knight on d6, it's a monster knight protected by the pawn on c5. No, I don't really see how to get out. But please make up your mind. Where do you want to go?
Let's go to Vachier-Lagrav's game.
All right. Yes, because we have analyzed that position and it looked completely wild. And there we go. This is the current state of affairs.
Excuse me. It is, and it looks, thank you, it looks very grim for black, to put it mildly. It was looking grim for a while, but it looks lost now.
Yeah, so both players have 7 minutes only, and it's move 18. So there is, at least if black can find a way to stay in the game, then there's a hope that in time travel anything can happen. But let's just take it move per move. So after knight b7, we saw like e takes d6 followed by bishop g5 was kind of crushing. That was our feeling. But in the game, white started with bishop g5.
Yeah.
Black played bishop c6. Okay. Bishop takes c6. Wow. Okay, bishop takes e4. E takes d6. Knight takes d6. Okay, but what
Huge
to do?
mistake.
Yes, we see that Devil Bar doesn't agree with any of these moves, but with a ticking clock, it's very hard to criticize someone
Yeah.
for these moves.
I'll just point out that instead of knight takes d6, the correct move was queen takes d6. And the reason it was likely rejected was because after queen takes e4, queen takes e6, queen takes b7, it seems like black is screwed because rook e1 is coming and the rook is hanging and you can't castle because the knight hangs. But actually you can castle. If you calculate further, after queen e7, suddenly black comes in with queen takes a2. And the attack against white's king is extremely unpleasant. White is actually fighting for survival here. If c3, there's even bishop takes c3 with at least a perpetual. There's rook e8 and rook e2, which might be winning. So this would have solved all of black's problems, actually.
Wow. Yeah, this was actually this was a big miss because after knight takes d6, d takes e4, the position looks very bad and no counterplay. Basically, you had to look for chances. And queen takes d6. It's a forced line. And finally, by spotting castles, of course, it's the key move. But when you're under pressure, you have to look and search for everything.
Yeah, that was a hard resource to spot. And now Garifulina down to 5 minutes. We're only 18 moves in. I mean, just crazy. This might be the fewest moves played across the board. I mean, of course, Bluebaum and Hopsonal played 18 moves, but the game stopped there. E5 is coming, whether you like it or not, and it's going to be pretty crushing.
Yes, so f takes e6, e5, and both knights are pinned. That's the biggest problem, so there is no way of jumping away the end of the knights.
Yep.
And the structure is collapsing. That's not the problem.
It's collapsing, and e takes d6 is threatening to win the other knight. Maybe after d takes e4, black should refrain from f takes e6 and play queen c7 or something, or queen b6, but it looks just as nasty because of, again, even e5 is possible
e5
there as well.
Exactly. Yeah, queen c7, e5, and knight f5, bishop d7 check.
Ugh. Disaster.
And also be included, and after king f8, I even don't know what to suggest because everything seems to be completely winning.
Yeah, g4. You could just make a slow
G4,
move like rook hf1.
e6, bishop f6, rook hf, any move is just completely winning. We haven't sacrificed anything.
Yeah, that's the brutal fact about this attack. Its material is equal. Queen b6 played, but same thing applies. I think e5 and bishop d7 is just as winning.
Yes.
And it's pretty straightforward. Vaishali's going to find it with a few minutes on our clock.
For sure. And basically, I even don't feel like from the white side you can talk about time pressure because every move comes so natural. The only problem is that in every move you have like 3-4 winning kind of moves, and then you have to choose, but that's a luxury.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we're expecting a pretty rapid conclusion in this game. There was another really interesting moment in a game between Elizabeth Potts and Kamali Danova on board 3. Or it's board 10 on our display.
Board 10, yes. Mm-hmm.
So right now it's not that interesting. I mean, Potts is winning, but she has to convert potentially 2 extra pawns if she grabs on b7. But if we rewind to move 24, there was a very curious moment where Potts took a pawn on c5, and black missed a very big chance to come right back and equalize the game. She took the wrong knight. She played knight takes c5, and then everything worked to perfection. But knight takes e5 was a missed tactical opportunity. Looks like rook takes d6 and white wins. If you recapture, white takes on e5 with a fork. But there's the intermezzo, knight e to g4, always having awareness of where the king is. Takes, and then black recaptures the rook, having won the pawn back, and with a pretty much great position.
Yeah, in fact, a very dangerous position for white. Yeah, that knight on g4 is a monster. Rook is threatening to come to d2. White and knight is threatening to come to e3. White is the one fighting for survival.
Exactly. So that was somehow missed.
Yeah, very strange, very uncharacteristic, because it's so typical. No, it's you are looking for chances, and knight takes e5 and then knight g4 is the first thing you look at.
Yeah, I don't get this at all.
Yeah, in the game, what happened? Because this is kind of hopeless. You are pawn down for nothing, no compensation. You are waiting for the execution.
Exactly. There goes another pawn.
Yeah. Okay, the rest is a matter of technique. There is not much to talk about. What a mistake. The nerves. I think this is the nerves.
Exactly. It's even in a rapid game, she would have likely found it, but you know, you just on this tournament stage, it does crazy things to you. So Elizabeth Potts probably going to take the game. A draw between Kosteniuk and Aline Rubers, by the way, and Shuvalova beating Mainarva. So results starting to come in pretty fast and furious.
Yeah, Shuvalova bounced back. Yeah, after her loss in the first round, now won 2 games in a row. She is back in business. And let's quickly check out on the very first board.
2 minutes.
Anzonji Stefanova. Because, yeah, this position looks very, very unpleasant for black. The knight on d6 is the problem.
2 minutes on black's clock also, another huge problem. For 15 moves in this position. I don't understand how this is realistic, even if the position were better, which it's not. It's a nightmare on the board and on the clock.
Okay, the question is there some way of sacrificing the exchange and then try to use knight e4? Because, okay, if suddenly black could get out, then with the 30 seconds increment, you should never underestimate anyone's clock situation.
Absolutely, and most of these experienced players are actually quite good under time pressure. They don't crack as easily as some other players, but I'm more worried about the situation on the board because Queen G3, computer's calling it a mistake, but to me it's a very natural move and it poses massive problems. You really want to make this work. Rook takes d6, CD bishop takes d6.
Yes. No, I wanted knight e4.
Ah, knight e4.
I wanted knight e4.
Ah.
This was
I didn't
my.
realize it hit the queen.
Yeah, this was my idea, of course. Yeah,
this was your darling.
Yeah, and okay, I feel like my situation is not a dream, but it's much better than 2 moves before.
Yeah, it's not, peaches and cherries, but it's tolerable. Queen h4 takes on g5, takes on d6. I love this idea. Yeah. And it's much easier to play.
Exactly.
Wait,
this is what I... No,
this rook c6.
Loses.
Sorry.
Yes, this loses, but you can just play bishop takes here. I mean, this is already a great position.
It's a mess.
Just
bishop a4.
Yeah.
Black could be better here with the 2 pass pawns on the queen side. After rook takes d6, is there an intermezzo for white or no? There's bishop f6.
Yes, there is bishop f6, which forces some tactical skirmish. Gf, cd, and I was hoping that maybe with rook g8 I'm hitting the g2 pawn, but it might not work. On the other hand, I believe that black has to try something like this, and she is down to 1 minute 45 seconds. Nothing to lose anymore.
Yeah, you might as well go for something forcing. You also build a little time back up on your clock, but I'm skeptical for chances here.
Yeah, the only problem that if you don't use this moment for rook takes d6, then white just follows up with queen h4, and I believe that the game will be over pretty soon. It will be checkmate. I don't see how I'm dealing with the problem on this pin. On the rook on d8. Yeah, okay. Great. Good or bad, it had to be tried. Bishop f6, of course. G takes f6. C takes d6. And rook g8. I'm kind of expand, but rook g8, can you attack the f6 pawn? That's and give the g2. That's a very messy. Let's just show this. Rook g8. I don't know. Queen f4. Can you play queen f4, queen h4?
Queen f4, bishop g2, queen f6, rook g7. It looks like it should be winning, but how? How is the question?
Because you still have the d pawn. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, but there are some. I'm considering some crazy ideas like d7. Oh my gosh,
but that should be made.
Sorry.
That should be made.
How?
How I don't know, but it should be made. Yes.
Bishop c6.
Yes.
Bishop c6. to stop rook c8, because my idea was to sack on g7 and go rook c8. But no, clearly that's not the way.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, what is the winning move here? Oh, God.
Yeah, it's that's why I was saying it's after all unclear. Yeah, it might be winning for white.
Yeah, maybe rook.
There is some.
No, rook d3, bishop f3. Wow.
Yeah, not
easy.
trivial. Yeah, not trivial at all. But okay.
Peter, rook d3, bishop f3, bishop g2.
What? Really? No.
It's a beautiful concept, though, but it still doesn't work.
No. Okay, but let's get back to the live board. The problem is that if not for rook g8, bishop takes d6, queen h.
She just lost. Bishop d3 in the end. That's it. That was a feeble resistance from Stefanova. She just collapsed immediately.
Yeah, she took on d6. Yes, and it's over.
That's it. Bishop d3 and f5, queen takes e7, resigns.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely clear that only with rook g8 it might lose, but you have to go for it. Yeah, you have to create some problems to your opponent, something to calculate. Yeah, if you don't create chances, then you have zero hope to survive.
I'm really curious what the win actually was in that position.
Yeah, we have to check it out. Yeah, because
let's just check with the engine there.
Yeah, let's check it. Because, okay, there is nothing to talk about. Bishop d3 and black resigns. So this was the position. Rook g8. And we talked about, because if, for example, white is unable to calculate a forced win over the board, then you have the queen h2 retreat, but that's passive. Then maybe there is something to talk about. Maybe not. Maybe it's a good move. But so queen f4 takes, check, rook g7 and
d5, someone was saying. f3!
Wow.
Come on. f3. I thought about it briefly. I just didn't realize how powerful the d6 pawn is.
Yes, and it's only move. It's only move. Because otherwise I saw like queen g7, king g7, but this is not impressive. Bishop takes g2. I felt like, okay, black should be fine. And wow, f3, giving bishop takes and then king f2, and we can start collecting the rook. Everything is a mess. But after bishop d1, you push d7, I guess.
And rook c8 is unstoppable.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. But this was a big chance for Stefanova. I mean, she just went down without a fight. Tanjung is still has not played bishop d3, but I mean that move is at a third grade level.
Yeah, it's more about enjoying the moment. Yeah, that she knows that okay, this is over. Let me just make one move and game is over.
Indeed, it is. Okay, so Tan Zhengyi continues her convincing run in the Grand Swiss. She'll move to 3 out of 3. And Pats has won. Bibisara, she defeated Mamadzada. That's an impressive win. And Stavrula just defeated Dinara Wagner, who is struggling, one of the top seeds. But Salakidu is on fire. 2 out of 3.
Wow. And also, what about Bulmaga Muzicuk? This is looking bad for Bulmaga. But yes, it's looking bad, but still, opposite colored bishop. Endgame, if white can somehow organize counterplay with such a passive look, it will be difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, rook b5 comes to mind, but I don't know.
Yeah, there are so many options, and white has this damage pawn structure. Black has a lovely setup. Yeah, this is looking bad.
Good stuff by Anna Muzicuk. And Vaishali is likely going to win her game. We already know that. Shuvalova defeated Mainarva.
And what about the other sister? Maria Muzicuk against Pauline Guichard, who played so well against Goryachkina yesterday. She saved that difficult queen endgame without any trouble.
Indeed, she did. And looks scary for black. First impressions. I mean, the black king is kind of surrounded by white's pieces. Rook d7 is potentially in the cards, and With king on g3 is kind of surprisingly safe.
Yes, this is a lovely construction. Yeah, nothing can really touch it. The first move I was considering was queen takes f4 and then bishop e5 check, but it does not work. So what do we do with black? The problem is in such positions that it's not exactly obvious what white's threat is, and then you don't know. Do you have the right to just play a move trying to improve your position, or you have to do some move per move stuff? Let me even just remove the engine lines. Anyway, it's too small, I can't read it, but it irritates me.
Yeah, no, same here, for sure. We're on the same page. I think there's an important detail, which is that, let's say black plays rook a e8. If white plays bishop d6, I think black can play rook takes d6, and then queen e5 check, and black has very serious counterplay against white's king. The bishop on f4 is an important defender.
Yes. This is kind of easy to understand. Yeah, we spoke about king g3, bishop f4. We don't want to touch it. So after rook a8, we might just play a move like rook d7 or something.
Yeah, rook d7 looks like a serious move.
I'm only worried of this queen takes f4. If no, not that it suddenly starts working. Not yet, probably, but
c3 maybe also.
Just c3.
Okay, it's not the best move.
The problem, little bit, what I'm having from the white side, if bishop d6 check is not a threat, then how do we get to black's king at all? That's the big question.
Yeah, exactly.
So rook a8 was also kind of my feeling that I don't have nerve to push this pawn. Let me just get that rook to e8.
Queen g6 played.
Queen g6 played.
Horrible move.
Wow.
Rook d8 and queen g8? What?
Stepping into this, exactly we were talking about that white does not have a real threat. That was the problem. And then allowing this rook d8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, king e7, and then queen g8 coming from behind.
Ugh. I mean, queen g6 is just a very panicky reaction. Can I show a cool line?
Yes,
I don't know if this works. Rook d8 takes. Now, if rook e8, then bishop d6. This is very important. Maybe this was overlooked. King e7, queen g8. Yeah, well indicated. Rook e8, bishop d6 maybe was overlooked. So, yeah, rook d8, rook d8, king e7.
Yes.
And queen g8. And now I thought if f6 to cover the e8 square, there is this move bishop h6. Maybe it's not the best, but I think it's pretty.
Wow.
Okay, it does win.
It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah,
so queen takes is queen a8 checkmate.
I'm just a sucker for these kinds of tactics. I look for them all the time at the expense of my play. That's why I don't play classical chess anymore. My coach would always tell me, "You're not writing a tactics book. You're playing a game." Because I would show all these interesting variations that are so unrealistic. Like, dude, focus on what's happening.
Yeah, well, actually, but this is what Maria should have also done, because she will get a heart attack if queen g8 will be played.
Okay, it's played. That's happening.
It's happening, yeah. Rook d8 on the board. Okay, king e7, queen g8, not yet, but it will happen. We have seen what Pauline did yesterday against Goryachkina. Saving that position, the way she did it, I have tremendous respect. So I think that she has incredible skills.
I wonder why king e7, queen g8 is not winning immediately. The eval bar is giving plus 1.3, but maybe it's at a low depth. I don't know. King e7, queen g8, bishop h6 maybe to try to trade everything off. But I'm very skeptical of so many tactics there. Oh, another crazy line. King e7, queen g8, bishop h6. Apparently, by the way, the move actually is rook e8. You have to sacrifice the queen on d6, but that's depressing. Queen e8, sorry. King f6, queen h8, and if bishop g7, then queen h4.
You love these kind of things.
That is the thing I love most about chess, honestly, is these stupid geometric patterns and sacrifices.
Wow. All right, but right now I'm really worried for Maria because she's not taking her time. To her horror, she realized that King E7 runs into Queen G8. I cannot believe that she missed Rook E8, Bishop D6. That's just elementary stuff.
Yeah,
but
Rook
King
E8 you have to go.
Ah, you mean that and then sacrifice the queen? Yes.
You have to. King E7, Queen
Yes.
G8 is over. You have to go
Yeah.
Rook E8, Queen D, Bishop D6. Now, people might think, what do you mean? Black doesn't even get a rook for it, but she does. Queen takes D6, Rook takes D6, and Bishop G7 to E5 is a fork. Bishop takes away the rook. But the fact that White has the 2-on-1 pawn majority on the king side, White's got to be technically winning there.
Yes. But the point is that she clearly wanted to play King E7. Yeah, that's why now she's taking her time, because otherwise she would have never played Queen G6 to go for that very bad endgame. And now to her horror, she noticed Queen G8, and she might have to play it. It's the reason why I think you can easily miss this Queen G8, that you might feel like King E7, it hits the queen, it hits the rook, and I'm forcing the queen back to H4, then I always have Bishop F6, and everything is protected. So it's easy to miss this Queen G8, but it shouldn't happen. She still had time.
Yeah, that is. And she's played King E7. She just couldn't make herself go Rook E8. No, but Queen G8 is just basically game over. The only thing is Gisharda's 3 minutes, so she's going to have to orient herself in the subsequent tactics. But they're also easy. F5, Peter, there is Bishop G5 check. Very important detail. And Queen G5, Rook E8. Wait, no, I'm sorry. This is wrong.
Okay, it's good enough.
Why is it plus 1.6 and not plus 8,000? Is it because King D6 and King C5 and the king runs?
Yeah, you run, but you should lose anyway.
Yeah, but maybe there's a better option after F5.
Yeah, should be better option. It's because black is still not starting with anything. So white has
Rook C8. I mean,
yeah, white has a luxury of just creating some more threats for free.
Rip.
Wow. So Queen G8 on the board. Heartbreak for Maria, because this is over. It's not important. Yes, it's not important that white has 3.5 minutes. First of all, there is only 4 more moves to be played. Bishop H6 played.
Oh.
So your line might come to reality. The Queen E8, Queen H8.
Although it occurred to me that black actually doesn't have to cover with Bishop G7. She can play King E7.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm actually not spotting the win just yet. Yeah, maybe
but
Queen
Bishop
H8 is too
D6 check.
fancy.
No, but Bishop D6 check, no? Simple business.
Oh.
Let me also show one tactical idea. Yes.
Wow, that is lovely. And that is actually the most important tactic, unlike the irrelevant ones that I've been showing.
No, you spotted out Queen H8 and all this, so no. You get
Black,
the credit.
Black should play Queen G7 after Queen H8. That is the best practical chance with the C4 pawn, but it's obviously lost.
Yeah, yes, it's lost, yeah. So what we are talking about is Queen E8, King F6, Queen H8 check. And yes, Bishop G7 unfortunately runs into Queen H4 checkmate, and Queen G7, Queen takes H6 is a technical loss. No chances here.
I'm calculating some insane lines. Trying to find, instead of Queen H8, is there a better win? And there are some really cool moves. Like, oh yeah, you can play Queen E8, King F6, and then G5. Maybe G5 is more accurate. And then only after Bishop G5 you play Queen H8, so that there's no Queen G7 because of Bishop takes G5.
Yes, I see. Yeah, merciless. But can I King F5, Rook D5 checkmate?
Yeah,
all right,
exactly.
We have live action? No, not yet.
Let's wait for Pauline's move. And we have tons of results. Olivia Fadolieva defeating Pia Kramling. I was going to say Pia Kramnik, but no, that is not in fact her last name. Her husband is a grandmaster, but not Vladimir Kramnik. Yeah, Marie-Laure was like listening to the commentary. Wait a second.
Wow, no, Rook E8 check.
She missed
Forget
it.
about everything.
No.
Wow.
What in the world? Rook D8. She maybe wants to repeat the position, not realizing the king can escape to C6.
Wow. This is...
How do you miss that?
This is shocking because actually Black can even not
Win
only
the
as
game.
kid, who knows?
Yeah, wait.
Yes. Maybe can
Say the W word.
This is crazy. Absolutely
No
crazy. It
way.
looked like 3 minutes should be enough. Yeah, rook d8 check.
But will
King
Maria go
C6.
back to E7?
No, no, no.
She
What?
did!
No.
No!
No, cannot be. She had
No,
7.5 minutes. No,
Can't
you shouldn't
believe
be
it.
running.
This is very, very, very bad by both players. And they're Maria's rushing, Pauline is panicking, and this is crazy.
This is completely crazy. But on the
It's
other
just
hand,
panic.
maybe... Yeah, but maybe she says, like, if she didn't see the win with 3.5 minutes on the clock, why should she spot it now? And after king c6, maybe rook c8 check, it would be automatic some checkmate, and she did not even look further
Plus-
that...
Queenie, sorry, Peter, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Yeah, that in the line after king c6, rook c8 check, she might have fed next move is queen d8 checkmate, but probably king d5,
Oh,
king d8 check, rook d6 was the way to go and fight.
and give me black there. But queen e8, queen h8, queen h4, you have to see that is a puzzle rush basic pattern. Okay, maybe she saw queen e8, king f6, queen h8, king e7, but then you can repeat the position. Worst comes to worst, just like she did now. If she makes a draw here, that would be like the unlikeliest possible thing. She's down to 30 seconds. Clearly she's looking, and she goes back to e8 with the rook. Oh my God.
Wow.
Ugh. And now Maria can go for the win with king c6 if she wants.
Or move 40, yeah, because actually then there is already no reason for her to rush, yeah, because she knows that if she plays the move king e7, but she can claim a draw after rook d8
Yes.
check, king e7, you can claim a draw for 3 for the repetition.
It's mind-boggling, truly mind-boggling
Wow.
what we just saw.
Okay, the time scramble. After all, yeah, it was easy because you told me all the winning lines. Yeah, queen e8, queen h8, and then yeah, rook d8 on the board.
I do my puzzle rush with my morning cereal, but okay, just kidding. I don't eat until 6 p.m. But do you remember, Peter, as we watch Maria decide? Do you recall any instances of huge blunders at the very highest level? Maybe in tournaments maybe against you, somebody big blundered, or like has Gary Kasparov ever hung a piece? Like anything that you remember of that nature from your tournament career?
On move 40.
Any big blunder and it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Insane.
Wow. And now they are showing each other the lines. Look at this.
What's happening is that they have forgotten to put the kings in the middle of the board.
Yes.
And they are making moves on the DGT board, which I did once and regretted because my coach almost had a heart attack.
Yes, and actually after bishop d6 check, there is king f6. So
And
bishop
white is
d6
worse.
check, it's not the right way. Wow. Okay, it was dramatic.
But-
Actually, it's great that we catch this moment.
But Peter, wait, did you play king f6 or are they playing it?
They are
Who's making
analyzing.
the
This
moves?
this is all live analysis, exclusive footage.
This is hilarious. The game
I'm
has ended.
not touching. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah, it's
touching
like-
anything. You see, it's
'cause I-
live moves coming.
Because I see Peter, I see your cursor, and I'm like, you're not moving the cursor. How are the moves inputting themselves? Is there a homunculus in our software? No, the
Yeah.
players are moving. And I'm curious, is Pauline showing Maria the lines, or is Maria showing Pauline the lines?
Yeah, they need to calm down now. Yeah, it's of course it will hurt big time for Pauline. That afterwards she will know that with queen e8 check, basically the simplest instead of looking for any tricks. Yeah, just give a queen move. Queen g8. Basically, the queen was coming to give a check, right? So after queen g8, bishop h6, just continue the journey, king f6, and then queen h8. And the big difference is that compared to the line they were analyzing with queen on g8, after king e7, bishop d6, there is no more king f6. And black has to go for the losing line after rook d6, queen e8, king f6.
Yeah, this is gonna make.
So wow.
This is gonna be on the Daily Mail. Pauline Guichard and Marie Muzjuk analyze exclusive footage of their post-game analysis. Wow, they're gonna come home, and I mean, Pauline is gonna be in for a major cold shower. The blunder that always comes to my mind Peter, is Vladimir Kramnik's mate in one miss against Deep Fritz in 2007.
Yes.
Speaking of, unexpected huge blunders by strong players, it happens. You can't just look at one blunder and say, who are these people? Why are they in this tournament? Put yourself in their shoes. The pressure is immense and it messes with your brain.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And when the seconds are ticking down for us, it's very easy to say that, okay, you get 30 seconds extra each move. I know what it means when those 30 seconds are ticking down. You have to make a decision, and okay, it's unbearable pressure.
Your fingers turn to thumbs. You literally start. You can't breathe. I mean, the pressure is insane, and we just saw an instance of that. The players have to breathe and calm down. We will calm down over a break, and then we will come back to the open section where we have lots to update you on. Fabiano Caruana has drawn Erwin Lamy, as we all expected. That's not a surprise. Tons of results coming in, tons of time scrambles. Before break, a reminder, this Halloween, 8 masked players compete in the 4th edition of the Halloween Mystery Banter Blitz. The players' identities will only be revealed upon elimination, but who will don their spooky mask until the end to take home the winner's crown. Tune into the Halloween Blitz event this Halloween, October 31st at noon New York City time, noon Eastern, and use exclam Halloween Blitz in chat to read up on the event. Okay, so you'll have to pause your horror movie marathon session to watch the Halloween Mr. Banner Blitz at 12 p.m. Eastern. And we hope that you have paused all of your work engagements and your brunch with clients to watch our coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss, which will return with hour number 4 in just a few minutes.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
That is it. Still plenty of options and opportunities left. All right, next one. You ready?
Yes.
Let's do it. Kasparian study. White to move.
Okay, I know this one.
You know it.
It's not fair. Queen a3, rook d2, rook b2.
Very good.
It's Kasparian.
Kasparian study, yes?
Yeah.
Looks kind of familiar. But... okay, yeah. Rook d2, rook b2, rook b1.
So how do you start?
Queen a3, rook a2, rook d2, d2,
rook takes a3, rook b2, rook a2, rook b1. Very nice, very nice. Well done.
Okay. So it's queen a3 check, rook a2, then rook d2, rook a3, rook b2, rook a3, rook b1.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice, yes. Impressive knowledge. Another study. I mean, if you know this one, I'll be mightily impressed. White to move.
Okay, this one I don't know. So it's 10 seconds as well?
10 seconds.
Oh. Yeah. Bishop b6, c5, queen b8, b6.
King c8.
King c8, king e4.
h4.
h4. Now I have to... yes, king f5 and king
h5 and king e4.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Is king e4 the final move? Bishop b6, queen b6, c5, queen b8, b6, king c8, king e4.
Yes, h4.
And king f5.
h5
and king e4.
King e4 back. Yeah, very nice. Well done.
Okay, this one is a bit difficult, I can say. So I guess bishop takes b6.
Yes.
Queen b6, c5.
Yes.
Queen b8. b6, king c8, c7, queen b7.
C7 might not be correct.
Oh, king e4. King e4. Yes.
h4.
h4. You have opponent g3, h4, and h6, right?
Yes.
Okay, then king f5,
h5,
h5, king e4. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah.
That's the one. Very nice.
Yeah.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. And chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends. But let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that?
Yeah.
Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
Okay, back we are. 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss, Women's Grand Swiss. GM Peter Lecko, GM Daniel Naroditsky chopping it up for you today. It always feels, Peter, the first hour is difficult for me because it's early in the morning. I haven't had coffee yet. I'm exhausted. Next 2 hours, okay, the games are getting underway. It's slow. My favorite hour of commentary is hours 4 to 5 because we get all the time scrambles. Then hour 6, I will admit I'm exhausted again. But this next hour is going to be the most exciting one.
Yeah, definitely, and we are in for a treat. Alexei Shilov against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. What a position. I'm trying to understand. Look at this. Black has a rook on f2. On the other hand, the black's queen is passive on g8. White has just picked up the pawn on e6. Queen takes e6, which apparently was a mistake according to the computer. But Alexei is down to a minute on the clock. And queen e6, rook takes f1, rook takes f1 played. What do we think of this?
Okay, so first question is if black plays rook f1 and queen takes e6, what is happening in the endgame? Probably because of the weakness of the d5 pawn, it should be comfortable for white.
Yes, should be very nice. And if rook f1, king f1, queen f8 check, then we're gonna go queen f7, I'm guessing.
Yeah, most people in the chat would want to go knight f7, but then simply king g8, and unfortunately
G8,
knight
yes.
h6 check is illegal.
Yes. Wow. So a lot of tension here. I feel like Abdusattorov is in some kind of a danger. He still has 3.5 minutes, a little bit over 3.5. But how does he avoid trading queens? Yeah, if the endgame is bad. Knight f6 played.
Okay. H6 is very tempting. I guess black has g takes h6 though, so that might not work.
Yes. On the other hand, we can just simply enjoy the endgame. Besides, black is not starting anything yet. Yeah, so we have one extra move.
Yup. Knight e3 would fail to queen takes e6 and rook e8, skewering the knights. So don't do that if you're Alexei.
That's a big problem. Exactly.
And of course, now I'm going to jinx him, and he's going to play it.
No, never.
I'm kidding.
Alexei,
kidding. Yeah. No way.
Alexei will never blunder like this.
Never. I agree. 40 seconds. H6 played. So
H6
G takes
played.
H6. Okay, he simply wants rook takes F6, Peter, rook takes F8, and queen takes D5. Great decision making under duress.
Very.
And queen takes E6, HG, intermezzo. And then you pick off all of black's pieces. Knight E6, knight F8, and rook F6.
Yes, that's...
Turn on the vacuum cleaner. Yeah. Clean it up.
That's horrible. Yes, so basically G takes H6 is obligatory, and then rook takes F6. This is the line we are expecting. H takes G5. Rook takes F8. Queen takes F8. Queen takes D5. You called it. Looks very nice because the queen also beautifully protects the F3 square. So black is unable to activate the queen to F3. Then knight comes to E3. The structure is beautiful. Black's knight is horrible. Wow. Alexei will win this.
Incredible. That would be, what a result that would be to defeat. The old guard beating the young talent is always a mixed sensation, but really, really happy for people like Shurov who maintain their level for so many years and decades. Noterbeck is in trouble here, no question about it. He missed H6, I think.
Yeah, probably. Also, he was... Okay, we don't know. Maybe he thought like his position is bad and he wanted to try to give the chance for Alexei to go wrong. But Alexei did spot H6. G8-6 played now. Rook takes F6 will follow. And it's also a dream scenario for white. Yeah, you are making a couple of forced moves. And it also ends up in a very nice endgame where you have everything under control.
Yeah, Shurov is taking his time. He's not rushing through the moves, but obviously rook f6 had to be foreseen. He's just double checking that there are no sudden tactics, but there aren't any. Queen takes g8, king takes g8, knight e6, rook f7 makes no sense for white. Let's wait for his move. Yeah, it is rook f6, so we're going to see that queen and knight versus queen and knight endgame. Also, I'll mention that your protege, Vincent Keimer, has beautifully sacrificed his queen, and he's about to defeat Uya Idani, so definitely a worthy game to check out after this. But looks like Alexei's advantage is now completely stable.
Very nice, yes. This is what you want in a time trouble, yeah? That you know that you are clearly better, you have easy moves, the knight is coming, the knight is joining the party on f5, then it's game over. So black will try to get some knight e7 in, but that allows queen e5 check. I don't even think they are interested about the pawn. No, we don't want to lose coordination. Check and bring the knight, and black is in a horrible shape.
Yeah, really interesting action in Ali Reza's game also, but maybe we can quickly look at Vincent Keimer's queen sack, and then jump right back to Ali Reza's game, which is about to hit move 40.
No, Vincent already won. Yes, okay. So then we can check it out later.
Yes.
Where do we go? Ali Reza, yeah? You said Ali Reza.
Let's go to Ali Reza.
Something special. He's breaking through with f5. Is this? But hang on. Here they already reached move 40. They reached move 40. Maybe we should go to a game where...
Well, black still needs to make move 40.
Okay. And rook e2 is the only move?
And it's just a draw. I think rook e2 is just a forced draw.
Yeah, rook e2 is very nice. On the board. Played.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Jalmahanov is likely going to hold against Firouzja.
Yeah, I have to learn this name. I have to apologize that I didn't have him yet on my radar.
Yeah, say that 10 times in a row. Ramazan Jalmahanov, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so we keep on moving. What do we have? Giri against Bakro. This is let the game update.
Yeah, Etienne has been pushed, it seems, to the back row. And still holding, not on the back row, but on the 7th grow with his rook.
Yeah,
And
it's
he's
very
got some
sad.
chances. But he's
Yeah,
got some
he has
chances.
some
White's king is
chances.
open, yeah.
Yes. And it's kind of nice that he has the idea of going back with the queen to d7 because this takes rook e7 check does not work. So, all right, Anish has all the chances because he can also maybe just collect the c5 pawn, yeah, collect, and then get queen to d4 and just enjoy the beautiful position.
Absolutely. This is vintage Anish. He's played a great game. And the time pressure here is not so acute. I mean, 6 minutes seems like an eternity in this position.
Yes, exactly. So I'm even willing to move on. Rapport against Volokikin. That was also some kind of a crazy time trouble. But look at this. Andre might be escaping.
Yeah, he's up a pawn, actually. But that's
and this
not
is-
necessarily significant.
Yes, okay, he has too many weaknesses. He can never be better, but he might hold. Also, not the most exciting positions. Wow, what? Sindarov-Aronyan. What happened in Sindarov-Aronyan? Okay, this is an endgame pawn up for Sindarov, so tactical position. Level might save this. Okay, we need something more. we need something. Chat, help us. Help us. Where is the action? Okay, Erigaisi.
Not here. This looks very balanced. Maybe a little. No, wait. White is up a pawn. Yes, white is also up a pawn here.
Yeah, but still good drawing chances, I guess. Yeah, with this construction. Okay,
Yeah,
white is pressing.
Okay, so keeping our journey to see the move 40 times
Martyrosian.
scrambles.
What do I?
Wow.
No, this is endgame. Okay, no, not yet.
Draw.
And look at this, Kuibokar. This is our
Whoa.
game. This is our game. The dragon.
And then
Your
Hikaru.
stuff. Yes. But this is your
actually
stuff.
all happened. If people in the chat remember, this was the knight takes b3 game. It was played, and they followed a line that we had outlined. Then Koibakarov actually deviated, which leads to this insane position. Queen e3, stopping queen takes c5 because of rook d8 check.
Yes. Very, very important.
Incredible.
Lovely trick. And he has done his last move with 3 seconds on the clock. That's why he jumped back to 33 seconds.
Insane. And he's got 3 more
Wow.
difficult moves to make.
But maybe queen e3 was the final stabilizer because now at least nothing is hanging. It's more like black has to decide that is he taking, for example, rook takes b4 and just goes for some simplification. Because let's not forget, white has this idea of bringing that knight back to f6 and target that king on g8.
It feels like rook takes b4 should be a draw.
Yeah, should be.
And I'm not seeing any other moves for Abasov if he wants to be, if he knows what's good for him. So I think we're
You
going to
have-
see this game fizzle out.
Yeah, I also just out of curiosity because it's next to each other. Let me open up the Nakamura game just to see what we are missing here. Time trouble reached. Yes, it's move 41. And move 41 turns out to be a mistake according to computer. Queen takes b4. That's new for us.
Oh, he had a tactic. Ooh. Knight takes f3 instead. Was a big miss by Chopra.
Oh, wow, but already here things escalated. Yeah, more moves had been played. So what did you say? There was a after...
Yeah, instead
F3?
of... no, a little bit later. So knight d2, queen a6. Yeah, here. Knight takes f3. Was very much
Wow.
kept black in the game.
Wow, and this was move 41. I don't understand this. How can you make the mistake on move 41? It's not move 40.
Was he afraid of something here, maybe?
But
It's just
against
a
any
draw.
intermezzo, you have a check. Exactly.
Unbelievable. And knight f3 is really basic. King f3, queen e4, black is legit playing for the advantage. And if
Yeah,
white plays
wow.
bishop c5, then the only thing to avoid... No, I mean, queen e4 gets mated, but knight h4 check, and it's just a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just unacceptable by Chopra. You can't miss these chances against someone like Hikaru when you're given them.
Wow, okay, so this is... We thought like it's going to be a very smooth ride for Hikaru, but finally it got quite choppy. Nevertheless, it looks like he is still in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, it got quite chopra, and now Hikaru is not going to let him go, it seems, because black's pawns are starting to collapse. You can't play h6 because of queen g6 check. And
Yes.
the bishop
Okay,
on f6
Duda
holds
Murtsin.
2 square.
Let's go to Duda Murtsin because I feel that there might still be some crazy time pressure, but what? The game is
It's
not...
Morzin.
Yes, sorry, yes. It's Murtsin, yes. No, it's already time trouble over and black is in a lot of trouble. So Duda will convert this without any question and without any problems. The knight is just too strong.
I would resign this against Duda.
Colors with it. What about colors with it? We want some... No, also endgame.
Our producer,
Nothing...
Bick is telling us that Mamedov's game is really interesting. Can we go to Ralph?
Yes, let me find it.
Mamedov against Elham Amar, the young Norwegian talent.
Wow, yes,
wow.
This is already some craziness. And it still moves 37, so 3 more moves to be played. That's exactly what we want to see. Drama.
It's like if my cat just, spit the pieces up all over the board, you'd have this position. I don't actually have a cat, but I want a cat. Crazy position. White is attacking on the king side. Rook e to g2, and they have 3 more moves to make until time control. Anything could happen.
Anything, yeah, because black is 2 pawns up. On the other hand, if I look at the position, I feel like I want to be white.
a3.
What? Just like this?
Just like this. I mean, I'm looking for tactics now for black, but 24 seconds. Mamedov is essentially trying to give Elham a choice. I think bishop b3 is my bullet instinct. He goes knight g4 check. Totally logical move. Trying to force the trade, and he will. White has to take it. And then black plays hg, and you obviously can't touch the pawn because then the c-pawn promotes. No, but yes, this was a3 was bad.
Was very strange. Giving a tempo just like this. Rook f2 to g2 was so natural, no? Just to put some pressure on the g7 weakness.
And to prevent knight g4 check.
Yeah, exactly. Now king g3 should be the move, no? It's somehow... King g3 seems to be the natural.
King g3, there's maybe knight c3.
Well, you have, king g3 played, it's move 40. It gives some harmony, but you have a pawn on c2.
But knight c3, how does white defend? Because knight c3 threatens knight d1. And it threatens knight a2. And if bishop takes c3, there's rook d1 winning.
Don't do this to me.
It's my bullet instincts. Knight
on,
c3, come on, Elham. Elham's going to play it. I played him so many times in Blitz. He loves these types of tricks. He is even better at it than I am. So I'm voting for knight c3.
Yeah, but the big trick is that if you are good in Blitz and you are spotting all the tactics, it's still so much different when all the tension with this over the board, you feel your opponent, and I want to see. He might play it.
It doesn't work.
I don't want to jinx it.
Knight c3, rook c1, and knight a2, there's rook takes c2. So in classical, you start calculating, and then suddenly there's difficulties. And okay, 17 seconds, maybe I'll just play a move like c6 and keep the status quo. Very tempting. 10 seconds for Elham. 40th move to be played. This is the huge moment. And what is the money move? Knight f6.
Knight f6. Knight f6. Okay, understandable. It's such a complex position. With 30 seconds and all the tension, it's impossible to keep a cool head. Or okay, you can keep a cool head, but you cannot find the best move.
The best move is rook b8, by the way.
Yeah, rook b8 was the first move that I considered, but it looked too dangerous. I was afraid that I'm going to get checkmated after some knight g5 check.
Beautiful idea, by the way. But go ahead.
Yes, so... Rook b8, I felt like, okay, this is the most natural one, but at the same time, after knight g5 check, okay, king goes back to g8, and now let's just imagine white has time to double on the h-file and then rook h8 checkmate. Black can't do anything about it, and that's why suddenly your blitz instincts don't let you play like this, yeah? He played knight f6 to have some stability.
Yeah, and knight f6. Okay, at least this gives white a respite at some time, and Rauf can settle in, but he's still much worse. I mean, rook b8, rook b1 is still a big threat. Mamedov is struggling in the last 2 games. He blundered on move 40 yesterday against Firouzja. Today, struggling with white against Elham. We were told that there was a huge blunder in a game by Sean Rodrigue Lemieux on one of the bottom boards. Let's just double check if there was a blunder.
Which one?
His last name is Rodrigue Lemieux. It's a hyphenated last name, probably even further down. Yeah, against Gladura, against Benjamin Gladura on board 50.
Against Benji. Okay.
The queen was blundered, apparently.
Wow. How did... Oh, rook f1.
What? But was that blundered? Like, did Gladura accidentally allow... Yeah, he did. He blundered his queen. Gladura blundered his queen.
I cannot believe. Okay, he spawned up, but black has compensation. Black has a good pawn structure. So what happened? Bishop d7. Queen f4. Queen e6. Rook c7 and rook f5. All of a sudden hitting the queen. If the queen moves...
This is insane.
This is insane. Yeah, with 30 seconds increment, you cannot... Oh my god, Benji. This is crazy.
Horrible. That literally is blundering the queen in one move.
That's insane.
We're seeing some... I mean, this round, it seems like a lot of the players' nerves are just giving out at some point.
Yes.
Oh,
wow.
Big win for the Canadian. I mean, Rodrigue Lemieux is very, very strong. Nobody in the chat's going to know who that is, but he scored 9 out of 9 in a tournament, I think, in my town, in my city. He just beat everybody in a round robin. He's GM strength, and again, I wonder how people like him get into this tournament, but they're clearly proving that they belong there.
Yes, absolutely. And it's also nice for the tournament, to have interesting youngsters. How old is he?
He is maybe like 17 or 18, teenager.
Okay, so young enough. Any news from the chat where we should go? The time travel probably finished everywhere by now.
Yeah, tons of games have ended. Sevian beat the other Samuel beat Samvel. We can go to the bird's eye view and see which of the games still remaining are worthy of our attention. Okay, so Aronian is still thinking. Ali Reza is trying to make progress against Zhalmakhanov and not succeeding.
Arjun made progress. Arjun actually made progress because not only his pawn on d5 is isolated now, so there is a weakness on f5. And before I was having this intuition that it should be probably enough compensation to hold. Now I feel that it should be winnable.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's heading in that direction. It appears that Etienne Bacro might have equalized against Giri, at least according to the eval bar. Although, when I look at the position with my own eyes, it still seems like Anish is pressing. And Shirov is also pressing.
Yeah, but in both cases, yes, Bacro's position certainly improved, and I feel like in Abdusattorov position, the good news for black is that if you are not losing by force, you have chances to create some hope to survive. Yeah, because the stable pawn structure disappeared.
Exactly.
And wow, look at this. Levon was thinking for a very long time in this rook endgame. He plays fine the most natural move king f4, and according to Evil Bar, this is a huge mistake. Wow.
These endgames are brutally tricky.
Yes. These endgames are crazy. So, here are the updates. Deak is pressing against Melkumian with an exchange up, but this is, do you remember it was like Fabiano against Abasov at the end?
Yes.
Exactly. The very last game of the FIDE World Cup.
Actually, it was extremely similar structure, but something was different there. It seemed like here white has less winning chances. I can't put my finger on what it is.
Yeah, now suddenly that the bishop on f6 is cemented by the pawn on g7. Yeah, this is a lovely construction. So the only danger is that the black king gets checkmated with f5 check, forced back to the 7th rank, and then against king h7, some rook h8 checkmate. But black is doing extremely well with rook d4 to stop f5. chances. And wow, shocking result, at least shocking for me, because Gabriel Sargsyan is such a solid player, has lost to Maurizi. Wow.
Maurizi is insane. I mean, that guy is just blowing everything off the board. He won the World Junior in Mexico City. He's not a household name for people, but that guy became a GM at like age 14, something crazy. Marc-Andrea Maurizi is his full name. He's from France. I almost want to say he's from Corsica, but I'm not sure.
Yes.
But he is impressive.
Yes. Yeah, amazing. And I also believe, that becoming under 20 world champion, it should give you a lot of boost. Yeah, it gives you a lot of confidence, because if you just look at his rating, at least I remember I was following the under 20 championship and he only had like 25-55. Yeah. But when you think like, Maurizi under 20 champion, world champion, then you already think in your mind, okay, he has to be 2600 plus. Yeah. Because otherwise you don't become under 20 world champion.
Yeah. To beat Sargsyan with black like that. I mean, geez. That's something else. And it's going to be a draw in Kuibakarov. Abasov looks like a perpetual there with Rook H7 and Rook H8. Insanely enough, there's no mate.
Yeah,
and I think
we have to get to that game because it deserves a diagram. This is fantastic.
And the queen is hanging. Oh, black's queen is also hanging. I didn't even notice that.
Exactly.
What is going on here?
So let me find it. Where is it?
It is Kuibakarov Abasov. You could also just search it in the search bar.
Yes, I should.
I mean, there's not too many players starting with KU.
Yes, exactly. Because what a position. This is insane.
Okay, so 94, that's logical, trying to get to F6. Black plays F2.
Yes, let's just slow down because the computer jumped. So let's just appreciate what we have been seeing here. It was Queen E3, A takes B4, so not Rook takes B4 check. Abasov wanted to keep some tension. Rook H4, Queen D5, Knight E4, going for the fork, seemingly fork and checkmate. Black ignores it, goes F2.
Sure.
And Knight F6 check, move 40, apparently a mistake according to computer, but who can fault you not playing?
Yeah, if you don't play Knight F6, you're like kicked out of the tournament.
Yes, move 40.
But wasn't there Rook H8 instead, by the way?
Rook H8, yes.
Instead of Knight F6. King G7.
Exactly, King G7, and then?
And then draw. Rook H7. Wait, what did he do? Oh, King F8.
Okay, yes, I'm just moving back and forth, yeah?
Yeah.
And we know that Kuibakarov was down to like 30 seconds for the last 4-5 moves in this crazy position. So incredible amount of stress. Gathered there, he gives Knight F6 check, King G7, and that's the current position after move 40.
Yeah, so just for newer players who are confused, if the knight takes the queen, then black makes a new queen with F1 equals queen check, and then picks up the knight. Queen G2, queen takes D5, and that is the crucial detail, because otherwise, no problem. I mean, I take one queen, you burn a pawn to make another one, I move the king up, we're good. You're not good because you're going to drop the knight on D5, and that queen takes D5 is also going to cover the E5 square. So this is a disaster for white. White's just 2 pawns down and losing. So you certainly don't want that if you're Timur. He's thinking because he might be in disbelief that there's no crazy tactic here, no desperado, but apparently it's just a draw. I mean, there's Rook H7, King F8, Knight D7, and it's still a repetition. King G8, Rook H8, King G7.
Let's also just show one time what happens if black takes the rook.
Queen H3, and it's beautiful.
Yes.
King G7, you go Queen H6, Knight F6. I mean, these are just stunning tactical ideas, but chess is unfair. If you go King F8, that's the more testing line. Then the point is, King G8, that is Knight F6, King F8. If King G7, then Queen H6 is just made in 1. Yeah, Knight takes D5, you don't even need the check on H8 because the queen stops the pawn. You're up 1,000 pieces. But black declines both sacrifices and plays King G7 in response to Rook H8, and white has to repeat by desperadoing the rook on H7 and H8.
Wow.
White can push so
Insane.
many different buttons, and none of them actually lead anywhere except repetition.
Yes.
I
This
mean,
queen
just
on d5
unbelievable.
and pawn on b4 are taking away all the checks on the long diagonal.
Chess is just, it defies. Sometimes you're looking and you just cannot understand. Like, is this actually happening, or did someone slip something into my coffee today? Like, what are we actually seeing these complications?
Yes. This knight f6 check, king g7. That's why I felt like we have to come here, because we have to treasure, we have to savor this moment. This is completely crazy. The queen is hanging. The king is in a mating net. Basically, if you ask any chess player, he would say there is no way white is not winning here. And in fact, it turns out white isn't winning.
Chess is just a science now. Like, imagine showing this to Morphy. You know, he would probably bet his life savings that white is winning. But now chess is so concrete. Everything has to be evaluated on the basis of specific calculation. The chat wants to see Hikaru, by the way. Apparently, a good move was made. I mean, chat always wants to see Hikaru, but we can oblige.
Yes, especially because we have already covered this craziness in details.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. Just to summarize, this will 100% be a repetition. Very deep move, apparently, was just executed by Hikaru.
Wow, a4. Okay.
Typical Nakamura move. I mean, just building the right triangle queenside, just advancing the pawn and just going to cheese him with a5, potentially.
And what do you think? The clock situation, what we are seeing, is that correct? That Hikaru has still more than 1 hour on his clock and the opponent is down to 17 minutes?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I think Arjun has just been burning all his clock after move 40, but I can't get over the fact that Black missed knight takes f3. I mean, that was just a glaring oversight. Why is Hikaru close to winning here? Because even though Black has the connected pass pawns, Black has the much weaker king, and the a pawn is the outside passer, and the knight is much worse at stopping pass pawns than the bishop.
Yes, and somehow Hikaru is trying to combine play with the a pawn, distracting Black's forces, and of course trying to give checkmate for Black's king. I'm basically also expecting at some point some h4, g takes h4, and then hide that king on h3, making sure that the queen can enter the game with on f5. And those are one of the likely scenarios.
Yep, that's pretty clear cut. So what do we have? I think a4. Yeah, white is not totally winning, but it looks like Hikaru should be able to drive this one home.
Yeah, the problem is, first of all, that Black can't play h6 due to queen g6 checkmate. Yeah, that's that's a very huge problem. So one of the moves I'm looking at is king f7. Can I try to run out? It's of course a desperate attempt.
Maybe bishop takes g5.
Yes, exactly. Of course, you collect. Queen b2 check, king g3, and I wanted to give queen e5 check, hoping for f4, queen e1 check, but you can probably go continue the journey with king to h4.
Yeah.
And I'm running out of checks, and let's not forget, queen takes h7 is still there as a threat.
And Black is just falling apart at the seams. King h5, ridiculous.
Yes.
King is the safest piece on the board. It's unassailable.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to highlight this line king f7, because I felt like white will escape with a king like this, but we had to discuss it. And all right, so otherwise, what is our move? Because the knight cannot really move a part of giving a check. Knight is the check would at least make sense. Yeah, we have to address this move.
Queen a7 was played, by the way.
Ah, wow, yes. But what happens after knight is the check? Just king where?
g3.
Aha, so you don't worry about any of this queen b8 checks?
Well, yeah, because king f2 then, and I attack your knight, but knight takes g4 almost works. I know it doesn't work, but...
No, I just fall back with the knight to c4, and I'm hoping for some queen h2 check. It isn't easy to calculate all this.
No. Queen a7 is a weird move.
Yeah, it's on the board, so... Okay, it's a multi-purpose move. The queen tries to defend back on the 7th. keeps an eye on the A pawn. On the other hand, black is also losing some of his tricky options. Hikaru just collects. Bishop takes g5. That's clever. Yes, because he takes control of the e3 square. So if now black takes the pawn, queen takes a4, then queen f5 joins the party, and it should be checkmate. No.
Transformation of the advantage.
No. No, then probably queen e2.
E2.
Yeah, then okay, queen e2. Yeah, one of this. Yes, queen e2 is the winning move.
Great board vision by Hikaru to realize that you can, in fact, part ways with the a pawn and transition your initiative over to the other side of the board. Queen a7, but no, that was losing. Queen e8 check. White is just massacring black on the king's side. Arjun is going down. Hikaru is just extinguishing whatever is left of his resistance and playing so quickly and confidently. It's really Hikaru at his best. I think he just smells blood in this game, and he believes his instincts. And for very good reason. His instincts are second to none.
Well, we have been praising him. We are completely sure that he will have a very smooth victory. But all of a sudden, when we saw there was this golden opportunity for Arjun to save that game with knight takes f3. So Hikaru did show some small sign of weakness, which I believe that once now that he wins the game will never happen again. Yeah, it's like before you not win the first game, you might be a little bit nervous that you want to win at all cost. Once you win it, then things are so much more easy.
And queen takes a4 played. I think Arjun is just essentially going through the motions at this point. He understands that he's dead lost. Queen e2 is going to be played by Hikaru in a bullet game, and this is going to end. Hikaru is going to win his first game of Isle of Man. He's right back into the hunt. And we also were requested by chat to show us, to show them why the Shevchenko game ended the way that it did. But I'm not, necessarily insistent on it.
Today's game or yesterday's Miracle Escape?
I think today's game, he had a tragedy, but I have no idea. We haven't been following his game specifically. I don't even know who he played today. But maybe we could double check.
Yeah, I just want to wait before Hikaru plays the move queen e2, because the trick is that seemingly both queen e2 and queen f5 are equally strong and should finish the game.
But why not? Why is queen f5 so bad?
Exactly. But the evaluation bar after queen f5 dropped from completely winning to just a little bit better.
I mean, maybe it's queen a2, queen e2, but I don't know.
And it's not winning.
Black covers all the business squares. Queen e6 check would be made. Yeah, so that's the point of queen e2. You are essentially shouldering black's queen. Shouldering, of course, is done to the king usually, but here you're almost restricting the queen and simultaneously preparing the invasion. You're winning after queen e2. Hikaru doesn't miss details like that.
Yes, and Hikaru wants to calm everyone down, all of his fans, that yes, I have this in the bag.
Chat.
Queen
you think I miss queen f5, chat? I mean, seriously, chat? Yeah. Hikaru.
Never, yeah? So yeah, queen e2, and yeah, that's it. Because now there is no way of stopping any of this. Checks, queen a8, runs into queen e6 check. And it's pretty obvious that black will be checkmated in the next few moves.
Yep. Goodbye. Arjun Chopra goes down. It all started with the move e5, and the irony is that the death occurs on the e file. Okay, so a lot of the games are moving toward their conclusion as we move toward the 5th hour of action here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Okay, so we have the Shevchenko game to look at, but we also have a lot of other games. I'm totally not insistent. I think we need to go to a break, though. Do we need to go to a break, Vic? Can we look at the Shevchenko game first? Let's look at the Shevchenko game. Okay.
Wow, what happened here? Actually, Shevchenko lost.
What happened?
Or we don't have the game till the end? Or why is... No.
Why did he lose here? This? Ooh, no, because rook takes c6 is actually a really smart move. Maybe he flagged?
No, it cannot be. This is move 26.
Oh,
I think the game is... The simple answer to all the mystery is that the game was still in progress. Just some transmission error. Nobody loses like this. Nobody resigns like this.
Yeah, rook c6 is actually a very smart move because BC there is knight takes e5 and knight g6 check. So he was at the peak of his tactical possibilities in this position.
Yeah.
No, this was Clearly a transmission error. We'll try to get more clarity, chat, on what happened in this game, but no guarantees. Clearly, this is not how the game ended. It's probably actually still going. Or if he did
Could
lose, it
easily be.
came much later, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just a nice compensation.
Okay, so clearly this game is not over. Okay, now we can go to a break. Yeah, this round is a very interesting one. Lots of blunders. We have survived the move 40 time scramble, and now the players are settling into the next very important 10 moves. We'll look at the women's section. Most of the results there are already in, and we'll be back with more exciting action from the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss in just a couple minutes. We're laughing about something that I'll explain in a second. But welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. I was going to say the Rapid Grand Swiss. This is anything but rapid. The open section games have all reached move 40, so there's a bit of a lull in the action. We're going to take this opportunity to travel back to the women's section, where there are exactly 4 games still going. Remember that the women's time control section is significantly less than in the open, so therefore the games end a lot faster. Okay, Alice Lee off to a rough start on 0 out of 2, but she got an easier pairing. She plays Lina Nasser from Algeria, I think, if I have my flags correct. And she is going to win this game.
Yes, this is rook endgame with 2 pawns up and the dominating king position. No surprises possible here.
Yeah, this is just clear cut rook a3. I mean, you don't even need anything special. You just move your pawns g5, h4 at some point, and okay.
Yeah, or check as you wish. So it will be very important for her to bounce back, gain confidence, settle into the tournament, and anything is possible. We are talking about this. It's a marathon of 11 rounds. If you suddenly get the flow and you start winning a couple of games, things are looking much more rosy.
Yeah, by the way, there was a brilliancy played by Stavrula against Dinara Wagner, but let's save that for a little bit later. We can look at the other games still going. You mentioned, Peter, that one of them is a dead draw. Which one was that?
Yes, one of them was a dead draw. It was Mukrishan against Yavakishvili. This one is a opposite colored bishop endgame. Nothing really to talk about. Handshake is likely any minute.
Yep. This is a dead draw. Okay, so we can move on to.
And there is Matnadze against Matnadze against Sandu. There is still this game in progress. And this is a very interesting one. 3 pawns versus a knight. Oy, how do you evaluate this? Not easy.
Well, my first instinct is to prefer black. If you disappeared the b pawns, then obviously white has 0 problems. I mean, 3 on 0 on the king side is a problem for the knight, but that knight is hungry for the d pawn. Knight e4 and knight d2 is a huge threat, and if white loses the b pawn, likely white loses the game. So maybe Matnadze, well, how does she manufacture a kingside counterplay to distract black? Maybe you want to meet knight e4 with the move h5 and you're in time, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot to calculate, and this is when I feel like this FIDE time control is a little bit too short. Yeah, look at this. If you would have the classical time control like in the men's section, then here you would think 25 minutes. You try to understand everything. You try to calculate everything till the very end. But if you just have to rely on your intuition, yeah, then it's so difficult to evaluate all this craziness what about to unfold here.
No, totally. We saw this already many times, like in Guryachkina against Matnadze from round 1, where there was just pandemonium on the board and no time to figure anything out. Okay, so this is a complicated endgame, but maybe tilting a little bit in black's favor practically.
Yes.
And there is one other game. I want to get to Kolbasa.
And yes, Olivia, because she started with 2 losses. And I remember I have been covering her games in the Olympiad last year. She was winning game after game. I think she also got the gold medal on her board. And she needs to start winning. And this is looking very good with the fast b-pawn.
And we were laughing because her last name in, I think, most Eastern European languages, but definitely in Russian, Kolbasa is like salami or like sausage, dried sausage. So, yeah, I don't know. In Polish, it probably refers to the same thing. But she is incredibly strong, not to be underestimated, and seems to be winning a very nice technical game.
Yeah, what I like in her games, that she's very well prepared. She never shies away from sharp opening battle. She's ready, and I want her to start winning games, and now she's winning to show her real strengths. Yeah, because she belongs up there.
She definitely does. Could we check out Stavrula's the final 6 moves of Stavrula's game were just awesome against Dinara. Formerly Dinara Dorjeva, but now Dinara Wagner. She married the German Grandmaster Dennis Wagner, who is also playing in the men's section. But she just got smoked in this game. But yeah, the final position is pretty impressive on its own, but the way that it was reached is honestly just brutal. If we rewind to move number 16 or 15.
Wow. So, but hang on. There is even a story to this. There is a story to this because A6, this is the Najdorf, and it is Magnus Carlsen who played exactly against Vincent in the European Club card, Bishop C4 and E6 A4. And look at this. The players are following Magnus's games. No matter how strange it is, they are ready to employ it, and this is exactly the idea what Magnus had in mind.
Wow. Avrula on top of her theory, and it pays off pretty quickly. So it's pretty normal to start. I mean, just developing pieces, the Sozin. Okay.
Queen E2. Queen C7, Knight takes C6. This is, I think, the strategical idea behind the whole line, that after B takes C6, White fixes with A5, just give Black one extra move. Black will play A6, A5, and the whole strategical idea will backfire. It will be Black who will be more flexible. So everything depends on this, fixing the weakness plus getting access to the B6 square. So Black is kind of provoked or forced to push C5, after which, however, Black never has anymore the comfortable D6, D5 break. Yeah, that's the strategical idea. Rook FD1, Bishop B7, Bishop F4, Queen C6, F3, and there is a squeeze here.
Yeah, and we're approaching the blunder. Black is worse, but she is, the position is solid, so it looks like we're in for a long strategical battle. Nope.
Wow.
Yeah, here's the blunder.
Okay. Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
But as usually, the blunder comes when you are under some kind of pressure. Knight B6 is a problem, because then the pawn on A6 will be isolated. You definitely don't want to stay completely passive and log with Rook A7. So the move Knight D7, strategically speaking, makes perfect sense. But here comes the cold shower, Bishop D5.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
And if you don't take the bishop, White takes B7 and takes D6. That looks miserable. And so probably this was the lesser evil, according to the computer, but you can't really blame Dinara for not going for this. This just looks horrible. She took the bishop, but that loses on the spot. White takes back, E7 falls, and if E7 falls, then so does D6. Then the whole position collapses, just spontaneously implodes, and this is just a debacle for Black.
Bishop takes D6, Rook A C8,
and boom.
And Bishop C7. Yeah, beautiful finish. Yeah, the Rook is attacked. The Rook is the only piece which protects the Knight on D7. The Bishop can't be captured because of Queen takes D8. What a win. What a win.
Incredible. I have an update, by the way, on the Shevchenko game. He did flag in that position. Apparently, he made the move on the board, but was not able to press the clock on time. And so his flag fell, having made the move. But remember, your turn doesn't end until you press the clock. So you can make the move, but if you don't press the clock, your clock continues to run. It was only move 29, which makes it crazy that he was already in, he had depleted his time reserves by that point, and he loses on time. That is just a shocker. Most experienced GMs don't let themselves do that.
Yes, this is completely shocking. I would have basically entered any kind of bets, which I'm not doing, but I would have said no way this happened like this as it happened. It's just impossible.
It's a pretty, it's a rookie mistake, but again, we talk about the nerves and the impact of those nerves on the course of the game, and this is what happens. This is what happens to even very, very experienced players. So it looks like we have looked at all of the remaining games of the women's section. Maybe we can move back to the bird's eye view in the open. Not that many games still going, but definitely we've got our share. Firouzja draws. Jalmahanov, incredible. 2.5 out of 3.
Wow. Amazing. Yeah, Bakro holds Giri in that unpleasant position, but he defends it. Erigais is squeezing. Yeah, okay, it will be a marathon game. Double rook end games are having the tendency of going on forever. There is a big drawish margin On the other hand, also, white has all the chances to squeeze out a victory. I'm expecting the very long game. And what else do we have? Yes, page 2. The Kuibokarov-Abasov game sees that, what? So he actually opted for this knight takes d5, f1, queen, and then white will take back, black will take the knight on d5. White will have to take the rook on b8. Will be some kind of perpetual.
It might not even come to that because king b2, queen g2, and you can't go up to b3 because then the knight is captured to check.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's just a repetition. Hikaru has won his game, or no, not yet.
About to.
Not yet.
Maybe we should go back to it.
I got also fooled by this one point there next to Hikaru's name. Because we thought like it's just a matter of time when Hikaru wins, and certainly the position looks winning, but it's not over yet.
Shanklin and I are draw. Okay, Hikaru taking his time here. He's obviously very, very close. He's just maybe even one move away from making this happen. Bishop e7 is my instinct. What happens after bishop e7 here?
But that allows some knight e3 checks, or you don't mind?
I'm definitely not happy to see that. Okay, it's a draw. Yeah. Okay, so that's not good.
Yeah. No, don't do that. Yeah, because suddenly the knight joins the party.
Okay, so the direct attempt doesn't work. That's why he's thinking. We need a good chord. I mean, obviously you can play queen takes c6. That's probably in his pocket. But then queen f7, and you have to start. Oh no, bishop h6. So maybe it's not such a bad strategy to just take. But feels like there should be something better.
Okay, I will anyway give a knight e3 check after queen takes c6. Whenever I'm given a chance to give a check, I will give it.
No, totally. And bishop e3 and queen takes d5, how it might be a perpetual there. It's going to be tough to win, yeah.
Yeah, well, probably it isn't, but okay, you have to calculate. Yeah, because takes, queen takes d5.
Yeah.
Check, queen e1, king f4, and we are zigzagging our way away from. Let's not play king h5 because let's just show that how easy it is to blunder things in a chess game.
Very. You have to go king h4, I think.
But yeah, we should just be nicely winning because now queen e1 check already, we go king h5.
Yeah.
Queen h6 check, we come back to g3. All right, but it's a big question that do you want to calculate things like this? Or do you feel like, come on, there is no way I'm not mating my opponent here? Can we include some h4 or queen e6? So yeah, something.
He's played queen e6.
Queen e6, yeah, on the board. Okay, nice.
Queen f7, bishop h6, and queen c8 is a critical line.
Yes. So that would have just been checkmate. That's why black is going h5, trying to give some luft. And Hikaru just takes. Why not? The king is still in a lot of trouble.
I mean, it's just mate. There's nothing. Black has nothing left. Queen f7, you go even just h6 and king g8,
yeah, h6,
h7.
h7, exactly. Let's just show this there, that queen f7, the only sensible move, kind of runs into h6 check, king g8, and h7 check, using the pin, and white wins the game. I would say that it's maybe even time to resign after g takes h5.
Definitely, and I think he will. 10 minutes on the clock. The time situation doesn't matter. Hikaru's going to end the game with over an hour on his clock. So another result in the books. And okay. Yeah, this one's over.
Yeah, this is hopeless. What do we have? What about the Shilov game? Because that was not over yet. And I wasn't so sure if... Okay, 2 pawns up. But is it so easy?
Wow. Cool tactics already. Knight takes d4, not possible because of queen d1. Oh, but then there's queen c1.
Whoa. Hang on. Knight takes d4.
Queen d1, queen c1.
Losing to queen d1 because of the pin. But queen c1. Danya, you are on fire.
These are the bullet tricks that that I get to hone in bullet brawl.
That's why you keep on winning all of these events, yeah?
Yeah, just add 30 minutes on the clock and I'm screwed.
Yeah, and then check. The knight is coming back to e5 before white is able to activate the king to e4. I think this is still a very important detail. And if white is forced to go to g3, then already we have king c6, king b5, the knight comes to e5, and then we can also sacrifice our knight for the g pawn, and the king takes care of the a pawn. Wow, which means that queen e2 was a blunder by Alexei or not? Or can he still, after knight takes d4, just play something else? Queen e7 check. Why not queen e7 check?
Oh my God,
Honestly.
I didn't see that. I'm sorry, I
Honestly.
totally missed it. I totally missed it.
Excusez-moi. Yeah, what is it?
Yeah. My
check.
Pardon. Mon pardon. Yeah.
Yes, wow. Okay, so it's not so
Désolé.
simple. Yeah. We need to, because I thought like, okay, I can blunder things like this, but I know Alexei, he will never ever blunder.
Yeah, just
And
any
the
language.
tactics.
Mea culpa, désolé. Lo siento. Извини, I'm sorry.
Everything.
Yeah, same meaning, different languages. The only, I would say it in Hungarian, but the only word I know in Hungarian is kosárlabda, which is basketball. And don't ask me why. It's the only word I know.
Yes. Yeah, you can say bochi, yeah, like sorry. It's in slang.
Okay.
Yeah, it's easy.
Nice.
Because otherwise, officially, it's bocsanat, yeah, which is a little bit difficult. Bochi is kind of nice.
Yeah, no, usually I would know more, but I see an S and a Z and I'm scared away. So I'm definitely not moving to Szeged anytime soon.
Yeah, because it's Szeged. Yeah, that's the trick.
Szeged,
yeah, that this SZ is a trick. Yeah, it's a big
like
trick.
Sia.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Hungarian language is crazy.
Yep. Okay, so if knight takes d4 is impossible, then the eval bar is not as excited as one would think. The knight on f5, just to highlight how much it's doing, it's guarding the g3 square. It's obviously preparing queen e7 and defending d4 and defending e3. So all of the business squares are covered by the knight. But what is white's next move? That might be one of the issues. Is it's not so easy to play
G2.
d5. Yeah.
Okay, king g2, just tranquilo.
Exactly.
Yes.
Big
because
relax.
after king g2, then
everybody
then
calm
already
down.
d5 will be threatening. Yes, it's we can come up with some nice ideas if we are 2 pawns up and we have the knight on f5, and Alexei has already taken care of business for us.
Yeah, hold the horses, keep them in the stable, like king g2. Everybody take a breath here.
Yeah. Wow.
Pretty,
yeah, it's hopeless. Yeah.
Pretty simpatico for Alexei Shirov. I mean, I don't know why it's not like +4. It's +1.9, but at a higher depth, maybe the computer would, see the light a little bit more. Maybe it just doesn't believe in the older generation. It's like, oh, Alexei Shirov is playing. Let's bring the evaluation down by +2. By the way, Peter, go ahead.
Yes, it's already the 5th hour. Yeah, older guys, but maybe the computer doesn't know that Alexei is one of the best endgame players in the history of chess. He has proven it time after time. Just to think about that brilliant bishop h3 move against Topalov. Yeah, but that's just one of his many brilliances in endgame.
I have a funny Alexei Shirov story. We should get to the Sindarov-Aronian game because it looks like Levon is on his last legs. As we do that, okay, Shirov is a very colorful figure in chess. Fire on Board, which you mentioned at the start of the show, is Shirov's 2-volume compendium of his best games. It's a very well-known book, very incredible games. You should check it out. But I had the great privilege of having a short training session with Shirov when I was in Riga, where he moves a lot. So I don't know which continent he's on at any given moment, but he used to live in Riga. He is from Riga, of course, disciple of Mikhail Tal, like Alexander Shabalov. But we did a two-day training session in my hotel room. And as he was driving over, he called me and, "What's up, Alexei?" He says, "I'm on my way, but there's a small problem. I can't find a chessboard in my house." And it was just funny. Alexei Shirov doesn't have a chessboard, but it's not so unusual because now everybody uses computers. So, the board can be in some dusty corner. You haven't pulled it out since, the last Chess Informant came out in 1993.
Well, you do see a chessboard next to me. I have tons of chessboards.
I love it.
Yes.
There's one next to me too, but people can't see it.
Okay. Yes, and also as decoration in the living room, I have different chessboards from India, Taj Mahal. We are carrying this fantastic marble chessboard. It was 14 kilos, just brilliant stuff. Also from Mexico, I collected chessboard. I have also the Civil War chessboard.
Wow.
Many, many very nice examples.
It's good that you have a board behind you because otherwise people might think you're a ninja, seeing the sword.
Yes. Yeah. So, okay, but back to action, and Levon is fighting hard. Yes, he's 2 pawns down. On the other hand, he has a very active king. He has a powerful pawn on b3. The only problem is that White's rook is perfectly placed behind the b pawn. White's king is close also to take care of the b3 pawn. I'm not seeing the miracles here.
No, there's just too many passers. So what exactly does White do?
Well, rook b5 would be the most natural move that comes to mind without calculating anything. Hopefully I'm not blundering anything.
Yep. Well, rook b1 check is likely coming up.
Yeah, but then I'm playing king d2. I'm very happy about this.
Yeah.
That
b2 is never dangerous.
Exactly. With the rook on b5 and the king so close to the pawn. And I also feel like Black's king is so far away from action that it might also come down to position that we are sacrificing the h pawn and the f2 pawn. Then we eliminate the b3 pawn, and because of the 5th rank cutting of Black's king, we are just coming with the king and it will be an elemental win. That's also a possible scenario.
Yes. And just too much time for Sindarov. This is the horror of the additional time control for the defending side, is that in rook endgames it's all about how much time you have, because it's pure calculation often.
Exactly. If, for example, now White would be down to his last 1-2 minutes, then as a black player you feel like, all right, it's a bad position, but maybe miracle can happen. But with half an hour on the clock, or even more than half an hour on the clock, plus if you reach move 60 you get an additional time, you better don't end up in such situations.
Levon is struggling in the last couple of years. He obviously moved from Armenia to the United States. He's started a family. He has a kid now, so it's harder to focus single-mindedly on his career, but still an incredibly dangerous player. He was over 2,800, Peter. You mentioned that you haven't had the best luck against Levon. Do you think he was ever close to being a world champion contender? And if so,
Absolutely.
What was lacking?
Well, it's very difficult to say what was lacking, but if you remember back like 2013-14, I believe Levon was like 28, 25. He was winning Vaikan Z, Tata Steel with brilliant performance. He was posing tremendous trouble to Magnus. And, well, he was just a universal player. Everything worked to his perfection. I feel like his nerves let him down in the candidates. Yeah, there was always this big expectation that, yes, now it's the time, now Levon will do it. He will win the candidates and so on. And he was doing well in the candidates. Yeah, for example, London, he started with +3 in the first half of the event. It looked like, yes, this is going to be his. Then he lost to his very good friend, Boris Gelfand. And then Magnus and Vladimir Kramnik started winning their games, and they went on to win the event. And we know that with tie breaks, then Magnus qualified from London candidates, which was so crucial because that's how he became world champion for the first time. And so on. Yeah, so there were always these critical moments. And then the last experience in Berlin, 2018, that was a horror show for Levon. We all know that he's a brilliant player, but he was heavily suffering, losing too many games.
Yep, and he's going to lose this one. Rook c3 check is totally acceptable. h6 is going to follow Black is going to be forced to give up the B pawn for the H pawn, and then White's going to have a passed A pawn, passed F pawn too far apart. This is over. This is essentially resigned. A King G2. There's Rook G3 check, obviously. So yeah,
and
that's
I
all
have
she
to
wrote.
say that Rook C3 is a very classy move because just cut this king on the third rank, and you have just way too many pawns which will decide the game.
Yeah. We're being told that Svane's game is interesting.
But which one, Frederick or Rasmus? Because we have two brothers.
Mishra Svane. I don't know which Svane he's playing.
Then it's Rasmus.
I tried to remember, but my efforts were in Svein. Yeah, it's got to be Rasmus. Every time I say Rasmus, I want to say Rasmussen because that's a common last name, but it's just Rasmus. There's no Sen. Okay, still queens on the board. That's something.
And my feeling was when I looked at this pairing that, yeah, what it means to play the Grand Swiss. And that's why I have the feeling that there's only one way to run forward. You can only escape forward because if you are falling behind, you keep on getting extremely strong players. And it might get also very frustrating.
Yes, and the king is exposed. Fun fact, the father of Rasmus and Frederick Svane is a famous cellist, actually.
Yes, it's a music family. But look at this. Actually, it's Rasmus who is a positional player, and he goes for a sacrifice on f4, which means that he believes that this sacrifice could be very dangerous. It's not every day that Rasmus is sacrificing something.
Yeah, it's rare. And yesterday he was a little too loose with his knights, and he lost both of them, and he lost the game. But here, what is his follow-up to this impressive sacrifice? Is it Queen G6 and Queen takes E4? Is it Queen G5, Rook G6? And force the king to run to E1, maybe?
Yes, if Queen G5, King F1, Rook G6, then clearly, let's just show that why this is not checkmate. Because the king actually escapes. There's a nice hideout on D2, and it might be even in White's favor, this journey. So what else? You mentioned the move Queen G6 check,
no, but
right?
this looks cooler because Queen G6 check feels like it might walk into some sort of a queen trade. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right to go pawn hunting here. I don't know why.
Yes. On the other hand, still, it's kind of a big question that where does this white king goes to? Yeah, because King F1, Queen takes E4. Maybe here exactly the king would feel more safe on H2.
Yes.
It's a big moment. But yes.
No, but Queen G6, I feel like Queen G5 and Rook G6. My question was honestly, why is it equal after Queen G5, King F1, Rook G6, King E1? I understand that Black has long-term pressure, but White is still a piece up. Does that count for anything? Apparently not. And maybe just Bishop E6. Maybe just get the bishop to C4, put on some pressure and chill. Tranquilo.
That makes a lot of sense. Bishop E6 is such a brutal move. Beautiful move. Combining all elements, bringing the last piece into play. Yeah, the rook on D8 was not participating. And wow, if really Rasmus is playing like this, that would be a very nice new element in his chess, because we all know that he is a brilliant strategist. He can play all kinds of finesses, positional finesses, masterpieces. But this is something I have never seen in his games yet.
Pretty insane, or should I say pretty insane. Yeah, really impressive. His brother Frederick, completely different style. It's so cool. I play Frederick a lot online. The guy E4, throw all the pieces at your opponent. The knight or, sacrifice. And Rasmus Svein, knight F3. Catalan, Petrov.
Yeah,
and two brothers, completely different chess genetics.
No weaknesses. Yeah, usually I think that's the characteristic that no matter if Rasmus is white or black, you can't touch him. Yeah, he is just super solid.
Oh, yeah. Fred and Rasmus. Two brothers, two different players. Okay, this is going to be a long game. I think it's going to stay complicated for a long time. And Kuivakarva, Basov still playing. I mean, Keimer's game finished apparently.
Yes. There you said that there was a nice queen sacrifice. Maybe we can just very quickly check it out.
Yeah, game finished a while ago. That game finished about an hour and a half ago, but we now have a bit of a lull in the action, so we can actually appreciate the beautiful geometry at the end of the game.
Wow.
B6 promotes.
And
Look at this
actually,
position.
yes. And how did this happen? Wow. Okay, this was a wild game. It was some crazy battle. Queen b8. Black is leaving the knight on d4 and pre because queen h2 is coming. Vincent pushed b6, queen h2, and the quiet rook a8 check, king h7, queen takes d4, rook takes d4, no, queen h1 check first, king e2 takes, and after queen takes g2, the key move being the silent rook e8. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Makes a lot of sense. And stopping queen e4, I love these quiet moves. b7, b8 is, and Idani has been on the receiving end of two brilliancies now by Duda and by Keimer. It's never fun to be in that role. You talked about this earlier. You're in the role of, you're always in the videos, but somehow you're always the loser of the brilliancy.
Yes, that's kind of unpleasant. Wow, what a finish. Yeah, it's great. Great to see Vincent also winning his first game. He had 2 games, he had chances. But yes, just as with Hikaru, we said that always the first victory is very difficult. Now, at least my advice for Vincent yesterday was that just forget about the result. Play good chess, and then the points will come. Because this whole thinking about candidate spots, I have to get the first 2 spots. I think Anish pointed out very nicely in his interview that the chances you qualifying is very little, basically almost none, but somebody will qualify. And if you are not participating in a tournament, then your chances are 0. So you just have to do your absolute best. Everything is random. Everybody plays brilliant chess. It's so difficult to win a game. You have to just enjoy the process.
That's very, very well put. And the players who are playing with the least, mental baggage are doing the best. Fabi being one of them. Yeah, something interesting happened on move 30 this game, but I think we can skip that for now because we have some games that we still need to make sense of. And
exactly.
Arjun
For example,
continues to press, but it might be a draw.
Yes, I also have very similar feelings. On the other hand, it reminds me of my game against Vasily Ivanchuk in my very first Linares event, 1999, my debut in Linares. It was a very difficult debut. In the first couple of runs, I was suffering. I got checkmated by Mickey Adams in 20 moves in my beloved Caro-Kann. That was like a shock. Yeah, that you enter the big arena in Linares and even your solid Caro-Kann does not work anymore. It's just crazy. And then I had the game against Ivanchuk. I was pressing throughout the game. Then we reach an end game. I'm pawn up, and I have chances to win. Very similar like this. And I'm in time trouble. So I make move 40. And you ask about curiosity about move 40. I made move 40 with white. And Ivanchuk has something like 25 minutes on his clock. He has absolutely no time pressure, but he has a difficult position and a difficult decision to make. So he's coming back to his move 40. He's thinking. I'm drinking tea outside. I'm chilling that I reached move 40. And I see on the monitor that he only has 10 seconds left. I cannot believe that. Okay, why is he not moving yet? So I'm coming towards the stage. And while I'm coming, the seconds are ticking down, and Chuki is not moving. He's not even showing the intention of moving. I'm coming back to the board. He flagged. He lost on time. I'm feeling very embarrassed. I don't know what to say. I'm showing to Chuki that sorry, you lost on the clock shows 0. And I thought like Ivanchuk will be furious, like saying that no, come on, what happened? No, it cannot be true. And Vasil, you know what Vasil said? It's a very interesting endgame. Let's go analyze it. Unbelievable.
Wow, that is vintage Ivanchuk.
Exactly how much he loves the game. And this is very much this kind of position.
Yeah, it reminds me of the interviews with Ivanchuk where he's asked, how happy are you feeling after the win? And it's like the result is secondary to him. He's so into the game that he's more interested in discussing the complications. The result is not relevant, to his love for the game. It's so wholesome. He's an amazing character. Honestly, the chess world just has the most interesting characters, and Ivanchuk definitely adds a lot of color and erudition to the top chess world. Okay, this one looks difficult for black, but there is this plan of playing rook h1 and then getting the pawn all the way down to h2.
Yes.
Is that also your kind of intuition?
Yes, that's the kind of intuition, but white has this two pass pawns. He will start advancing them. The king will start to try to hide behind them so that you won't have this check. And that's exactly what I'm not sure that how to evaluate all these things. Yeah, for example, let's just play prematurely some moves like h4, e4, rook h1,
yep,
rook h6,
h3.
h3. Is there some danger, or it just a draw? It looks like
it's
a
just
draw.
a draw. Yeah, because if you can hide on c5, that's not the problem. But after king c5, h2, c4, black can play, I think, rook e1 and trade the h-pawn for the e-pawn. And even without the a-pawn, this is supposed to be a theoretical draw because the gap-toothed pawns are drawn. But with the a-pawn, I think it's quite easy. It's the same as without the a-pawns. It doesn't change anything.
Yes, I also have the same feelings that, okay, unless Arjun has some very direct idea, okay, black will push h4, no doubt about that. I still love the fact that the rook on h3 is keeping an eye on the third rank pawn, so the king is still not able to move forward. And at the moment when e4 is played, we go rook h1, and the pawn is just too fast.
And you can also go after the a-pawn. You could go rook h2. So that.
But I don't want to do that. No. I don't need that pawn.
Yeah, because then you're leaving white with the ENC against A, and who knows? I mean, maybe that's a draw, but maybe it's double-edged. I agree.
Exactly. You highlighted immediately. Just h4, rook h1, h3, h2. I like to listen to you. I know that what you are saying is right, and I fully agree.
No, it's a draw. He's got 33 minutes. Pretty cut and dried here. Okay, well, we are... Where do we stand? I think we feel like this round is relatively quick. I mean, we're over 5 hours into the round, of course. Okay, Dach Melkumian is going to last forever. Let's go back to the Shirov game for a second. Yes. And Noterbeck has managed to find some sort of a defensive setup for now.
At least the knight was transferred from c6 to d5. That's the good news. The bad news is that black is 2 pawns down. And yes, he's kind of holding on for the moment, but it's very difficult to believe that you can hold on forever.
I agree. And Shirov just needs to find the right type of setup, the right time to push the a-pawn. Of course, you can't do it now. You can play a3 maybe, but...
Yeah, what were the last couple of moves? So it was g4. This we saw, king, queen e2. Knight b4, yes. I was thinking about this move. I thought like if the move does not lose on the spot, I was not sure if suddenly there isn't any direct way of finishing it off, then I would love to play this move because with knight on d5 at least, we have some stability. And this is what we have seen. That's the current situation. Okay, it's bad, but you are not facing a computer, so you are hoping. And after queen e4, there is queen a8. There is this kind of idea.
Very nice. Okay, so Alexi's thinking. Yeah, they're about 10, 12 moves away from the move 60 time edition. But I don't know. This is hard. I think this is hard to win.
It's not
I'm
easy.
Not seeing a clear plan.
But you know, the evolution path drives me crazy. Many times, like here, we are not that sure that how to win. Of course, yeah, it should be slowly winning. But the evil bar says that you are completely winning. And sometimes exactly opposite. Yeah, that the evil bar does not really show the human side of the evaluation of the positions.
Yeah. This is a Herculean task that awaits Alexei Shirov. But he's got a lot of time. He doesn't have to hurry. He can play, as long as he avoids the forks and the perpetuals, he can keep torturing Noterbeck. Really impressive either way for Shirov to have Noterbeck on the ropes like this.
Yeah, maybe because now the action is a little slow, we can take a look at the results just to have an overview what we have seen so far in the tournament today.
Yeah, that would be great. We can do it through the bird's eye view. We can do it through the results page.
Well, for example, now we see the top boards. Everything was a draw, only Arjun is still playing. That's exactly what we talked about. There is no reason for the players who are yet on 50% or now, for example, like Hikaru and Vincent, move up to +1 to get too nervous, because the top guys will slow down automatically. It's normal. And Sindarov is the only player on the top board who has so far managed to win. A huge win for him against Levon Aronyan.
So just looking at, these standings, the only player who has a realistic chance of being 3 out of 3 is Arjun Erigaisi, because he's pushing against Alexei. That looks like a draw, though. And we see how quickly nobody has a perfect score. It's just impossible. Your opponents are too strong. And this is page 2 of the results. More draws on a lot of the boards. Deach is probably going to draw as well. Shurov might draw. In that case, the only decisive result will be Sam Sevian, who beats the other Samuel in the tournament with black. Very impressive.
Yes,
And,
very big victory. But in Alexei's situation, I would believe that he will win. It's more likely that he wins than he draws that against Abdul Satulov.
True, and here are the current standings. So big group with 2.5. That's the order of the day. And Fredke, Lamy, Maritzi. I mean, these are some unexpected names at the top of the tournament cross table.
Yeah, of course, one can also argue that it's just the beginning of the tournament. Yeah, so many things will happen. But getting a good start, getting good emotions actually can help you play a very good tournament. It's, after all, one tournament. If you get this feeling, for example, Erwin started with that lucky win against Vidit, and he's getting the confidence. He's playing against brilliant players, and he has 2.5 out of 3. Against Vidit, Fedosev, and Fabiano Caruana. Incredible.
And let's shout out Ramzan. I'm going to say it again, Ramazan Jalmohanov. I like saying that name. But we will be saying that name more often, because the guy held Firouzja with black, easily, it seemed. As if he was just playing another super tournament, and he's defeated 2 super GMs in the first 2 rounds. Monumental performances all around. More interesting games to watch, and we'll be back with more FIDE Grand Swiss action in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps, and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back. We're approaching hour number 6 of the FIDE Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss, round 3, here alongside Grandmaster Peter Leko and GM Daniel Naroditsky, covering this very important third round where most of the games have finished, but we mostly have some really interesting endgames remaining. A couple of the top games still going, Peter. Your general thoughts on the round so far?
Well, nothing really changed, yeah? We see the same determination, the players, they are fighting for every inch. Yeah, it's just such a tough tournament. And for example, for Hikaru, it's a very big step forward. He will be relieved because this victory today took away much of the pressure, yeah, that is playing on your mind. When do I win the first game? Other guys are winning. So on. We have also seen the standings. Everything is very close. Nobody is 3 out of 3. Still a lot of tension in the Alexei Shirov Abdusattorov game. However, action slowed down a bit, and then maybe we can have a look around in some lower boards also. I'm suddenly discovered an endgame in Varmerdam against the very young prodigy from Ukraine, Samunyankov, with white knight on h8. Is this knight trapped? Was it willingly going there? What on earth has happened in this endgame?
How has it ended up on h8? That's
actually
the question.
Let me get the last couple of moves. So knight xf7, rook f6. The knight continued the journey, gets a question mark. This knight h8 shows some tremendous nerves. I from the older guard can guarantee you that I would never even consider this move if it's not winning.
Yeah, the Dutch seem to have nerves of steel. Knight d3, king g3, and g5, just kind of creating a force field around the king and shutting down the knight. h4, okay, trying to chip away at, and knight e5 apparently was not the best move, but neither was c5, which was Warwardam's latest move.
Yeah, but that's the trick. Yeah, once you place the knight to h8, the game is not logical anymore. It's so easy to keep on making mistakes. Yeah, it's out of control. That's why I believe that Max might have just blundered this knight d3 check. Yeah, that it wasn't planned that the knight will be stuck forever on h8.
Yeah, exactly. And the question is, of course, can the knight be trapped? And there are several ideas. Rook f8 doesn't seem convincing. White has rook a8 check, or rook f8 doesn't threaten anything. But maybe king f8 can be tried.
Wow, just to come closer.
White can play h5 maybe?
Yes, that's my kind of hope that... But come on, maybe you can push f4 check, because f4 is very interesting. f4, e takes f4, g takes f4 check. Then this king is a little bit filling up. King h3 and then h5. Can I do something like this? And look at this. Then we lock this guy.
Yep, I can maybe go rook h7, but then you can keep me confined with rook f5 potentially.
Yes, that was kind of the idea, the vision. According to computer, somewhere this was not right, but you always have to consider this kind of things, and I'm very worried. What happened? We did have a move, I guess.
Not yet. There's also
not
you
yet.
Can play GH, king h4, then king f8 to try to prevent h5.
Wow!
But
like this?
He's played
king f8 played. Okay. Okay, but then white has h5. It should
be
enough.
Now.
Is it enough? Okay, it's a pawn, but we know that in rook endgame pawn is not the most important because the black's king is also cut on the 7th rank. Yeah, this is the biggest problem. So takes, and then we just go rook c7. And we have nothing to worry about. Okay, this is very easily drawable. Okay, black will start marching back with his king, but there is no way to make progress.
Yeah, something was missed by Samonenkov, but whatever it wasn't easy.
Yes. I felt like this f4 check and then this h5. That's why I got attracted to it. Maybe move per move it was draw anyway, but I was tempted to lock that down, lock that knight out of the game.
But also the more I look at GH and king f8, if you just prevent this idea of h5, how does white save the knight?
Wow, GH, yeah?
I mean, I want to prevent h5.
Yes. But you ruin your structure.
That's true. But I want to win your knight.
Yes,
you
good.
can't make an omelet. You can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
Good point. Yes. So if king takes h4, king f8.
Yep.
And yes, the same king h5 doesn't have the same effect because it's not the same.
Rook f6 to h2 mate.
Yes, so I have some rook e7, but it's looking very, very shaky.
Oh, that's a nice move. But
okay, otherwise I have to resign.
Knight c6, rook e8, king g7.
Yeah, and everything is trapped. Nothing moves.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I start pushing my a pawn. Just a5, a4, a3 until you have to separate the rook from the knight.
Wow. Okay, beautiful. Very nice. What a coordination. Yeah, you got the perfect coordination. So
Perfect
g takes h4.
placement, yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. So if I try king f4,
Now
then
knight,
you just...
knight d3, yeah.
Yeah, you also give this... No, this is... Wow, but g takes h4, such a difficult move.
Yeah,
But
because
once
you have to
spot-
voluntarily ruin your structure.
Yes, but once you spot the idea, yeah, that actually, let's forget about pawn structure because the knight is trapped on h8 in the corner. It overrules all the general rules.
That's exactly right.
Wow, a golden opportunity because now actually I'm pretty sure that Max will be forced to play h5. Maybe he has already played it. Yes, h5 on
has.
the board. And he's escaping with his knight. Rook c6 played. But this is not even a winning attempt, yeah, because rook takes c5 is not a threat. White will have knight g6 check, rook takes a6, everything.
But what does white do?
Okay, just wait. Wait with the king. Just don't do
H3.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
Or then king g8. Okay.
Okay. And then maybe knight
Okay.
g6 at some point?
Yeah, anyway, it's the same. Yeah, what we discussed before, yeah. Nothing really changed.
Yeah.
I understand. So the reason why he played rook c6, yeah, it's my mind until I don't understand the reason behind the move. I'm not happy. So the point is that here after king g8, knight g6, knight take g6, h take g6. We saw that after rook g6, white actually has this lovely little move rook c7. Maybe it's not important, but it's kind of nice and it's annoying from black side. So by playing the move rook c6, black actually wants to play king g8, force knight g6, then take knight g6, h take g6, and probably take on c5. And after rook takes a6, play king g7, and hope that finally you somehow win the pawn on g6 because that's supposed to fall at some point. And it's not the typical 3 versus 2 then with a damaged pawn structure. Of course, it should be draw, but some hope is still there.
Yeah, very well explained. Warmerdam has to make a couple more careful moves, but he will save this game, pull out the draw. There is also... Okay, Hans Niemann is still playing... Oh, Kuibakarov and Abbasov have an endgame that I kind of actually know. Really fascinating endgame, and I actually have analyzed this exact endgame. And
the famous stalemate,
Bortnik, this is I know this from the game Bortnik versus Carlsen in a World Blitz, I think 2016. They had this exact situation: pawn g5, pawn g6, and f7. White has a very simple winning plan, and we should show this to the chat. To sacrifice on f7, and you might hear sacrifice on f7. What is there to sacrifice? So let's say that in this position, I just want to set up the situation. If we can play king d7, let's say black waits. Rook c2, knight e4, or knight e8 check. Let's say knight e8 check. King g8, knight d6. King g7, for the sake of illustration. Rook e7, rook f2, and now rook takes f7 check. This is very important for people to note. This is winning for white, because king d6, and you shoulder the black king. And more importantly, once you win the pawn, even though black has the opposition, white is winning because the king and pawn are sufficiently advanced. King f6 or king h6, yeah. And sorry, king f6 was a mistake there, actually.
Okay, H6. You can always go back, yeah? We can always go back into 6. Yes. Just teasing the opponent a little bit.
Yeah. But it's the hard part is actually getting your knight to a square and the rook to a square where it's making contact with f7, because you have to do it while not losing the g5 pawn. And black is going to go rook g1 at the right moment. Once the rook leaves the 5th rank, black is immediately going to go rook g1 and threaten to win the pawn. So I actually think this is a draw.
Wow, yes. And another point we have to highlight that in general, white is also threatening to give checkmate with rook e8, rook g8. It's kind of a straightforward winning method, but then black always has ideas like sacrificing the rook, and you can't take the rook because it's stalemate, or you start checking with rook c5 check, and then already white will not be able to correct his mistake. Yeah, so you have to be very careful of when and how to put your rook on the 8th rank here.
I have another incredible line to show, but it's from a concluded game between Mamedov and Elham Amar. But there are games which are still going, so I'll give you the choice. There's Duda versus Murzin. We can, save.
Okay, if you have some great positions, then I think because the time trouble is not there, it's probably the right moment. So it's
so
the
let's go
Mamedov
to
game.
Mamedov game. Yep, and I think people will love this because Mamedov saved the draw. The critical moment was on move 48. So the final position is perpetual check. Okay, so basically if we go to move 48, the point was that Amar got impatient. Rook takes a7 was played. He played rook d1 and he allowed this perpetual sequence. But the winning sequence is mind-boggling. It starts with the move king b8. So you are preventing rook a8 check. You're sacrificing the bishop, so white takes it. Rook takes a4. Black plays g2. So now black wants to promote, and it looks like the game is over, but it's not. Rook takes c2. And suddenly, if black plays g1 equals queen, black gets checkmated. And we should show this to the chat. Rook b2, rook a, rook b7. Mate. Yeah. But maybe we can pose this to the chat. After rook takes c2, there is a brilliant tactic. And it makes everything work for black. Who can spot it? Let's see who is the first to find the move.
It's a crazy position.
Yeah, Merle's 14 got it. Rook g4.
Yes. Takes.
You promote with check.
And still, white would have compensation. The only problem, we are getting checkmated.
Yeah. Exactly. Or you're losing after king. If you go king h4, then black plays queen e1 check. And king g4, queen d1 check wins the rook, and king h3, queen e3. So wherever you go, you're going to drop either a pawn with check or the rook. So you cannot maintain the attack. Your king is too weak. That was the winning line.
Wow. So the big question is, what did he miss? Because after all, it's a classical game and they have time. Look at the clock situation, even at the end of the game. Still, black had 15 minutes. So did he believe that he's already completely winning and he lost concentration? That can easily be, yeah, because this is exactly what we are talking about, that young players haven't really been playing this classical time control, yeah, that here there is no reason to rush. It's very important that when you make your decision, you know exactly that you have covered everything.
Yeah, there's so many stories of this, and sometimes the temptation gets the better of you. You're thinking, I'm beating Mamedov. This is it. This is my moment. Let's go. Let's get this underway. And then suddenly you realize you've completely missed a detail. Because if the king runs to a5, king a6, knight c7, king a5, it's mate. King a5, rook g8, rook f1 check. And it's mate. The king escapes to g4, for example, and that's it. The rook a8 is unstoppable.
Unbelievable save by Rauf. Yeah, this is just brilliant stuff. And clearly it was missed by black. He was rushing. He made up his mind way too early.
Exactly. And that was the miss.
Wow, brilliant stuff. Wow. But this is the point, that during the game nobody tells you that the game is not over yet. Yeah, you think like, okay, that's it. Why should I go for this? The problem was that the winning line with g2 was actually scary for black, right? Yeah, that you had to spot rook g4. If not rook g4, you are getting mated. And then you think like, oh no, why should I calculate all this when I have a very simple win? Then you convince yourself that it's a simple win, let's go for it. And then a study like motive like this, so easy to miss. Wow.
Indeed, and it saves Rauf Mamedov the game.
Brilliant. Thank you for sharing. This was unbelievable.
Nice. I'm glad it went over well. Looks like Duda is winning his game against Morzin, or pretty close to winning.
Yeah,
just
let's
by first
check that
impressions.
out.
I think he has. No, he's definitely winning.
Well, he had that overwhelming possession right from the beginning. Now he sacrificed the exchange. The knight, in this construction, the knight is a beast. Look at the rooks. They have no open files.
I mean, White's queen f1, queen f4 is begging to be played. Queen f1, queen f4, knight takes e4. I mean, what do you do?
Also somewhere maybe already rook h6 will be threatened as well, but
totally.
Yeah, maybe no need for fancy business. Yeah, just queen f1, queen f4.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, queen f1 is probably all sure, and he's played it. It's on the
On
board.
the board. Move 61, but here move 61 wasn't so dramatic because Duda still has 26 minutes.
And just the combined attack on h6 and e4 is going to be decisive. And once White plays knight takes e4, the knight's going to jump into c5, and everything's going to fall apart for the young Russian grandmaster. Yeah, Duda is going to bounce back from his loss against Pragg, most likely, in typical Duda fashion.
Yeah, with brilliant style. Whenever Duda wins a game, it's always very nice, very instructive. He has this beautiful style.
Yeah, he really does. By the way, it looks like Shirov is very close to winning. You were completely correct. This was a smooth conversion by Mr. Fire on board. And if he plays queen takes g5 here, I think he's going to have a theoretically winning queen endgame with 2 extra pawns. Well, 3 extra pawns, but that's temporary. Noterbeck is going to win the d4 pawn back, but that's got to be winning. And he's done it.
He has done it. The point is that the reason why Alexei is so incredibly strong in endgames, that he's a brilliant calculator. Yeah, and I have noticed that, for example, my strengths, I was always also considered a very good endgame player, but I feel like I had completely different approach. Yeah, I was the technical guy, and every single endgame where I thought like, no, this is so difficult and so on. That's why I was impressed by Alexei, that he was going for 20 moves lines calculation, very precise, not seeing ghost, going calculating till the very end, also saving some super difficult positions with this incredible ability of calculating everything.
Exactly. No, his endgames are pretty amazing. You think of Shirov and you think, oh, most of his games probably don't get to the endgame, but no, they do. I mean, he has shown incredible acumen in the endgame. Vidit is winning his game against Dmitry Kolars with some nice tactics.
Wow, okay. Then Vidit will be +1. Is queen e3, somehow my gut feeling tells me some queen e3 is a nice way to stabilize, but it's a position where you have to calculate. It's just my gut feeling. But I had some construction like this in mind. King g3, and after queen d6 check, king h3, and there are no more checks.
Yep, and then you can start pushing g5, and at some point you can even sack the a-pawn.
Yes, of course. And let's not forget that usually black's king would be best hidden somewhere on the other side of the board, so that white is not able to interfere with the queen and force some queen trade.
Yeah, no, this should be a matter of pretty straightforward technique. By the way, I was checking out the game of the bottom seed, Dietmar Kolbus, and he is, I think, very close to drawing Adiban, actually. So,
wow, okay,
local,
let's
all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, Donchenko is going to win. Saric is going to beat Pairings. So a lot of the remaining games are not interesting anymore. They're just over. But look at the resident Manx IM.
Yeah,
and he was much better actually earlier.
Yeah, also here I'm still feeling that if, for example, we would be talking that Adiban is black, I would tell you that no, the game is far from over. Black has all these king h6, king g5 ideas. White still have to show some care, but probably Adiban will already hold this.
Yeah, rook c2 check is going to follow, I think. King d3, rook c3, king d2. I think Adiban is still playing this for a win. He might even go after the b pawn and hope for some miracle.
Okay, but that's also the way how you can lose it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So all to play for. Not easy. Never underestimate Dietmar Kolbus.
It's Olivia Kilbasa and Dietmar Kolbus.
Yeah, he's very solid. Yeah, he can be very solid. And what you mentioned, yes, actually Vidit has already converted. He has won his game against Dimitri Kollars. Vladislav Artemiev also gets his first win against Frederick Swane, a big win. Jeffrey Chong, Yakuboev ended in a draw. Fedoseev bounces back after yesterday's loss against Mendonca with the black pieces. Quite important. The Niemann game is still in progress.
Yep.
What is it? Should be winning. Should be winning for Hans.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Because it was a 3-on-1 with queen against rooks. It's not a common endgame. And I wonder if it's a draw to begin with. Like, was this always winning, or did Vakirov let his pawns through? Now it's definitely winning. The pawns are too far advanced, it feels like.
Yeah, and also White's king is perfectly positioned. Yeah, it's hiding from all checks. And also the combination of the queen on the two rooks. That if you can't play rook dd3, and I'm guessing then White just plays king h5, rook takes h3, king g6. Looks like a straightforward win. And if you are not able to play rook dd3 now, then what are you doing?
Yeah, that's the only chance. But it doesn't work. Hans is going to win.
Yeah, bouncing back as well. Yeah, whenever you lose, you have to bounce back immediately. Otherwise, if you start drawing, I feel like there is no way out of that trap there.
Yeah, Hans is ridiculously ambitious. He's here to score in the top 10. He's not here to make a bunch of draws. And just pretty smoothly outplaying a very booked up player. Vachirov's dangerous. Every Uzbek player in modern times is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, rook e3. It's of course the best defense, trying to make sure that White can never go king h5. In fact, king h5 would be now a terrible blunder because of rook takes h3. Checkmate.
Oof.
Insane. But okay, of course White will just slowly probably also push the f. Do we push the f pawn, or do we just keep on creating some pressure on the opponent? It's also possible that the queen protects the h3 pawn. Yeah, we just fall back with the king somehow to g2. We go king h5, f5, h4. That's how I would love to continue the game.
Yeah, just you just keep advancing with your army on the king side. But 5 minutes and they're going to get... Are they after move 60? I don't think so, but can we double check?
Not yet.
They're move 56.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, so this might go on for a long time, but I think the result is not really in question in this game.
Exactly, yeah, because there's no pressure on White. He can just systematically, slowly play the position and get always the 30 seconds as well. What do we have? We had that Mishra game against Rasmus Svaneyev, and this...
It was a draw.
Brilliant... it was a draw. Oh, pity. I thought that this crazy fight still continued.
Yeah, we were robbed of a potential nail biter. They just agreed to a draw in the position that we were analyzing. Donchenko is going to beat Akobian. That game, I checked it briefly. I think it's totally winning. But maybe some technique still required. Yeah, maybe not totally winning.
Not totally, but it looks like it should be a win. And Varuzhan's rough journey continues. Yeah, he had that miracle save in the first round against Shevchenko. Then yesterday, the tragic loss to Nils Grandelius.
Horrible.
That was insane. And then after losing that game, you get a black color against a very
Donchenko.
very ambitious young player who wants to win. And also Donchenko had a rough start, so he is eager to get things straight.
Yeah, he's eager to prove himself. He's knocking on the door of 2700, and this game is going to help. Bishop takes a5, bishop takes b2, move the bishop from a5, and the red carpet is unrolled for the pawn. The only problem for white is that his kingside pawns are kind of damaged, but that could be a positive. Like the timely f5 could be very strong.
Exactly, yeah. Whenever it will be needed, if black's king starts marching toward the a pawn, then it's obvious that we're going to break through here. I also see tons of draws. Yeah, for example, Ivanchuk Mareko draw, Hari Krishna Kartikeyan draw, Teodoru Jordan Fanforest draw. Whoever draws, it's a very sad situation. You know exactly that the draw does not help you at all in this tournament, in this format.
Yeah, it just pushes you further down into the big swampland of players with 1.5 out of 3. But 2 out of 3 is already a very solid score. You can see that Hikaru is knocking on the door of the top 10. Hikaru might get Jalmahanov in the next round, and that would be a dream pairing for Nakamura. He's very, very good at beating, the lower rated GMs.
Yes, that's for sure. But okay, you never know. Yeah, there are so many different pairing scenarios. Okay, it depends how many players will have 2.5 points. Yeah, that's a key question.
Even or odd.
Yes, even or odd. Yeah, the situation. Look at this. That's what I'm talking about. That Duda is so stylish. It was probably not necessary at all, but he doesn't mind. By the way, also kudos to Murzin for going c5, creating some confusion, getting to white's king. But Duda says, I don't care. Queen f4, takes king takes b4. Now white's king is almost the most active piece on the board. Everything is under control. Queen h8, and somehow I'm also expecting the knight to jump to c5. I don't know, maybe with the king on b4, I don't even want to touch the e4 pawn.
Yep, but e4 is a very juicy pawn. Does it give black any additional counterplay?
Yes, knight e4, then some rook takes e4, queen f8 check, and I don't want to give you the slightest chance of giving a check.
So you want to start with knight a4 just to avoid
I want
all
knight
of that?
a4. Yes, knight a4, knight c5.
Clean move.
Yes, everything will fall anyway. Yeah, it's just impossible to hold on to this position.
Once the knight reaches e6, black just gets shredded.
Yes, so okay. Duda still has 17 minutes to decide. Is there something dramatic? Is chat showing us something? The Erigaishi game also ended in a draw with Sarana.
Yeah. Abbasov still going. Shirov is pretty smoothly winning.
Yes, he's advancing. Yeah, Queen e3 was played. It's also beautiful square, yeah, that it protects both the g5, both the a3 pawns, making sure that you cover all kinds of checks, and the king will start its journey.
Yeah, this is ideal for Alexei. I don't see, obviously I don't see Abdusattorov resigning, but the winning strategy is so straightforward.
Yeah, basically the point is that black cannot do anything. Yeah, black can just give bunch of checks. It's kind of irritating when you know that there are perpetual check threats, but here simply also with the king on d7, it's not the scenario.
Yeah, Kolbus actually did draw Adiban, so good for the local to get on the table.
Congratulations, yeah, for that. And here your endgame, yeah, your favorite endgame is still in progress.
Still in progress, and is white making any progress? That's the key question. Okay, so rook.
He wants to go king e8, rook e7.
So what if I start with rook e2 to try to force some sort of Zugzwang? No, it doesn't work. Or maybe wait. No, I guess just rook f3. That doesn't help.
Yeah, the point is that after king e8, probably black can even just play f6.
Yup.
That's kind of annoying because if it looks scary, but I don't see a mating construction, and of course if the pawn disappears, then it's draw immediately. So yeah, that's why white has to keep the king on e7 in order to have knight e8 check.
Mm-hmm.
Black has to keep the pawn on f7. What a special position.
Yeah. Oh, pretty incredible. And white just doesn't have a way to sack the rook on f7 amazingly. He's got the knight to the right place, but he's missing the final ingredient, the rook on e7. If you play king d7, black will play rook g1 and force you. Again, you will hit square 0. You have to go rook e5, and black just waits on the g file, rook g2 or something. Okay, that loses the knight e8 and knight f6 probably. I don't know.
Yes. I don't know exactly why it's loses.
King e8. King e8.
Ah, king e8 and now f6 doesn't work because of check and g takes f6. Yeah, the rook is not on the f file. All right, yeah, so you have to be super delicate. So king d7, rook g1, rook e5, and then what? Then king f8?
King f8.
Then king
yeah, that's
f8,
an active defensive move. That makes it tough.
Yes, that's the key move then.
Wow,
Yes.
what a game.
And then next rook g2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't envy someone who has to defend things like this.
Jeez.
On the other hand, the good news is that you know that if you manage to hang on, then you save.
It's a great feeling.
Yes, that's a super great feeling. The evil bar is jumping, it's getting higher. Is there some special scenario here, or is the computer getting fooled?
Yeah, it's entirely possible the computer's getting fooled. We've seen that situation before. It's the end game. You have to be very careful.
But usually these computers are already quite good, yeah?
Yeah, no, maybe they see something very, very deep, some king e8 at the right moment. But again, king e8 f6, we've already established.
Let me even turn on the engine just for a second to see that.
Yeah.
What? Is there something special? Don't seem to be. No, it's just trolling us.
Yeah, king c. Once you see king c6, you're like, okay. And maybe king c6 is part of the strategy to give away your rook, but it doesn't look like it.
Yes.
Actually, it might be. Wait a second. I actually think maybe the computer's line. So rook e5.
Yes.
I think I understand the concept.
So we wait, yeah? Rook f2?
So rook f2, rook c5.
Rook c5, okay,
no,
and
king
it's
e8.
winning.
King e8 already wins. Oh, because king e8, f6, I have knight e4 in the end.
Ah, that's why you can't put the rook on f2. Wow, what a finesse. Unbelievable.
That is insane.
King 8 and f6 check, and then knight e4.
What a detail. Knight e4 forks the rook on the f6 pawn. You didn't have that with the rook on f1.
Yes, and if I put the rook on f3,
now
also
apparently rook e1.
Ah, and it forces my rook to some
bad square, rook f4. But what do you actually do against rook f4?
Yes.
Oh, knight e8, knight f6, rook h1, and there is no check on the e file.
And no check and no stalemate because exactly the knight takes
rook
the rook.
h4, rook h4, knight e8 check. Amazing.
Yes.
And the f pawn can move.
Wow. Okay. So there is still a lot of tension then.
Oh yeah.
So white should play the move rook e5.
But he's down to his last 2 minutes, and these are his actual last 2 minutes. Jeez. Very, very rich endgame. because there's two narratives. There's white's ability to give up the rook for the f pawn, but there's also these mating ideas with the knight and the rook. And black has to always keep his rook on the right square where it can give the check and it can attack the g pawn, and it's very, very hard. The rook has too many demands on it, but white has to position his king and his knight in exactly the right way. I don't think he's going to figure this out. I think he's got too little time.
Yes, because it's also so difficult to understand which move has which purpose. And how does the computer defend? So after rook e5, then what is the defense?
There might be no defense, but we're seeing king g8 only move, apparently.
Wow.
And now rook a5 trying to get to e8. Obviously, that's a huge threat. So black gives a check. You go king d7. And what if the rook comes back to f1? Then there's already rook a8 check and knight e8. Yeah.
Then again.
So that wins.
But hang on. So there won't be any. Because it's checkmate. Yeah. No, it's checkmate. Yeah. I don't have time to start doing the. Okay, but then just play rook e5 and hope for the best. Rook e5 on the board. All right.
Wow. You saw it.
No, not yet. It's not yet on the
step.
board. Yes.
Oh, it's not yet on the board. I apologize. 10 seconds. Let's see.
Okay, rook e5.
We're hoping for rook e5.
Yeah, because it's also kind of the most natural move, right? To protect the pawn, even if you don't know what comes next.
Okay, obviously does he actually have 15 minutes?
He has 15 minutes. That's why he's chilling. Yes, because I hate this. I hate this when after move 60, not automatically you get the 15 minutes extra. I just...
Yeah, clock has to come down to 0 first.
Yes, and it's so scary, right? Because often it's like also move 40, you are not sure. Did we really make move 40? Yeah,
I skip a move
crazy.
on my score sheet.
Yes, and that's how sometimes the mistake does not come on move 40, it comes on move 41, because you are not sure and you still make that move. It's crazy what can happen in time trouble.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, with 13 minutes, okay, he has a very realistic chance of finding rook e5. But that's not a given. He might not see the idea of the knight coming back to e4 with tempo.
Yeah, but still, you have to try. Yeah, you can't find a win here. Or maybe he's looking for a forced win. Yeah, he feels like this is the best possible situation what he has. The king is already on e7. The knight on d6 can go back to f6, but the journey came. Yeah, let's just go back from where they started. So king is going to d7, rook d1 check. Apparently a mistake by the computer. Yeah, computer says that this was a huge mistake, but okay, no one can understand this.
Yeah, except the
king
computer.
King e7, yes. Rook a1, now knight e8 check. King g8, knight b6. Idea. But his rook was on e5. Yeah, so after rook f1, he played the move rook e3. So there is no way he's gonna go back to e5. And by the way, also black would have played the move king g8 because this is the position. So you just want to make sure that it's repetition.
But why is the computer? What was the computer giving instead of rook e3? Like, what was the right move? Was it rook a5? Is that what we were looking at?
Yes.
Because here the king is on g8, which is significant.
Yeah, because it was the only move. You said that it was only move. Yeah, instead of rook f2 or rook f3, you had to play king g8, and then you were tricking me with some rook a5.
Yeah, rook e1, king d7. Wow, look at this line. Rook d1. We analyzed that rook a8 is threatened, so rook d1 to pin the knight. King c6. Rook c1. I don't know if the computer knows what it's doing here. King d5. Okay, it just repeats moves and then goes back to d7.
Yeah, no.
Wait, there's actually a really cool construction. So let's say instead of king c6 on move 66, we go rook a8 check. We throw in the check first.
Oh, here. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
check first. King g7.
King G7.
Now king c6. I have a setup in mind. King c6, rook c1, king d5. Rook d1, king e5. Rook e1, king f4. And you just zigzag down.
all the way back.
Yup. And now rook f1, king e3. And how does black escape knight e8, knight f6?
But then I start. Then it's the stalemate construction.
Okay, but both of the moves are checks, though.
Ah, wow! Yes, it's
yeah.
This is crazy. I'm always trying to survive with the stalemate, but I never get a chance.
But apparently, knight e8 check is no longer a mate threat because the king will run out to d6, which maybe is in white's favor. I mean, this endgame, every time you think you have it figured out, there's more complexity. And there's more complexity in this round. It's time for our final break of the day. We've got only a couple of games still going. We obviously will continue our coverage for a little bit longer. We're over 6 hours into the round. But for now, we're going to take our final break. You're watching the FIDE Grand Swiss. Hope you're enjoying our coverage. We'll be back with the home stretch of round 3 on the other side of this short break. We're back with more coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. There were a lot of players who missed on their chance today at the Isle of Man alongside Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, what a round it's been. It's, relatively speaking, a faster round. I think most of the games are going to be over by the time we round off our broadcast in about 15 minutes. But some incredible performances today all around.
Yeah, the battle continues. Every single game is fought till the very end. Yeah, we, for example, have this crazy endgame between Alexei Shilov and Nodirbek Abdusatulov still going on. Yeah, it's a queen endgame. It looks like it's a win, but you never know. You still have to finish it. There will be hundreds of checks coming against White's king. There is this fascinating endgame, which we really analyze in depth there by Kuibakarev against Abbasov. And I feel like every single victory is so important. For example, Sindarov beating Levon Aronyan, that's a huge win. If Alexei would win, that would be also a giant step forward. It's unbelievable what Alexei is showing in all these Grand Swiss events. In Riga 2021, not only he finished shared third, but he went undefeated with 3 wins and 8 draws. Just a beast.
It's crazy what's going on in the rating system. How many of these high 2600 players feel exactly like super GMs? They perform like super GMs, and you do not get the feeling when, you know, Alexei or some player like that is facing, you know, John Smith 2760, that it's going to be a blowout or there's a huge difference in understanding. Fascinating time to be in the chess world. So many exciting players to keep tabs on, and we're keeping tabs on the remainder of the games. There are not a lot. This one is over, I think. G6 is coming. Peter, I mean, even without the A-pawn, it's probably lost. With the A-pawn, I think it's dead lost.
Yes, because also why Black's king is not able to reach A2. Yeah, for example, if you start your journey all the way, then you get stopped on A4 with queen b4 checkmate. Yeah, that's one of the very big problems. And that's why Alexei is enjoying giving the queen d6 check. Yeah, please come forward, please. Continue your journey. And yeah, g6, and then the white king hides behind the pawn. And without the king far away, the queen will intercept the checks, and it will be all over.
Yeah, yes, it will. So Nodirbek is down to his last 20 seconds, but time control is about to be made. It's not going to matter. I'm expecting resignation in this game. By the way, in the Kuibakarev Abbasov game, White has officially lost his patience, and he's allowed the exchange of the final pair of pawns. So that game is also nearing its conclusion.
Wow,
but
really?
Actually,
yeah, because he did play rook e5. He did play rook e5. I wanted to praise him, you know, I wanted to praise him that, yes, wow, he corrects his mistake. But after king g8, yeah, this rook a5 and then all this kind of journey and then coming back with the king to e3, that was just too much. It was advanced chess at its best.
But you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe the drawing line. King d7. f6 is actually not as clear-cut as it seems, because White has rook e8, rook e7, rook f7. But Black has an insane resource. Rook e7, king g8, rook f7. You think f5 is forced. No. Rook d1. So if gf, then rook takes d6 is a draw. Rook takes f6. Rook d5. You're giving up both of your pawns. Rook takes g6, king h7, and White cannot cling on to his extra pawn. I mean, rook h6, king g7, rook h5, king g6. And goodbye. Goodbye, pawn.
Yeah, the pin along the d file. Do you think it's possible to spot this, or if you play the game, you are looking for all these chances, he has enough time? It's a forcing line. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, that otherwise, if it won't be forcing line, it would be irrealistic. But like this, it's possible.
And it's also possible because if you're a Abbasov, you're getting tortured. So it's in your best interest. If you can find a forced draw, then it's amazing. You can chill. So it makes sense to be stubborn, right? To calculate f6 and to say, wait a second, I'm not just going to abandon the line because White has this trick. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to try to uncover more defensive resources. But it's an incredible idea. If he doesn't see it, it's not because he's, bad at chess.
Absolutely. But the trick is that he has to watch out. Yeah, if he plays king g7, then rook e7 wins on the spot.
Yeah, exactly, and we've reached the target position.
Yes. So basically, this can help him. Yeah, that he knows exactly that now rook e7 is a big threat if he just comes back with the king to g7. It forces him to look for alternatives.
Yeah, exactly. So f6, that's the drawing move. Of course, this game will drag on. If f6 is played, I mean, white is not going to offer the draw immediately. Presumably, he's going to push rook and knight versus rook, but that's an easy save for someone of Abbasov's caliber.
For sure, yeah. This is... but what an incredible endgame. Yeah, I haven't really been looking at it so closely. I do recall that I had this knight, rook, and pawn versus 2 pawns, and I managed to win it quite easily. I think it was in 93. I was 13 years old. I made my second Grandmaster nom in Leon against Alfonso Romero Holmes. But I managed to trick him somehow, and he was unable to hang on to some this defensive setup.
Interesting history.
Wow, okay. So, yeah, all right. So far, because things are slowed down, tell me your experience about this Grand Swiss. What is your take? Who has impressed you the most so far, or is it too early to speculate about this?
I mean, I think round 5 is going to be a good spot after round 5 to kind of draw some initial conclusions, right about halfway through the tournament. But again, it's that 2600 swamp. Predke, 2.5 out of 3. Sarana, 2.5 out of 3. Erwin Lamy, 2.5 out of 3. Zhalmahanov, 2400, 2.5 out of 3. The margins between the top guys and, the players making up the lower half of the tournament cross table, but rating wise, keeps thinning out. And that's why we see a lot of the top guys losing a lot of rating in these open tournaments. Pretty incredible performances all around by young, hungry players who don't feel like they're inferior and need to respect the top guys too much.
Yes, I also believe that, of course, one single game always helps the underdog, because I believe that if it's a match and the stronger player finally finds the weakness or finds the way that, that's the way to play, then things are different. But, and there you go, Rook G1 played. So the automatic F6, the brilliancy, the brilliant, incredible save was not spotted.
It was not, but the good news is that it's not like white's made any progress.
Yeah.
Because if you play king e8 and try to triangulate king e8, actually, wait, king e8. You're winning.
King e8, are you?
No, maybe you're not. Rook f1. And again, rook e7, f6. Sorry, no. I got excited for a second, but I'm not sure why.
Well, you can start your business, yeah, that you wanted this incredible journey, which I still cannot believe that can win, but it's incredible, yeah, that you started this rook a5, then you were coming back with the king all the way to f4, e3. If that happens in a classical over-the-board game, you take your hat off and you start uploading that, okay, this is just some true mastery.
Yeah, the golf clap during the game. It's at some point, if your opponent plays to a certain level, you just gotta congratulate him and and move on. But now white is down to 5 minutes for the rest of the game, and that makes it almost impossible to intuitively stumbling on the correct sequence here is you would need tremendous luck to do that. So I don't see him winning this game, even though the immediate f6 was missed. Okay, I keep looking at Shirov's game. It's over. We're just essentially awaiting resignation. Alexei is enjoying himself. He is so enjoying himself.
Yeah, he's kind of forcing that king to the a file because this is a terrible feeling for Nodirbek. He knows exactly that the only way ever in this kind of endgames is to hide with the king on a2, so that when white pushes the pawn, then you start checking, and the most difficult for white is to intercept the checks with the queen when black's king is hiding on a2, a1, b1. These are the squares. But here it's just hopeless, because the king can start marching toward the center, and then eventually somewhere some interception will come, and
Exactly.
you are unable to keep on checking.
Yeah, there's just way too many directions, way too many ways to escape the checks. You can hide behind the pawn, you can hide in the center. Essentially, I mean, I would just play g6 here without too much calculation. You're not risking. I mean, your queen is defending both of the pawns. It's supremely placed on d6. So g6, queen g2, king f5. I mean, one way or the other, it's just going to be game over. I think Alexei's just making sure that there's no some crazy perpetuals. This is a huge opportunity for him.
Yes, and it's an opportunity you don't want to miss, because if you miss it, it might spoil your whole tournament. Yeah, it will be very difficult to get out of your mind that I had this chance. I could have been +2. I could have had the flow. I could have been beating the youngster who is on the rise. That just gives you so much boost.
Exactly. Well said. So he's taking his time. The old guard, they never hurry. Very methodical. Just double check every time. And g6 is played. I would be too depressed to play this with black, to be honest. I would extend my hand.
No, but that's not the right attitude. You have to fight till the very end.
Yeah.
You cannot give in, because you also have to give the impression for your opponent that actually there is still a lot to play for. Yeah, to make him sweat, make him believe that it's harder than it is.
That's totally true. And of course, Noterbeck is not going to resign in a million years. There is still some technique to show. White still does need to hide from the checks. And I've seen some games where it becomes, even when the pawn reaches g7, sometimes it can be very difficult to maneuver your way out of the checks and the pins. But again, the pawn on a3 is so important because it gives white queen before check. And that's a huge resource in many situations. It takes away a bunch of squares from black's queen. Any square that contacts b4 is out of the question because white immediately forces the queens off and wins with the g-pawn.
Yeah, it's insane. There are so many finesses, but here the good news for Alexei is that he knows exactly that so many things are working in his favor. That's actually very comforting.
Yeah. So the only other two games remaining, and this is a relatively earlier round, gives us a little bit more time off, but Hans Niemann still locked in that queen and 3 versus 2 rooks in 1 position. There's not much to say about it. I mean, he's just kind of taking his time converting it. It's not the most interesting endgame to observe. And then the only other game is the rook and knight and pawn versus rook and 2 pawns in Kuibakarov versus Abasov that seems to be heading toward a draw. There's the Niemann position. Not much has changed.
Yes, but okay, Hans is doing systematically a great job. He just wants to protect that pawn on h3 and get his king to h5. He will have to do that in order to make progress.
Yep.
It's so unfortunate to be sitting from the black side because you can't do anything. Yeah, you just wait for white to find finally the winning construction.
And if you lose contact with the h3 pawn, if you play rook bd4, okay, maybe you can play rook bd4, but hypothetically, if white gets the king to h5, it's over. White just plays h4 and g5 and finish. You know, that those pawns are just, the rooks are incapable of providing enough defensive firepower. Black can try the move h5, just setting a cheap trap, but it's not going to work.
Is it? But I can even just take with the king.
Yeah,
Am
that's
I
I think the point.
Something?
No, I think just rook h3, king g5, white is winning.
Yes, as long as I'm hiding behind my pawns, I'm feeling very comfortable.
Yeah. This one is essentially decided. Oh, look at Noterbeck's move. Just, can we go to Shirov Noterbeck for just a second?
Yes.
He made a sick move. No, just showing us on the topic of fighting until the end. And then we'll probably start to wrap up the show. Mm-hmm.
Queen c6. Yeah, please take it. Please take it.
Queen e5 check and g7 finish.
It's suddenly stalemate.
Incredible. Just every last drop, every last resource. Never stop fighting. All of the cliches are personified in the way that these top guys fight when they're desperately lost.
But hang on, do you go queen e5 check or how do you do it?
Queen e5 and g7, I thought, because the pawn is defended then.
Yes, okay. So pawn is defended, but at least I moved up with my king, yeah? Is this some kind of a hope?
Queen g5?
Or it's, yeah, the king is still stuck there. Yeah, for example, here we see that queen e4 is impossible, so I have to give queen e6 check.
King h4.
King h4, queen e1 check.
Oh, I didn't see, but king h5, yeah.
King h5 and again, yeah, queen h1, queen h4.
Oh.
Queen e2, queen g4. Just to illustrate, yeah, that this is the problem. With the king on a2, I would be giving millions of checks and it might lose in a study-like way, but it would be very difficult to convert it over the board.
Exactly. So, I mean, with 10 minutes on the clock, this is in a bullet game, maybe, but Shirov is, again, notice for the younger players watching, every move he's taking 3 minutes or so, even though I'm sure he sees the winning move, he is double checking, making sure he's choosing the right square for the queen. This is good practice when you're converting a position, using his time well. It's amazing, and I'm sure you're happy to see, the older guard striking and holding their own against the younger players. It's really exciting.
Yes, absolutely. I'm loving it. This is the way it has to be, and I also feel like this is how the younger players will get stronger, yeah? That if they can still learn something from the old guard, and it's very impressive. If Shirov is in great shape, I do recall that he played a match against Jordan van Forest and he just crushed Jordan. Yeah, it's Jordan is a brilliant young player, very creative, and Shirov at its best is capable of beating anyone.
Yeah. And he will beat an incredibly strong player in the form of Norbek Abdusatorov. He's played queen e5 check. This one's over. Hans Niemann will win, and Kuibakarov and Abbasov are going to draw their game most likely. That'll conclude the round. That's it, folks. And that means it's time for us to start concluding our broadcast. These are long days. We need our rest. But what an amazing round this one. The time just flew by. So many entertaining games to watch today. Let's go over the results in the women's section and the open. Starting with the women's, we had great performances by some of the top boards. Tan Zhongyi just carrying Antonetta Stepanova out of the gym. What else jumps out at you from the first page of the women's results, Peter?
Yeah, Anna Muzichuk also winning, so keeps on her great performance. Tan Zhongyi's win was very impressive, very straightforward. Elizabeth Petz also winning. So far, she has won 2 games with the white pieces. There was this shocker, yeah, between Pauline Guichard and Maria Muzichuk that ended in a crazy repetition of moves in the last moves of the time trouble instead of white checkmating or winning the game. So yes, drama everywhere.
Drama everywhere indeed. Vaishali wins an insane game against Leia Garifulina. More power to her. She's doing amazing. Kosteniuk, Aline Rubers, good recovery from yesterday's disappointing draw against Vaishali. Holds Kosteniuk with black. So let's take a look at the standings. The field at the top continues to thin out. I think we have two players with 3 out of 3. They will be facing each other tomorrow. It'll be Muzichuk, Tan Zhongyi on the top board. Then very small group Potts probably will play Vaishali. And then Bibisara is likely to play down and to face Aline Rubers if the colors work out, or Aline Guichard if they do not. But there's going to be some very interesting matchups tomorrow in the women's section. Let's go to the open. Take a look at the top board results there. Erwin Lamy, just got to give him a huge shout out, Peter. Easily holding Fabiano. But I'm sure Fabiano is not too disappointed with his result.
Yeah, for sure. It's okay playing with the black pieces against Erwin. We did see that he was ready to spice things up with 4th move a6, indicating he's trying to provoke Erwin, but Erwin just stayed very cool, and the result was never really in question.
It was not. And, the amount of draws we see at the top, it's not for lack of trying. The players fight. Jal Mohanov, one more shout out. He will have another incredibly difficult game tomorrow. Page 2, Shirov is going to win. That's the only game still going in the top 20 boards. Sam Sevian, only decisive game, along with Alexei Shirov. Very impressive.
And the win by Sindarov against none other than Levon Aronyan, that was a fantastic performance. Also, that it was some kind of anti-Berlin Arhangel structure, whatever it looked like. Levon is blitzing, he knows everything, and in fact, Sindarov was spending time and find that bishop e3. We analyzed that moment it was very instructive, showing how strong these young guys are.
They most certainly are, and we can look at the standings now. After round 3, remember that Alexei Shirov will join this group of leaders, all of whom have 2.5. It's a big logjam. Caruana still in tremendous form. Eric Geisy, Sam Sevi, and Alexei Sarana, nothing but impressive performances all around in the top 2 pages. This is going to be such an important couple next rounds, Peter.
Yes, because okay, +2 is still, it's a very nice result. We already see that on 11th place Hikaru with +1, the same like Alireza, Anish, Giri, Richard Rapport, many very strong guys. On +1, close to just half a point behind the leader pack. But if the +2 guys manage to get, for example, after 6 rounds to +4, that's the scary part, yeah? So there you have to be very close. Now Hikaru is keeping an eye on the leaders. He makes a big step forward. Vincent also winning his game. Duda bouncing back after yesterday's victory. Vidit, the heartbreak kid from round 1, is already back there with 2 out of 3 as well.
This is a marathon, not a sprint. So the players who've got 1.5, you might hear from them again. This is just the start of the tournament, but it is the end of our commentary for today. Another long, almost 7-hour day. Peter, the mic to you one more time for your final impressions before we wrap up.
Yeah, well, it's so difficult to add anything to what we have been discussing already. It's just a pleasure to be here. It's a great feeling commentating with you, Danya, again. I'm enjoying every minute. This whole classical time control, it feels like it's not enough. Some more hours should be added, yeah? And we could be enjoying even more. It's a fantastic event. It's also nice to see the classical chess being absolutely alive and to be so enjoyable covering it.
Great summary, and the feelings are mutual. Real pleasure to commentate with you. The last 3 days have been tough. These rounds are long, but the time goes by in a flash. And, so many interesting moments. So many interesting moments to come in this tournament. We're only 3 out of 11 rounds in. That's the good news for the viewers. I will be taking a break, so I will not be commentating the next few days. But Peter, you will remain in the sandbox, which I think is a great pleasure to hear for all the viewers. And we'd like to thank for participating in the chat today on Twitch and on YouTube. Our production team, Vic, an amazing job as always through these grueling rounds. They wake up 3 hours earlier than we have to join the show and make our jobs easy. And Peter, big shout out to you once again. It's been a pleasure to do the last 3 rounds. Thanks everybody. You were watching FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky and Grandmaster Peter Leko saying goodbye. Have a great weekend. And round 4 tomorrow, same time, 9:30 a.m. We'll see you then. So long.